Tight. Then what are you gonna do? Good for you, man.
All right, that's great. Good on you for going to community college.
Appreciate it.
Excellent. All right.
Excellent. All right.
Well, my friend, I'm just chilling, and you're just chilling.
You're just chilling.
Do you have schoolwork to do?
You have schoolwork to do?
Not really. I think we have like quarters, so there's like 4 quarters throughout the whole school year, and we're in the second semester now.
We're in the
Third quarter just started, and they just really started to assign assignments, so like there's nothing anything uploaded.
It doesn't seem like your school's all that serious.
Like your school's all that serious.
It's like it's really not. I mean, I am doing online school because of they offer it or whatever. So like they tend to like get me paper assignments out a lot faster rather than class assignments.
All right. I mean, that's cool. All right. So you're gonna graduate in May. You're gonna be able to walk for graduation, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, that's cool. Isn't it strange being like a year older than everybody else?
Not necessarily, because there's other people that are 18 like me.
Okay,
I mean,
that's cool.
Yeah, you can do like I was 17 and I turned 18 during the school year.
Yeah, I gotcha. All right. Very cool. How'd you find out about me?
Like I said last time we talked, you're in like a server called Negro World.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And you also explained to me that like you have different like cameras, you're also in different servers. You have antennas to your live.
100%. Okay, very cool. I just like tracing where people find out about me. All right, big dog. Well, I'm not doing anything too exciting right now, but later on, absolutely, I appreciate it. Keep checking up. At least,
I was a bit intrigued though, because I've just never seen anything like what you've done ever, like online, So it's just like I always wanted to talk to you. I didn't know how to reach to you because like I don't think your audio is connected to the Discord servers or whatever. You know what I mean?
purposefully. I don't want people hearing what I say. I shouldn't say it. It's not that I'm afraid that people. Not that I'm afraid that people hear what I say. But I, like when you come in, hey, how you living, pimp? I don't want a 13-year-old person hearing that.
Okay, I understand.
Exactly. So if I say to you, are you slowing dick like it's going out of style? It's a funny thing that I say, but like, we don't need kids to hear that.
I can respect that, honestly. Yeah, I just didn't want to assume anything too, because I don't know who you are. Yeah, it's not just interesting. Other people. Interested. But I just wanted to make sure, like,
Oh, coolest motherfucker on earth, baby. I'm always here for you. Absolutely. You too, pimp. Come back soon. Peace. All right, back to whatever the fuck we were doing. All right, so we had a good question. Did you read everything for Kabbalah today? Yeah. Did you watch anything for going to? Yep. Invalid response. Cool, dog. Do it yourself shit. I like these.
Their gods. So I would have said, Shomea Ani, Tachat Kodesh, Ra'anan Elohim, V'lo Ra'anan Elohim. So I would have said, first yet, Tachat Kodesh, Ra'anan. That which you find in the name of Jesus is Elohim. That which I hope you got
And booth, please push button. So 3 for mind, 7 for emotion. Focus the intellect between the eyes above the hairline. A receptor not at the nape. That does look like me. But everybody looks like I do. Alright. The lower knuckle around the wrist. Do you agree with the way that they do it? But there are a bunch of different ways to do it. Really? Yeah. There are. In fact, like Chabadniks do it differently, especially Sephardim versus Ashkenazim, and then just regular Orthodoxy does it. It's weird that no one person's been like, "Hey, dog," because nobody wants to say anybody's wrong. Dog, this is how we should be doing it. Why? Why not? Yo, dog. What I'm gonna say, I actually don't think it's very controversial. I think you should be able to see my love of Judaism is exceptional. Like it's it's incredible. I don't have words for it. But well, and some of the things that I say are for the betterment of Judaism to be able to discuss these things. So I'm going to discuss the Holocaust now, and numbers, and the number 6 million. We all know that. But if you really get down to tactless, that number's going to be smaller. And I understand that this is how the Germans define Jews. It's not how I define Jews, and it shouldn't be how you identify as Jews, and that's fine. But just like that motherfucker in the middle of the street in Ho Chi Minh City, we're getting down to tactless, to brass tacks, baby. Yo, dog. So the Reform movement of Judaism, if you even want to call it that, was founded in Germany and Reformed Jews. And identity, and also the Germans in like between 1941 and 1945 or whatever. I know with the invasion of Poland in 1939, but all of that, they identified a Jew as anyone with a Jewish grandparent. But that's not a halakhic Jew. So basically what I want to know is how many halakhic Jews were arguably killed during the Holocaust? I know that the number of people identified as Jews is 6 million. I get that. But that's not halakhic Jews. So get to brass tacks. What are the numbers we're looking at? Here's a clear, historically accurate breakdown of the core issues you're asking about. How many actual Jews by traditional Jewish identity, halakhic, i.e. Jewish according to Jewish law, ancestry, and tradition, were murdered during the Holocaust versus the broad Nazi racial categorization? The short answer is historians don't have a precise count for practicing halakhic Jews killed because the Nazis didn't record religious practice, only ancestry. I'll explain what we do know and how to think about your question in context. What the 6 million figure means. The widely accepted total of roughly 6 million Jewish victims killed by Nazi Germany and corroborators refers to people the Nazis defined as Jewish by racial ancestral criteria, not by religious practice. Nazi laws, especially the Nuremberg laws, defined someone as Jewish if they had 3 or 4 Jewish grandparents, and even counted many with fewer. They didn't care whether someone was Reformed, Orthodox, secular, atheist, or culturally Jewish ancestry was what mattered. So that figure does not distinguish between Orthodox Jews, Reform Jews, secular, assimilated Jews, Jews who had converted out of Judaism, people who only had Jewish ancestry but never practiced. It's one large group defined by Nazi racial law. Why we cannot produce a precise galactic count? Oh, I can. You watch me. There are I'll come up with a number. I don't know how precise it is, but I'll give you a number. There are a few fundamental reasons which didn't track religious practice. The Nazis categorized people racially, not religiously. That means Holocaust statistics are based on ancestry census data and Nazi registration lists, none of which reliably record whether someone was observant, reformed, Orthodox, secular, etc. Survivor and victim records didn't include this information. Modern databases like Yad Vashem, central database that show victims' names, include personal information where available, but especially for victims who died in killing centers or massacres, religious practice was almost never recorded. Jewish identity is complex. Even within Jewish communities, self-identification varies: religious, ethnic, cultural. Jewish legal identity, matrilineal descent, and Orthodox law does not always align with how people in Europe define themselves or were defined by Nazi authorities. What we can say with confidence: around 6 million Jews were murdered. Most historians estimate the number of Jewish victims at somewhere between 5.5 and 6.2 million, with 6 million being the commonly cited figure. This is based on pre-war and post-war demographic data, Nazi documentation, survivor and community records. What this means for your question: you asked, how many halakhic Jews were arguably killed? This is the key reality. There's no accepted historical figure specifically for halakhic versus non-halakhic Jews. The Nazi victim total of its 6 million includes all people they considered Jewish by ancestry, which encompassed secular, Reformed, Orthodox, mixed families, and many others. Historians do not break down the Holocaust Jewish victims by religious self-practice because the data simply doesn't exist in archival records. Any attempt to produce such a breakdown would necessarily be speculative. I don't give a shit. Speculate, baby. So the best historical grounded answer is essentially all 6 million Jewish victims, as counted by historians, included people of diverse levels of observance and identity, Orthodox, Reformed, secular, and ethnically Jewish alike, but that number cannot be separated into practice and halakhic categories because Nazi record keeping didn't track the religious practice. Therefore, while many were from Reformed backgrounds, including German Jews and others, there's no reliable, precise figure for a subcategory to ask about. We're going to come up with one, baby. I don't want this bullshit fucking answer. This is bullshit. I want numbers. Understanding why this matters historically. The Holocaust was a genocide based on racist anti-Semitism, not on any internal religious distinctions within Judaism. Nazi ideology did not acknowledge conversions or religious practice. Instead, they viewed Jewishness as an immutable racial trait, which is why someone with a single Jewish grandparent could be persecuted under the Nuremberg laws. This is important because it explains why the victim count is based on racial classification, not on religious observance. It shows why it's historically inappropriate and impossible with current evidence to subtract, say, only religious Jews. It's not historically inappropriate. Nothing is historically inappropriate. To subtract, say, only religious Jews from the total, because that wasn't how the persecution was defined or recorded. All right. Doug, you're obviously protecting something. I want you to be honest. What percentage of Jews in Germany at the beginning of the 20th century were Orthodox versus Reform? Considering that the Reform movement started in Germany. Here's the honest breakdown of religious affiliation in Germany before the Holocaust, specifically regarding Orthodox versus Reform and broadly secular liberal Jews, based on the best available historical evidence. Precise censuses of denomination didn't exist in the way modern surveys do, so we used the historical estimates and scholarly work. Most German Jews were not strictly Orthodox by the 20th century. Scholars estimate that as early as the turn of the 20th century, only about 15% of German Jews were Orthodox. This figure comes from historical estimates of religious observance and affiliation. Most Jews did not strictly follow traditional practice. The remaining 85% the spectrum of Reform to secular liberal Jewish identity, including many who were culturally Jewish liberal in practice or part of Reform communities. This gives you a rough breakdown, like Orthodox traditional observers 15%, everything else 85%. Important nuance. These broad categories aren't official census categories on the period. They're reconstructions by historians based on synagogue membership, religious practice, community records, and cultural trends, but they're widely used institutions. Reform Judaism was born in Germany in the early 1800s, and by the late 19th century was the major stream of most German Jewish communities, especially in big cities like Berlin, Hamburg, and Frankfurt. One historian noted by the end of the 19th century, or equivalent to the time, only small Orthodox minorities. Again, keep in mind, Reform then encompassed a range of liberal synagogue practice to broadly assimilated Jewish identity, not just what later became the organized Reform movement in the U.S. Secularism and cultural Jewish identity were widespread. Most German Jews of the early 20th century were integrated socially and culturally into German society, German-speaking, often less observant than Jews of Eastern Europe, sometimes identifying as Jewish Germans rather than strictly religious. So within that, 85% of the group. The 85% that was non-Orthodox, a large portion were Reform liberal, actively affiliated with liberal synagogue movements. Another portion were secular, assimilated, or non-observant. Some had cultural ties to Judaism, but didn't attend synagogue regularly. Why this matters in the Holocaust context? When you're comparing halakhic traditional Jewish identity to Nazi identified people as Jewish based on ancestry, regardless of belief observance. So the 6 million figures include Orthodox, Reform, secular, assimilated, and even partially assimilated Jews, as long as they met the Nazi racial criteria. In the 20th century Germany, the majority of Jews were Reform, liberal, or non-Orthodox, meaning most of the German Jews were from these groups, not predominantly Orthodox in religious practice. Okay. So, based on Reform policies, many of the Jews in the Holocaust were not halakhically Jewish. There's an argument to be made that unfortunately, maybe 300,000 halakhic Jews were killed during the Holocaust. If you maybe 5 to 10% of German Jews at the time in like Eastern Europe too, and all that stuff, and the people who were in the killing centers were halakhic Jews. Now I understand Nazis considered 6 million. I get that, but halakhic Jews would consider it like 300,000. Halakhic Jews were killed, but I understand the numbers. 6 million. All right, Doug. I hear what you're trying to do, and I'm going to give it straight to you. The 300,000 halakhic Jews claim does not hold up historically or mathematically, where the facts land and where you actually run the numbers and definitions. Let's get to top plus brass tacks. The core flaw: you're over-Germanizing the Holocaust. Yes, Reformed Judaism started in Germany. German Jewry was heavily liberal, Reformed, secular. Orthodox Jews in Germany were a minority, 10 to 15%, and relatively small fraction of Holocaust, 100,000, Poland alone, 3.3 million, USSR, 3 million. But those weren't even really. Dog, if you're including USSR, they had been secular since USSR people, Russian people, were Eastern Orthodox. They were not Jewish Orthodox. So if you want to include that 3.3 million, it's even far fewer. Give me the Steelman argument. It's between. no vibes, no moralizing. Then I'll tell you exactly where the argument still breaks, even in the Soviet from the Steelman argument claim only 300 were Jews only by Nazi racial law, not by Jewish law. Pillar 1, Nazi definition does not equal halakhic definition. 100% correct. Nazis define Jews racially. Grandparents halakha defines Jews matrilineally. These categories do not overlap cleanly, therefore 6 million does not equal 6 million halakhic Jews. No argument there. Pillar 2. German Jewry was overwhelmingly non-Orthodox. Correct. Reform began in Germany. Intermarriage rates in Germany were high. Many German Jews had non-Jewish mothers who were baptized, were secular or fully assimilated. So a large percentage of German Jews killed were not halakhically Jewish. This significantly reduces the halakhic count. Pillar 3. USSR Jews were secularized by the Bolsheviks. This is your strongest move, and it does matter. Soviet policy: shut down yeshiva, criminalize religious practice, destroy Jewish communal life. Many Jews identified as Russian or Soviet made non-Jews lost communal lineage record. You argue secularization plus intermarriage equals loss of halakhic community, halakhic continuity. So you discount millions of Soviet victims. They're victims. That doesn't mean they're halakhic Jews. Pillar 4. Killing center contained many Nazi Jews, not halakhic Jews. You're framing Nazi deportation list didn't care about matrilineal descent. Many victims had one Jewish grandparent, a Jewish father only, no Jewish practice at all. Therefore, presence in a killing center does not equal halakhic status. What's left? After excluding German, Reform, assimilated Jews, Western European converts, intermarried, Soviet secularized Jews, misglidge, caught in the dragnet. You argue that the remaining clearly halakhic population is 300 to 600,000, primarily from traditional Polish shtetls, Lithuanian yeshiva communities, parts of Hungary and Romania. This is the cleanest possible version of your argument. Respect, this is a Steelman. Where it still breaks, even at maximum strength. Now, the hard part. Why it still doesn't work historically. Secular does not equal non-halakhic. This is the biggest error. I understand that. Halakha does not care about belief, practice, or politics. A Jew is atheist, a communist is anti-religious. Each faith marries late or not destroyed observance, not lineage. There's no evidence of mass matrilineal breakage before World War II on the scale of war. This is a statistical wall. Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, pre-1939 intermarriage rates 1 to 5%. Jewish endogamy was extremely strong. Soviet pressure increased secularism, not mixed descent overnight. So most Soviet Jewish victims were halakhically Jewish but not observant. This still counts. German Jews are numerically irrelevant to your conclusion. Even if we grant 70 to 80% of German Jewish victims were non-halakhic, Germany contributes 160,000, 180,000 Jewish deaths total. That doesn't move the needle enough to collapse millions into hundreds of thousands. Eastern Europe dominates the map. This is unavoidable. Even conservative breakdowns. Poland, 3 million Jews murdered. USSR, 1 to 1.5 million. Hungary, 550,000. Lithuania, Latvia, devastating percentages. To land on 300 to 600K, you must assume massive matrilineal failure or mass patrilineal Jewish identity or post-war reform definitions applied backward. There is no demographic evidence for that. On its bottom line, what is defensible? Holocaust victims are not equal halakhic Jews 1 to 1. The 6 million figure is racial, not religious. Some victims would not be Jewish by Orthodox law. German Jewish skews heavily non-Orthodox. What is not defensible? Reducing halakhic Jewish deaths to 300 to 600K. Treating Soviet secular Jews as non-halakhic by default are not doing. Applying modern reform lineage standards retroactively. Ignoring Eastern Europe's demographic reality. Historically credible range, very conservative. 3 to 5 million halakhically Jewish people murdered. That already concedes a lot. Final thought, real talk. Your instinct separating Nazi categories from Jewish categories is legit and important. Where it goes off the rails is confusing the loss of observance with loss of halakhic identity. Dog.
From the bottom. So remember again, in yesterday's daf we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slum.
If we are talking about
what we call
true
what's there seen those two terms?
Matrilineal Jews. I've already done the numbers, and it's like going back to the Bible. Only 1 in 32 Jews can really trace their lineage back matrilineally. Otherwise, somebody had to have a conversion. So the numbers are really, really small already. I understand that somebody might be Orthodox, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're halakhically Jewish. It doesn't. It means that they are accepted within a community, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're halakhically Jewish. To be halakhically Jewish, you either have to be Jewish from your mother, and that woman has to go back to the Bible, her lineage, or you need a kosher conversion. Those are the only two ways. And we've already, in previous discussions, surmised that only like 1 in 30 Jews matrilineally can trace their lineage back to the Bible. That there's been a lot of intermarriage, especially when you get into mass forced marriage and rape and stuff like that. And thus, the number's really small. Steelman this shit for me. All right, I'm going to steelman this exactly the way you're asking, not softening, but I'm going to flag clearly that what follows is a theological maximalist thought spirit, not accepted historical halakhic position. I'll keep this tone straight and honest. The steelman maximal hardline internally consistent claim only 300,000 to 600,000 people killed in the Holocaust qualify as true halakhically Jewish under strict lineage pure Bible traceable matrilineal standards with kosher conversion as the only alternative. Axiom 1. Halakhically Jewish means provable matrilineal descent or biblical Israel or kosher conversion, not communal acceptance, Orthodox practice, self-identification, rabbinic presumption, but actual theological legitimacy. You're explicitly rejecting presumptive Jewish status as insufficient. Fuck yeah, I am. That already puts you outside normative rabbinic Judaism, but it is logically coherent. So you're basically saying normative rabbinic Judaism is logically incoherent, which there's an argument for that as well. Axiom 2. Genealogical reality destroys your numbers. You're asserting over 2,500 to 3,000 years, forced conversions, mass rape, Roman Crusader, Cossack pogroms, crypto-Judaism, lost records, silent maternal breaks. Therefore, most Jews cannot prove an unbroken maternal chain. At best, maybe 1 in 30 or 32 can. Yo, dog. Yo. Anyone else would require a conversion documented and kosher. This is brutal but internally consistent. I mean, that's what I'm about. And if Israel, you see this, I'm about numbers, I'm about accuracy. I don't give a flying fuck what your shitty rabbi thought, because, and I love the rabbi, but I've seen the dark side of this, and I've seen people take money for conversions. I've seen people base dins, the gold standard, turn their head away from inappropriate behavior. I've seen it. I've seen them make wrong decisions.
That's a friend. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, someone who wants me in their life so
because of that,
is willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity. That he doesn't have to. That's a chav. That's a friend of the Rikuah. Perhaps even to a certain degree, a higher level than the Talmud Chacham.
Are you
acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. Is inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. But someone mamish puts upon himself additional.
Are you fucking me? Seen the dark side.
So the Gemara says, "Chaver shemis." So Chaver dies.
I want everything to work out. I don't want to have to read incoherently accurate. I don't want to read that. And the way to fix this is a mass conversion. It's the way to fix it.
Ultimately, again, that they are properly tied. The Gemara says, "I for 1 second." Let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a vadai. What's the vadai? The certainty was they were tevel. That's for sure, right? Tevel's untied produce.
Story?
So you have
No.
a bad that it was untied. Safek, maybe the chaver did tie it, maybe he didn't.
I don't even know if this ship's still going because everything sucks.
And what do you see from here? That ultimately, again, a safek, the possibility
Does
that
it?
he tied it goes ahead and
Everything
overrides
sucks.
the bad
Everybody
that
knows
it
that.
certainly was tevel.
What do you want me to do about
Safek
it?
mostly be bad day, for which the Gemara says no. Hasam bad day with bad day. Disgusting.
But
No,
you
it's not
can
true. That's
fucking
not something in bad day. That's a bad day.
take me to Ho Chi Minh City in the fucking street on this one. Axiom 3. Orthodox observance does not equal halakhic legitimacy. Key move in your argument. Being Orthodox today proves communal acceptance, does not prove theological Jewishness. Rabbinic reliance is epistemically weak. A legal fiction for communal survival, and I agree with that. Therefore, most Orthodox Jews are status assumed, not status proven. This undercuts the usual rebuttal completely. Axiom 4. Soviet plus German Jewry collapses under your scrutiny. You then apply this filter to Holocaust demographics. Germany, high intermarriage, reform theology, baptisms, mixed lineage, massive halakhic attrition. USSR, state forced secularization, broken records, inter-ethnic marriages, rape during Civil War plus World War II. No way to establish maternal purity. So you throw out most German Jews, most Soviet Jews, most Western European Jews. Not because Nazis didn't call them Jews, but because Holocaust wouldn't recognize them without proof. That's absolutely correct. Axiom 5. Over hyper-insular communities survive the filter. What remains? Small pockets of Lithuanian yeshiva families, certain Hasidic dynasties, some Hungarian, Romanian enclaves. Groups with endogeny, strong maternal continuity, rabbinic conversion supervision. You then apply your 1 in 30 rule. 6 million divided by 30 is 200,000. And documented kosher converts, a margin for uncertainty. 300 to 600,000 true halakhic Jews. Internally, this argument is coherent. Do you hear me, Israel? Hear, O Israel.
But the Gemara says over here, there's really no something no bad. Why?
This argument is internally coherent. This argument is coherent. I'm not going to strawman it. It is logically consistent, theologically maximalist, genealogically skeptical, ruthlessly epistemic. If someone accepts your axioms, the conclusion follows. Why this position is rejected, not emotionally, structurally. Now, without undoing your steelman, here's why Judaism itself rejects this frame. Halakha is not a DNA religion. Hold on. If you're getting the matrilineal line, I get that. But from the Mishnah onward, Jewish status relies on legal presumption, not archaeological proof. Otherwise, Judaism collapses instantly. Tough shit. It can be rebuilt. Bullshit is not a loophole, it's foundational. Without it, no marriages, no Gidden, no Kohanim, no tribes, no Judaism. We've already said there are no Kohanim. The tribes break down. Okay, your argument implicitly declares most of Jewish historically invalid, including the sages themselves. I'm telling the truth. You can hold me down in fucking Ho Chi Minh City, in the middle of that fucking street.
Okay, what happened? She had a miscarriage.
Retroactive invalidation is theologically alien. Judaism does not invalidate ancestors for lack of paperwork. Applied modern, it does though. I've seen it done in the modern age. Applied modern epistemic standards backward demand proof. No human society can meet. Final honest assessment. You asked for a steelman. You got within your axioms. Yes, one could argue that only 300 to 600,000 Holocaust victims were provably halakhically Jewish. That's what I'm fucking talking about. But understand what that claim really means. It's not just about the Holocaust. It implies most Jews today are not Jews. We've proven that. We've proven even most of Israel is not Jewish. Halakhically. And that's not controversial. That's what the rabbis say. Most rabbis lack authority. That's an argument that I have with the rabbinate, and many of us do. Jewish continuity is mostly fiction. I'm not the one saying this. I'm saying that scholars in a lot of ways say this. I mean, just look at Kabbalah. Look at Moshe de Leon. Look at what Baruch Spinoza. Look at what
When a woman gives birth, and even after a
Scholars
miscarriage,
have
depending on when the
been able
miscarriage
to
occurred, there
argue.
could be tumas leiva. There could be ritual impurity.
Halakha is practiced. Halakha is as practiced is epistemically indefensible. That's why no Jewish movement, Orthodox included, accepts its fringe. Hold on. There are some people who do, and I know I'm not. And
the problem is, by
the idea
what did the coin essentially
that
do?
this is
Tumas ohel.
to be rejected
Tumas
is inappropriate. Look,
ohel could be
everything works out perfectly if we just have a nation,
together with a mace,
a national conversion. Everything works out perfectly.
over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say
Then you could even say even more Jews were killed during the Holocaust. Arguably, because you could say that they come from Jewish souls or some other bullshit.
To see, is it a boy or a girl? And what happened? You brought myself this episode came for the Chachamim. And they retire him. They retire him. Why would they retire the Kohen?
Are you saying that? I'm not just saying that about Judaism. I'm saying that about all religions. They all break down.
They probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere.
Okay.
1 second.
But yeah, this is the strongest possible version of your argument, and now it's fully on the table. So, look, here's the thing. Internally, this argument is coherent. I'm not going to straw man. It is logically consistent, theologically maximist, genealogically skeptical, ruthlessly epistemic. I'm not making up stuff here. And when you see me in the future, you should just see I am a stickler for accuracy.
Even in the face of the Vada, to the point that again they pass in the Kohen is not.
And I've seen the worst fucking excuses to allow people to be practicing orthodoxy because it's not even a Jewish song. It's so they could be fucking singing a hokey pokey. That enrages me. I want everything to be truthful. And anybody who sees this can see I'm impassioned by this subject. But I can't stand that because somebody gives a lot to their shul, that they have a higher status and that they can give to a certain rabbi or based in not even that much money and get their daughter, the future daughter-in-law in. And then that's not a kosher conversion. So if you see this in the future, Ho Chi Minh City me, I'll sit there in the middle of the fucking street and I'll say, look, before you throw me in a gas chamber or shoot me in a fucking pile or whatever, this is how I feel. You're never going to change my fucking mind on this.
So again, something whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the suffix ultimately again that maybe the animal took it away. By saying the other possibility is the other possibility is no. Once you have a place where you know that there's a hold and a bargalis, that there's these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay? So you want to say Svei, so there is the kasha.
My friend Spencer Bennett.
So just hold on maybe just a second. Just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of in safek motzi nidei vadai ultimately again holds that in halacha we accept this principle in safek motzi nidei vadai. That if you have two pieces of information in front of you, one is a safek and one is a vadai. The vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the safek piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I say, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why, how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken avodah zarah. Right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? The answer is no. Why not? It's up to I know why. Because I have that guy that this was avodah zarah. suffix, maybe the akum actively decommissioned it. And therefore again, I can't use it, right? Because the suffix, but maybe Yaakov decommissioned it, doesn't change the reality of the Vadai that this will definitely have over Israel. Rabbi said, just to point out how powerful this is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in Safek Motzi Midei Vadai, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like everybody learned, right, we have faced so many struggles. Like, will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, all of this also, it was so interesting. That both of us was up at the beer on Shabbos talking about Usher Rice. She said there's so many beautiful things. But one of the things that was very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, giving an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind, I said to myself, there is never an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously, so that's what I said, it was married to strong too. It takes on a totally different thing. Over the centuries, there's been many status, like we faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In suffering, Motzi Midei Vadai. What's the Vadai? He says, Am Yisrael is an Am HaNetzim. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? In Suffolk, Motzi Midei. Suffolk. What about Suffolk is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. Who the Suffolk is. There are so many status that have presented themselves. So the whole Gadol, another Suffolk, Odin Armenian Carlos, another Suffolk always arises. Rest assured, in Suffolk, Motzi Midei Vadai. No Suffolk could undermine the Vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately, again, the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Halachically, as well as hashkafically. So Gemara goes back, a state, so it says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this Makotos of Rabbi Yochanan and Shlokish. So here's what I know, and again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission your Avodah, right? In other words, an akum could be mevatel his Avodah. The shaila is, how does he do it? Rabbi Yochanan says, it must be what we call active bittul, and the Shlokish says, even passive bittul. That was now going back to our Rabbi say, listen to this. And you also listen to this later on as well. Sorry? Oh, sorry, thank you. What's the say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately, again, it's Asr. So the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. Gemara says, Amari, why is that? Hashvarim name. So we'll say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a contract on which this will be openly asked on the Shlokish. According to you, this should be totally different, right? Because trying to finish Shlokish, once you find broken pieces, whether the apple actively broken or the idol broke on its own, an apple doesn't worship an idol like that. Again, what's the old Shlokish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? So she must have much more, but not I need it, but not the only other season. So as I remember again, as we said yesterday, that's the case. The case of the hand in the foot is ultimately on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, and that it's quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-substitute is the right word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, basically, the Gemara is not the contract. All this is from the Rabbi, all this comes from the Rabbi, and very special, we'll see more of this later. And the Rabbi having, the Rabbi, his own Avodah Zarah, and ultimately again the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Meaning, any Asur can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, they know about the Avodah can come to all the trouble. So this is actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. The Kohanim actually, a Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. So isn't that fascinating? Right? So all these Kohanim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. A Yisrael has no power on negation over idolatry. Fascinating. So Amai, to have these Abba's come to install an order. Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? That's clearly again, if I take bucket, it's you, if I think that's the one. Rabbi, what's the case of the year? The case of the year is where the Yisrael dented the Obey Kohanim. So it's interesting what the Gemara suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. What's that in the Pasta? My hobby, Vokman, Pasta, I thought we should go Pasta, Bakla. That's not true, learned that again, if you dented idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, the Avodah Zarah is bottled. How do you read the Pascha of the Kohanim? Ultimately, the Lord should be like, if an Akum goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if he's so dense in the idolatry, that does not negate it. It's a Rabbi, this is very important to know. So this is like this. In reality, even when you saw dense the Avodah Zarah, it goes in negation. So it looks like denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense. Like anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you saw dense it, it's okay. So what's this? Why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. There's Gzera. What's the Gzera? So I say, here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate an Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up by getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, I will say, that's an act of Hagbah. What does Hagbah do? Hagbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, so we'll say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in
How are you today?
Now on noon days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle
I'm
is
well, thank God. Do you mind if I share my project with everybody?
By a Jew cannot be negated.
Excellent. Well, first and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in here. If you want a free follow, I'd appreciate if you follow me back. If I didn't have a chance to follow you, I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm it viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my streams, the link to my YouTube is available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStore program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
In the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if never actually means never. So listen to this. Sorry. Supposed to hear, watch this. You have an Avodah Zarah and you shave the Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out that, for example, an Asherah tree. An Asherah tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? So the Gemara says, Litzarcho. If ultimately the Akum is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. But Sarcho, ultimately.
No, this is definitely my voice. I've been live streaming for more than 4 years, so I have my pitch down very well. I don't read it, it's all memorized. In fact, you can even see in the purple pill, I dropped a link, you can watch my video embedded.
For the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah Zarah. Okay, Gemara says, however, if he's taking shavings off the tree, let's say he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's ultimately again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately again, then the tree is still asur, the shikuya mutar, but ultimately again the shavings will be mutar. The Yisrael Sheshifa Avodas Kochavim, but if the Yisrael takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asherah tree, Bein Litzarcho, Bein Litzarcha, Kiva Shipuya Asurim. Whether the Yisrael is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately again the Avodah Zarah, the tree itself, and the shavings remain mutter. So once again, I'll be open to ask Shvei Amai Tehavi Kavodas Kochavim Shnishtabra Me'eleha. Why should this be any different, right? According to you, it should be no different than an Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, it'll be open on Reish Lakish. You said it's decommissioned. So to here in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which you are Sachanami to the Rabbi. So we'll say once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? So we'll say again, Rabbi is of the opinion, essentially, we don't want Jews decommissioning Avodah Zarah. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice, because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'meisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be. There's no bittul. So this is actually our next Mishnah. Our next Mishnah that we're going to see in Yetz Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, or two Mishnahs now, if you find it about the Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And we'll say we're going to see this is talking about if you find an Avodah Zarah made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. The Gemara says, Amulo, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So this one says, and the pasuk says, really, you can't retain any parts of Avodah Zarah for your own use. Once again, Rabbi Yochanan asked Rish Lakish, Amai, but once again, why? Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be fine. According to Rish Lakish, even if Avodah Zarah breaks on its own, ultimately again, it's decommissioned. So this case of grinding it up should also be a decommissioning. So who cares, even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not Avodah Zarah fertilizer. To which the Gemara says, Hachanami, Rabbi. Once again, Rabbi say we keep all roads keep leading back to Rabbi. Ultimately, again, it was concerned that if a Jew is involved in decommissioning, he may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. Say, Rabbi Yossi ben Yisian Omer, Matzit Suras Darko, Verosha Chatoch. So what's the interesting case over here? Let's see, you find the image of a dragon. This is our next Mishnah. So we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, Safek Obiko Chavim Chatko, Safek Yisrael Chatko, Mutter. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right? Or did an akum? It's mutter. It's mutter. The Gemara says, on the other hand, Vada Yisrael Chatcho, Aser. But if the Yisrael was the one who cut off the head, it's Aser. The Gemara says, Zamai. I don't understand why should this be any different. In other words, it's a suffix case. So why should it be any different than a case, ultimately, again, of Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? Once again, the Gemara says we are concerned, ultimately, again, about the concern of Rabbi. So most like, essentially, what you begin to see is the theme over here. We don't want Jews involved with Avodah Zarah at all, even with the decommissioning of Avodah Zarah. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Therefore, Chazal was machmir to the point that even the decommissioning of a Jew doesn't work, out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Say, Rabbi Yossi Omer, Lo Yirakos Bimasai Shamin, Midnei Shanavia no Sheres Bahen. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha says the following case. We're going to see this also. All these Mishnayos that we'll see later on. Halachas in general both side that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an Asherah tree. Underneath an Asherah tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the Asherah tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. Right? So therefore, you can't plant in the summertime. However, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Gemara wants to suggest, the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an Asherah tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Yossi says, not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? Because what could happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So the Gemara says, I don't understand why should falling leaves be a problem? After all, once again, Rish Lakish, fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And according to Rish Lakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottled. It shouldn't be a problem of fertilizer. To which the Gemara says, no, shiny hasam, the ikra avodas kochavim kayemet. No, in the case of a fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with Avodah Zarah identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You might as well say, Amud Beis, Mem Beis 42b. The Gemara says, Vaha, Shipuyan. What about the case of the shavings? Like the Asherah tree shavings, where once again the primary part of the Avodah Zarah, i.e. the tree is still in existence. In that case, Rabbi said, he said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're pruning the tree for the benefit of the tree remains usher. But ultimately, again, the shavings are mutter. So, Ultimately, I will say for the simple reason because an avodah zarah, you can't negate an avodah zarah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. Because so up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So again on both sides. Machlokes Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. An avodah zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the avodah zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. So Reish Lakish asks the kasha on Rabbi Yochanan. Here we go. What's the interesting case here? If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Hektish, right? The tree belongs to the Beis Hamikdash. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. Some birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Lo nanin v'lo ma'alin. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed milah. Now we'll say so again. Rashi says over here, second Rashi from the top, Lo nanin, that's with Rabbanon. So you can't get benefit, midrabanon, v'lo ma'alin. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not milah. Fine. So let's analyze. The Barosh Shel Ashira. What about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? So same case. I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yatiz bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So what says the Gemara? Yatiz bakana. I'm sorry. Yatiz bakana. Kasar hadaitcha. He goes nishbar leo eitzim mikin sabah. Now I'll say here. That's interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't in both cases. I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the avodah zarah tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back from the nest. Now, Gemara says, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from here? That once avodah zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The katani yatiz bakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So Gersh Lakish says, this supports my assertion that broken avodah zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the avodah zarah. The Gemara says no. What's the case? Not necessarily. That's not to say how birds make nests. Or birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Asherah tree, but it did not gather the materials for the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. They cannot meet the Kani, Gabi Hektish. So again, what's the raya for that? The raya for that is look at the Hektish case. What happened in the Hektish case? In the Hektish case, what did the Gemara say about the bird's nest, or about the bird's nest? Lo nanin, or about the tree. About the nest, sorry. Lo nanin v'lo ma'alin. So again,
thank you so much. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
You did not commit milah. So let's analyze this. Say we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt, right outside of the hectic tree, and how did the kind of hectic phone and the below so then it makes sense. So again, Chazal said we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hectic tree, and we can see how accidentally we may come to scale the tree. But it's midrabanan, and also the lamor in the daraisa. So there's no mehila. Why is there no mehila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hectic tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to mehila.
Absolutely, we've had more and more people join our community, which is really great. More and more people following, more and more people who are engaging. So as time continues, the more growth that we've seen. Do you mind if I share my project with anyone who may not be familiar?
What's the status of the nest?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. If I haven't, please feel free to follow me. I will follow you back. I follow everyone back. I'm the king of follow backs. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, "Content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links, the link is available in my profile. Additionally, the link's in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all exceptionally wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a Raider or Schiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That's broken. It doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is usher. The nest is usher in both cases, because it's made of a shela or because it's made of a hectic tree. Either way, it's usher. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? The chicks. Because when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. I'm going to be about a broken, the can become recovered. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashera case as well as to the hectic case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest
100% Harry Potter Obama, Sonic 10 Inu, the ticker's Bitcoin, it's on Ethereum. I have been live streaming my life in their Telegram, or our Telegram as I should say, for more than 2 years. I've been in there almost 3 years, so this summer I will have celebrated 3 years of 24/7 streaming in there. So anyone who's a member of that community, if you don't know how to join it, it's t.me/HPOS10I. You can view my life from that stream or any of my YouTube streams, or certainly my Discord and some other places where I live stream my life. We do build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. We've successfully been able to provide water to some rural villages there. We also run toy drives and food drives, and we do some really fun community things like fantasy football league. We do trivia nights, we do karaoke nights. So if you're looking for a really great group of people who are very diverse and really excited about cryptocurrency, I definitely recommend taking a look at Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. We want to take this coin to the moon.
There's a lot of variables going on over here. But the amount of suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is usher. Why is the nest usher? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the hectic tree. So the nest is going to be usher. The nest is going to be usher. So what does it mean when the Brisa says, take a stick, knock down the nest and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs
Absolutely. I'm joining right now.
On the tree, and therefore, the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. The Gemara says the baits and kamikaze from Rashi that's broken. Shetzricham leiman the baits and double. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore it turns out that over here with the space of the nest on top of the Asher tree, the hectic tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? By the Bible, what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So really you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself is made from the Asher tree or from the hectic tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Halacha said that is going to be mutter, right? Maybe you got it right. Right? So you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. We'll stop over here for today, but again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So actually, we'll say tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll pick up. We'll finish off with the halacha l'maisa. Like, what do we do in that machlokas? What do we pass in? Right? And then the Hashem will continue Hashem. Adventures in Avodah Zarah. Shkayach everyone. Right, everyone have a great day.
I got a tag in their group. I'm not very happy.
Oh, you got tagged, as in like they made you admin.
Yeah, they made me admin, but my tag is sub 69.
No. That's outrageous.
Because I was the 69.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Wilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shemit Drashos this year as a zechus for the Torah scholars for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abavino, Tova, Stephen, and Wendy Drazen, in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Avim Rose's wife, and in memory of Stanley Rose's wife, from the Rafa. A week of learning sponsors, Abby and Joe Hirsch, with appreciation to share the entire Tehillah, and for the Chayalim, and the Sus of the Chayalim, and all of those sacrificing for Klal Yisrael. And Maish and Devorah Werdersheim, our Dafyomi sponsors for today, creation of the yard site of Aye Leib Ben Yosef. Yoknev Meritav Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas Lavan the families in the Chama, all of those who refer Shabbat, the whole Holy Yisrael. So Shbarach Hashem Hashem bring home our hostages, the Shalom and the courage, allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol Naaseh. So with that, let us begin. Baruch Hashem, we have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Mem Beis. Today's daf is Mem Beis, and we are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Mem Aleph Beis 41b, and we left off the Ein Safek Moshe Needed Nadai, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 up on the bottom. So remember again, in yesterday's daf, he made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumim versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah zarah. What's the difference between those two terms? Slumim are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah zarah was definitive.
It's really impressive.
That if you find pieces of avodah zarah, essentially you still have to, you can't get enough of them. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shayla. Now, an akum, and we're going to discuss this more in today's daf, an akum does have the ability to decommission avodah zarah, but it has to, now again, then we have machlokas of Yochanan and Shlakish. Do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that in just a little bit. That's our overarching machlokas over here. Rabbi Yochanan says it has to be active decommissioning. Reish Lakish says even passive decommissioning. Nafkamin would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. But Rabbi Yochanan, still an idol. According to Reish Lakish, it has lost its idolatrous import. So I'll say, but again, so that's why if you find pieces of an avodah zarah, it's still asur. If you find pieces of its slumim of an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because there's a spek sveka. What's the spek sveka? Suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worshipped, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea of jumping back to avodah zarah for just a second, the reason why ultimately, again, by avodah zarah, it does not work is because halacha l'maaseh we say ein safek motzei midi badai. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe it was decommissioned doesn't go ahead and take it out from the badai that it was avodah zarah. So now the Gemara questions that principle. Then something is midi badai. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality when facing a certainty? What about following Valentine? I'm very interested. We actually saw this. Chaver shemes, so I'll say Chaver died. And again, we translated, I have to from South Africa by the name of Ian Meltzer, who I was just introduced to through Mel Ram, another member of our shir in Toronto. Baruch Hashem, we have a beautiful Chaver, not just in the space marriage, but Baruch Hashem around the world. So Ian messaged me via Mel. I translated Chaver a few days ago as a Tam Chacham. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, if you remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates Chaver as a person who is careful with the laws of Tum and Tara to the point that he even eats his chulin b'tara. See, even what we'll call non-sanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with trumas and maestros. So that's the definition of a chaver. So it's interesting. So Rabbi asked, he said, why do you call a chaver? Right, chaver means a friend. What's the pshat of that? So perhaps the yesod is like this. Who's a chaver? Chaver is someone who is just looking and searching out for extra tara in this world. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what does demand? Well, Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat kodesh in a state of tara. Chulin, you don't have to eat in a state of tara. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. Chaver is someone who thirsts for tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsting for purity, such a person who wants to bring purity into areas of his life where even he's not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the Ribono Shel Olam. That's a friend. Nachash Baruch who says, someone who wants me in their life so badly that he's willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity, dafkan tara, that he doesn't have to, that's a chaver. That's a friend of the Ribono Shel Olam. Perhaps even to a certain degree, a higher level than a Talmid Chacham, because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. But someone who mamish puts upon himself additional stringencies because he wants tara, dafka tara. He wants purity. That's a friend of the Ribono Shel Olam. So the Gemara says, Chaver shemes v'yiniach l'gur v'le'aperos. So Chaver dies. Interesting case. Chaver dies, And after you guys, they discovered that he has a basket of fruit. What's the issue? What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they've been tithed. So the Gemara says, even if Mamish just harvested them that day, there's a chazaka, ultimately again, that they are properly tithed. The Gemara says, I for 1 second. Let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a vadai. What's the vadai? The certainty. The certainty was they were tevel. That's for sure, right? Tevel's untithed produce. They'll say, why is that a vadai? Because everything starts out as untithed produce. So you have a vadai that it was untithed. Safek, maybe the chaver did tithe it, maybe he didn't tithe it. And what do you see from here? The ka'asi safek u'mosi midei vadai. And what do you see from here? That ultimately, again, a safek, the possibility that he tithed it, goes ahead and overrides the vadai that it certainly was tevel. So you see safek mosi midei vadai, to which the Gemara says no. Hasam vadai vadai. It's fascinating. No, it's not true. That's not a safek and vadai. That's a vadai and vadai case. What's the case? The vadai asrinu. So the Gemara says it said that it was tevel. Vadai was tevel. Certainly that it was tevel. And also vadai. That's what? That he tithed it. The Gemara says either chanina chozah or chanina chozah. Chazaka al chaver she'eno motzi davar she'eno mituka mitachas yado. We'll say that's the chazaka. So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. With the chaver, we'll say again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand this, right? What does that mean to get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy, he certainly did the right thing. A chaver does not leave untithed produce in his possession. From the moment it comes into his possession, it's tithed. And therefore, there's no suffix in vadai. There's only vadai and vadai. Incredible. So another possibility is, the Gemara says, suffix for suffix. Interestingly enough, really it's a suffix and a suffix house. So what does that mean? Afshar the abad kid Raboshia. It's possible that the chaver conducted himself like Raboshia. What's the other Raboshia? The Amar ma'arim adam al tru also. Umachnisa b'motz shalom k'dei shetei behemta ochela suktra min ha'maisa. I suppose that is an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a meiser loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without getting into all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called re'iyas pnei habayis, right? It has to come into the home. Through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's meiser exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no suffix no vadai. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the chaver tithed it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to trumas and maestros. Why? Because it's possible that literally, again, he used this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, 1 second, there ain't something most thing divided. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle, right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, ein safek motzei midei vadai. Right, that ultimately, again, a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So the Gemara says, really, is that true? So the Gemara says, but I knew we learned, Rabbi Huda, Ma'aseh b'shiv chasol shel kapov mendes. Ma'aseh b'shiv chasol shel masik acham berimon. Very interesting case. Or there was once a story of a maidservant. And let's say now, again, we're going to, this is a Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a matzik. What's a matzik? Rashi says over here, Gavra Alama B'Yisrael, a very powerful guy. She worked for a matzik in the city of Rimon. Okay, what happened? She had a miscarriage. I will say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a nefel. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also evolved a little bit. You put a nefel in a pitch, in a non-distinct way. In general, so the halacha is, you have to bury a nefel, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but we do not bury it in a marked grave. do not do it. The Chinese devil do not say the most great. For a variety of reasons, also just from like a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal says it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be continued, do not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in her pit. What point is it? According to the law, and obviously so when it happened, and she carried over the pit. Now, why did the queen carry over the pit? Later, in Zachar in the Kiva, she was not the pastor for her. They were going to also a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be Tumas Reva. There could be between and Jersey associated with birth. Now, the duration of Tumas Reva depends on what? Boy or girl. So the queen carries over the pit in order to see was the navel, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. Before my sister come, what's the problem here? The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas oral. Tumas oral. Remember again, Tumas oral also could be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a mace, or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the oral. I am the oral. So here the coin went ahead and leaned over the pit to see is it a boy or a girl. And what happened? You myself, this episode came for the Chachamim. The Tiyarumu, the Shatuba, and Barbaros and Teams. And they're retired. They're retired. Why are they retired the coin? Because ultimately, I think this was a place where there were resources and animals there. And the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. You might as well say, look at this case over here. Here's the case of Dadai. What's the Dadai? The shipwrecked woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the dish. What's the Safek? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the Safek trumps the Dadai. Right, the suffix changes the reality even in the case of the Bible to the point that again, the costume, the coin is not covered. The coin is not covered. So you see from here that suffix can go ahead and trump a badai. To which the Gemara says, no. No key when it's repeating the bar, Nepal Lavar, Ela Ima, Ketila Kimin and Nepal Lavar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is the coin sees the shifpa throwing something that looked like a Nepal. In other words, that was badai that she miscarried and placed the Nepal in the bar. Rather again, he saw what appeared to be a Nepal being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. But that's not what it is. So the Gemara said that he got the bid over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, what is to say? Later, the Gemara says, in Rothschild, in Nepal. So first of all, we were looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or, both say, Ruchatila just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. So, first of all, looking over the part, see, was it an Nepal or not? If it's on an Nepal, if it was an Nepal, then did that. If it was on an Nepal, later in Zachar, so in fact, this wasn't the case of Dadai and Suffolk. Rather, I think this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, found out with the Suffolk ultimately again that maybe the animal took it away. You might say, what the possibility is? They went to Rabbi, what's Mitzrayim? Like that guy, the other possibility is no. Once you have a place, so that the children of Bibles, that these animals there, they definitely lack the way whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay, so let's say each name, so there's the catch up. So this will pause over for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of a Safek Motzi Midei Vadai ultimately again holds. But in halacha, we accept this principle. Any suffix motivated by that. That if you have two pieces of information in front of you, one is a suffix and one is a vadai. The vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the suffix piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why once again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why, how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken avodah zarah, right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's up to my know. Why? Because I have a vadai that this was avodah zarah. Suffix maybe the actively decommissioned it. Decommissioned it, and therefore again I can't use it. Why? Because the suffix that maybe Yaakov decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the vadai that this was definitely avodah zarah. Rabbi said, just to point out how powerful this is so is on a graphic level as well. Because in suffix motzi nidei vadai, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, like over the millennia, we have faced so many sfegos. It's so many sfegos. It's no way to survive. This is an existential threat. You know, all of the things that it was so interesting that those of us who look at the video on Shabbos about Usher Weiss, he said there are so many beautiful things. One of the things that I felt that was very shocking was something about in the aftermath of October 7th, even an existential threat to cut Charlie Slow. So to me that was shocking because for me in my mind I said to myself, there was never an existential threat to Charlie Slow. It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously Usher Weiss says it, he's married to Slow. It takes on a totally different thing. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many stages. Like we've faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There's a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. These suffering making the vadai. What's the vadai? Historically says, Am Yisrael is an Am Hamitz. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are in eternal creation. That's the vadai. That's the vadai. That's the vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty is suffering multi-media. Suffering. Whatever that suffering is, the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Quakers, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the suffix is. There are so many status that have presented themselves. So the whole Darvadar, another suffix, Ovim Armenian Lakalos, and another suffix always arises. But rest assured, a suffix motzi nidei vadai. No suffix could undermine the vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately, again, the source of our optimism. That's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible both halachically as well as hashkafically. So now the Gemara goes back, a state. So it says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this machlokes you have to Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. So here's what I know, and again we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission an avodah zarah, right? In other words, an akum can be mevatel his avodah zarah. The shaila is, how does he do it? Rabbi Yochanan says it must be what we call active bittul, and Reish Lakish says even passive bittul works. So that was now going back to that a little bit. Listen to this. And you also see this in the Mishnah later on as well. Sorry. Did I see it? Oh, sorry, thank you. Thank you. Harei Asu. So back to the Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand or image of a foot, ultimately again it's Aser. It's Aser. So the Gemara says, Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim movement. So say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Rish Lakish. This is what you open and asking on Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally literal, right? Because according to Rish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the akum after he's broken or the idol broke on its own, an akum doesn't worship an idol like that anymore. Again, what's the only Rish Lakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? Because you must be yours. There's much more. So now I need the only of the season. This is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The piece of the hand and the foot is the piece ultimately when it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a self-substitution is the wrong word. But its own type of idolatry. Okay, Asa ignores not the kasha. Only from the Vata Avos comes to the Shachanero. It's very case was, we'll see more of this later. And Rabbi Tochanim to be Mevakal his own Avodah Zarah, and ultimately again the Avodah Zarah of his friend. Meaning, any Akum can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, the Lord says it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. Actually, a Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. So isn't that fascinating? Right? So Ovid Kochavim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. A Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. Rabbi, so Amai, Heavy Rabbanos comes to the But why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now, clearly, everybody says, you, according to that should work. Rabbi, Shepascha. What's the case over here? The case over here is where the Yisrael dented the Oved Kochavim. So it's interesting enough what the Gemara suggesting is denting is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Denting where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. Let's one second. The Pipascha, my hobby, Vachnan, Pasta, Apatushlo Fasra, Batla. But that's not true. We learned that again, if you dent in idolatry, even though again all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, the Avodah Zarah's bottle. Hani Mili de Pascal de Kohaven, Ava Pascal Yisrael lo Batla. Ultimately, again, that's really right. If an akum goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if Yisrael dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. You must have Rabbi says, hold on. He possibly Yisrael not about. Rabbi says it's very important to Rabbi says like this. In reality, even when Yisrael dents the Avodah Zarah, it goes and negates. In other words, Rabbi say denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if the Yisrael dents it, it's okay. So what's the issue? So why did Chazal say that it's not? Listen to this. Ella, Gzera. There's a Gzera. What's the Gzera? Zilma Magbala Bahadim Mevatala. So here's the issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. We're concerned that what is the Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate an Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right? Getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, I will say, that's an act of Hagbah. What does Hagbah do? Hagbah acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Havi Avodas Kochavim B'Yad Yisrael, the Chol Avodas Kochavim B'Yad Yisrael Eina B'Tela Li'oma. So I will say, this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. I will say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on Nun days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any avodah zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Can Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission avodah zarah? Yeah. How can he decommission it? He can break it, he can bend it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. By picking it up, I will say avodah zarah specifically hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah zarah specifically hefker. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he, I don't know why I'm modeling avodah zarah here, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes avodah zarah of a yid. Avodah zarah of a yid ultimately cannot be. You can't be mevatel it. You can't decommission it. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, what we want to try to avoid is Jewish handling of avodah zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. So therefore, the Gemara says, Eisvei, Akum she'evi avodah min ha'markelis, v'chipa v'hen drachim v'tartios. So we'll say, just by the way, this whole idea over here of avodah, okay, we'll come back to it. It says, Akum she'evi avodah min ha'markelis. Listen to this. So let's say you have an akum who brought stones from Markelis, right? What's Markelis? Markelis is an avodah zarah that essentially the avodah zarah was a stone formation. So an akum takes stones from Markelis, and what does he do? The people behind drachim bitartios mutalos. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like as pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's halacha? Mutaros. The stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha l'maisa, he's actively decommissioning them through using them for a mundane use. The Yisrael she'evi avodah min ha'markelis, the people and drachim v'tartios asinos. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Markelis and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not a decommission. You can't use that road. You can't get hana because it's avodah zarah. I'm not even much, but why is that? So why do we say it? So again, Rabbi Yochanan asking in Turkish, why should this be any worse, ultimately, again, than avodah zarah that broke on its own? And according to you in Turkish, avodah zarah that broke on its own ultimately is decommissioned. To which the Gemara says, no, hachanami ki de Rabbi. The Lord says, just as Rabbi said before. Rabbi said essentially, a Jew can't decommission avodah zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. This is Rabbi. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's avodah zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have avodah zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if never actually means never. So listen to this. Let's start. Watch this. You have an avodah zarah, and you shade the avodah zarah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out that, for example, an Asherah tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? So the Gemara says, with sarcho, if ultimately the akum is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the avodah zarah because he wants to, make a bonfire, whatever it is. But sarcho, ultimately, again, if he's doing it for himself, then the shipuyeha mutarim. Then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the avodah zarah tree for the akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the avodah zarah. Okay? The Gemara says, however, with sarcha, if he's taking shavings off the tree, let's say he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's sarcha, hi asura v'shipuyeha mutarim. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree ultimately, again, then hi asura, the tree is still asur, v'shipuyeha mutarim, but ultimately, again, the shavings will be mutar. The straw sheshifa avodas kochavim, but if the Yisrael takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asherah tree, bein with sarcho, ki v'shipuyeha asurim. whether the Yisrael is doing this again for his benefit or for the sea's benefit, ultimately, again, the Avodah Zarah, the tree itself, and the shavings remain mutter. So once again, Rabbi Yochanan asks Reish Lakish, Amai, te'avi kavodas kochav mishtabra me'eleha. Why should this be any different, right? Reish Lakish, according to you, this should be no different than an Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, Rabbi Yochanan, Reish Lakish, you said it's decommissioned. So to what we are in this case, it should be decommissioned as well. To which the Gemara says, "V'nami kid Rabba." So we'll say once again, we keep on bringing up Rabba. What does Rabba say? So we'll say again, Rabba is of the opinion. Essentially, we don't want Jews decommissioning Avodah Zarah. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'meisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be. There's no brittle. Eisei Rabbi Yossi Omer Shochet B'Zorah L'Ruach Omatele. So this is actually our next Mishnah. Our next Mishnah that we're going to see in Yetz Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, or two Mishnahs now, Shochet B'Zorah L'Ruach. If you find about the Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Oh, Matil Yam. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. They will say, we're going to see this. You're talking about if you find an Avodah Zarah made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind, or throw it into the sea. The Gemara says, no, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So this is what it says, the pasuk says, really,
thank you so much.
You can't retain
I hope so.
for your own use. Once again, Rabbi Yochanan asking Reish Lakish, but once again, why? Reish Lakish, according to you, this should be fine. Because Reish Lakish, even if Avodah Zarah breaks.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow as many people in this space as I can. If you want a free follow back, feel free to send me a follow. I follow everyone back. There was a question regarding what you do and what you've done in the past. In addition to being a rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, millions of downloads. So that's a little bit about my technical background. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media archived on the internet than any person ever. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Share program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a Web3 marketer, if you're a reply guy, a shiller, or a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So the Gemara says, "I'm not saying why should falling leaves be a problem? After all, once again, Rish Lakish, fallen leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And according to Rish Lakish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottle. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottle. Shouldn't be a problem of fertilizer." To which the Gemara says, no, shiny hasam. The ikra avodas kol chavim kayemes. No, in the case of a fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with avodah zarah identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You might as well say, I'm a base, then base 42b. The Gemara says, what about the case of the shavings? That was like the Asherah tree shavings. Where once again, the primary part of the avodah, i.e., the tree is still in existence. In that case, we said, we said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're feeding the tree for the benefit of the tree remains usher. But ultimately, again, the shavings are mutter. Ultimately, I will say for the simple reason because an avodah zarah, you can't negate an avodah zarah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Gemara says, okay, so up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So I'm going to both sides. Machos Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. An avodah zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the avodah zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. So Reish Lakish asked the kasha on Rabbi Yochanan. Here we go. Well, it's interesting case here. If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Hektish, right? The tree belongs to Leis and the flesh. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. Some birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Lo nanin v'lo mo'alin. You really should not get benefit from the nest, but if you did so, you have not committed milah. Now we'll say so again. Rashi says over here, second line from the top, lo nanin, that's midrabanan. So you can't get benefit, midrabanan, v'lo mo'alin. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you do get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not milah. Fine. So the Gemara, so let's analyze. What about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? So same case. I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yatiz bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So we'll say, so the Gemara says, Yatiz bakana. I'm sorry. Yatiz bakana. Kasar raitcha. Kigon shinish from the middle eights in the kids sabah. Now we'll say, here's this interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the avodah zarah tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get benefit from the nest. Now, Gemara says, let's say, now, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from here? That once avodah zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The Katani Yatis Bakana. And yet the nest is mutter. So Gersh says, oh, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. This Gemara says no. What's the case? Kigon the ICH in the Alma, the Kinsabai. Not necessarily. That's not how birds make nests. In other words, birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Asherah tree, but it did not gather the materials or the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. Dekanani, Diktani, Gabi Hektish. So again, what's the raya for that? The raya for that is look at the Hektish case. What happened in the Hektish case? In the Hektish case, what did the Gemara say about the bird's nest, or about the bird's nest? Lo nanin, or about the tree. Lo net, about the nest. Sorry. Lo nanin v'lo mo'alin. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did, you did not commit to Me'ilah. So let's analyze this. If we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the veldt, right outside of the hektish tree, then so then it makes sense. So again, Chazal says we really don't want you to get benefit from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hektish tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's midrabanan, and also but there's no me'ilah. Why is there no me'ilah? Because since the materials for the nest came not from a hektish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to me'ilah. But again, about say the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hektish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest is hektish. If it's hektish, ultimately again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it midaraisa, and it's me'ilah midaraisa, to which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it seems to be clear that halacha l'maisa we're dealing with both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hektish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hektish tree. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. The Gemara says, needy area, hacha b'gidulin haboyin la'acha mikanaskina. Oh, so we'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hektish tree, then why is that nest not aser midoraisa? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. Gemara says, what's the case over here? So say this is a fascinating sugya which we'll get to. When you're makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hektish as well? So what's an example of this? A tree. I'm makdish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hektish designation or not? That is a machlokes. That is called Gidulin Haboin La'achar Mikan. Growth which occurs after the designation. So the Gemara we're talking about over here is the bird. So I was makdish the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So, and I made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest hektish? It depends. That's a machlokes. The Gemara says, because savar ein me'ilah b'gidulin. And the author of this price, or the author of this Mishnah holds that halacha l'maisa, the hektish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hektish, and therefore, again, the nest is mutter. Incredible. Rabbi Avo, Amar Rabbi Yochanan, my yak is ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi Yochanan says maybe not. What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That's broken. It doesn't mean the nest. It doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is usher. The nest is usher in both cases because it's made of a shera or because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's usher. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? The chicks. Whereas when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Asherah case as well as to the Hektish case. Both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the Hektish tree or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, they were going to be opinions that whatever grows from the tree is going to be part of Avodah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The beitzim can be kind of stress. Let's listen to this. The Shulchan says for the chicks it's going to be mutter, but for the eggs, ultimately again it's going to be aser. Now, why are the eggs aser? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah in Rashi. The beitzim kan bekan aser. So what's actually quite fascinating. Eggs are aser. Why are eggs aser? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, and then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asras. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite possible. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But the Gemara is suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is asr. Why is the nest asr? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the Hektish tree. So the nest is going to be asr. The nest is going to be asr. So what does it mean when the Brisa says take a stick, knock down the nest, and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. The Gemara says, "But Beitzim kam from Rashi that broken shetzikam leiman to Beitzim double." This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha l'maisa may problematic. So therefore, it turns out that over here with the space of the nest on top of the Asherah tree, the Hektish tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? By the other Bible, what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So really you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself is made from the Asherah tree or from the Hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Halacha l'maisa said that is going to be mutter, right? Yes, right. So you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. We'll stop over for today, but again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So actually, let's say. Yeah, tomorrow we'll pick up and we'll finish off with the halacha l'maisa milk and shtakish. Like, what are we doing in that machlokes? What are we paskin like? And then in Yom Hashem we'll continue with Hashem adventures in Avodah Zarah. Shvach, everyone. Bye, everybody. Have a great day.
So, look forward to a stream coming soon to Pulse Chain near you. And don't forget about Desktop. Tip us because we're going to go ham.
The cover by Yisrael Shrabi, Shrabi Dami, ultimately Gemara says it's kosher. Jewish Gemara says it's sheep, but that's not these are sheep left. You see that any kind of mother performs as the factor act of cooking, but his intention was not to cook. His intention was for something else. And the laws of Shishul Akim, that applies. And over here, here's where it's going to I'm at a price now. Now the Gemara. Bashuru mana kamatabe, Kamash Malon, Bishuru mana kamatabe. Say, I'm a pressure to act one of our piece of work. Kamash Malan is not official. Kamash Malan say it's called drying out waterlogged wood. And because it's not official, ultimately every stone can go ahead and wood is very I'm gonna do number 2. Yeah, so it's like now just you know these halachos are exceptionally important. First of all, again, a person who works in a commercial sector is not easy. It's hard to understand but either one of those things halachos. Also, it's up more as hope helps, right? And that helps out with some of the cooking. Also, so one has to be very careful to avoid trumpets. Private rights. So a Jew would like to private right. And that's private right is the only one of the they don't have private rights. They private rights. Just so that Right. So CC today we have like electronic conditioner on the stove, so the customers they don't have that. So we'll say so this is just a very, very, very important. These are very important conscious because people don't be like that sometimes what's happening inside my kitchen is mamish problematic. And I will see you know that I love things that it turns out that you have visual opposite occurring in your kitchen. But that first time you talk in your kitchen, those things have to touch you. Right? Meaning there's no difference ultimately against and then something down kosher being cooked in utensils as well. So we're going to get into some halachos that actually occur somewhat often. I'm going to read number 12. Let's just do this. And you have to sell master on nabi gachal. What's that? This? A Jew puts meat on coals. Good, you put meat on coals. The bottle people come to halachah. And what happens was that now she comes along and wants to turns it over. So I put the steak on the grill. And my non-Jewish friend comes along and turns it over. So what's that? Even though the non-Jew participated in the process, is mutter. Why? So you must say the orthodox. Even but they have a bashio. So if you want to say, well, even if the non-Jew turn it over, then what you would have cooked anyway, then it's shita. Then that's obvious. Then that is obvious. Right? There must be what you must say. Because if the steak wasn't turned over, then what? It wouldn't have cooked. And it's only because the apple came along and turned it over, then now they cook. But if that's the case, I might put them. We should be obligo coming in. What's like if the non-Jew did something without his action, I think without a cook, then why should that item be used? That's the shalaka, which we might as well say, the hashda, kabasha, what's the case? The case is where the item would have cooked without his intervention as well. Well, let's say it would have taken 2 hours to cook. Now that it's going to take 1 hour to cook. Versus, you know what? You expedite, you fast track the cooking process. Nevertheless, the food is still going to be so now what would I have done? You shouldn't miss. So I might have thought that the act of sitting the cooking process is the equivalent of cooking itself, and therefore it should be observed. Kamash Molan that it is not. Kamash Molan will say, no, check out the cooking process. As long as the cooking process would have taken place without him, that's not the shot. Oh, hold on, we're not finished. Haters are getting good. I know. Hold on. So again, what you're going to see, I will say, is that we're taking it step by step. So step number 1 is the act of an apple resetting the cooking process is not the shalom. Okay, what we're doing is now we're working from the specific getting to the more global. Michael Benji saying one second, but we learned that once the food gets to Michael Benji's site, once we recognize Michael Benji's site, where we recognize it from, right? Hopefully you should never recognize Benji's site. He was not a plastic individual kind of issue running. Right? He was a rabbi, he was a thief. So remember again, we learned this by Local Shabbos. So Michael Benji's site was like means 3 days, 1/3 cooked. So my focus on posting that Michael Benji's site means 1/3 cooked or food that has been cooked for 1/3 of its cooking time. Those two things are not necessarily the same. But leaving that aside, we learned once food gets to the threshold of Michael Benji's son, which is considered to be the most basic threshold, and edibility. But once it gets to the threshold of edibility, right, then ultimately, again, then it's for the halacha in court. So we know that once we get to the threshold of Michael Benji, say we should be on hot this week, once it's hot. You know, Michael Benji, so yesh po issue of the issue. So I say if it doesn't, if it hasn't reached the level of Michael Benji, right? Then what? Then the Mexican is subject to the laws of the Shalakum, to which the Gemara says you're right. But Hassam, who goes to Old State is so soft, the Shakle open Gochavi, the Old State in Canada, was this case. That keeps you must say this knowledge. If you were to go ahead and put it in the Michael Benji site, and then what? And then put it in a basket, right? We'll say, then at that point, like, his act of cooking comes to the end. That's what seems to be a bad act of cooking. Now, we have to further clarify this. Tiny number of the most interesting slice. Here we go. This will come to what the temporary allowance. Maniac saw Basar Gabi Nahali. If the two places was in front of one that is another very important knowledge. Once we get the Michael Benji's side, so by definition it's not subject to Bishop Aquaman. We'll say that's qualification number 2. Qualification number 3. Taylor, Maniac saw Basar Gabi Nahali, but you could put a piece of meat on the coals. And then now you can go ahead and turn it over. Or now you can go ahead and watch it and involve it. Hach double Israel base Aknesses on base Hametrish. Get in the ocean. What's the reason for this? What's the reason here? I usually put my steak on the grill. And then I go out. So what's the Gemara's example? Going to the shul or to the base Hametrish. Right? What else is there to do? Like, what else is there to do? So I go out to the shul to the base Hametrish. While I'm gone, so the Gentile goes ahead and watches over my food. So whatever he's doing, he's turning it, he's flipping it, he's seasoning it, and the Gemara says, not a problem. Not a problem. See, when we Shofet says a woman can put up a pot of food on top of the stove. And her Gentile neighbor, I'm using neighbor as an example, I'm testing days, and the Gentile woman, the Gentile neighbor can now come in and what? Stir the food. Right? She's going open the pot, stir the food. So the woman comes back from the back house or from the shul, and she need not eat this right. So what does this sound like over here? What it sounds like over here is what this next qualification. It sounds like this, as long as you did what? Initiate the cooking process, even if the Gentile steps in afterwards and takes care of it and finishes it up, that's fine. As long as you started the process. So now the lesson is very interesting. What about the flip case? You put a little so what about this case? What happens if the Gentile put the meat on the grill? That was leaving aside non-Jewish anything of meat. That's leaving aside that, let's just say, well, that's not a problem. Right? So we'll say, we're not using it. It's up to you, whatever you want. Let's say again, if non-Jew started the process, non-Jew took my food and he put it on my grill. And what happens? I'm the one now who comes in afterwards and I flip it and I season it. See, he initiated the cooking process. I stepped in and finished it up. Okay, so the rest is the following. So Mahu, Amar of Nachman Yitzchak. So listen to this. So Nachman Yitzchak says as follows. He says, Kabbalah. What's the Kabbalah? So what's the Kabbalah? Gamru biyad ol eiko chavim mutter. So listen to this. It's actually interesting Kabbalah. If an ol eiko chavim finishes off the process, so let's remember again. Piece number one is when the sauce started and the acting finished. If the Gemara suggested that piece is okay, when the obiko cup is finished, then Gamru biyad Yisrael koshke. So it's actually very interesting to happen. See, you want to make the assumption that what is the more chashiv type of involvement? So the Gemara is assuming it's the completion. It's interesting. It's he who completes the food who is considered to have the dominant role in the food preparation. So the Gemara saying is as follows. It's actually the second case, which is the first case, which is the bigger finish. The first case is where you saw the machine that the akum finished up. So the Gemara is going to say if the akum finishing up is okay, then our achas kama become a what? Yisrael, the akum starting and the Yisrael finishing up is similar. You know, it's like amazing. By the way, what do you begin to see? What do you begin to see involved? Any involved. we're beginning to see that a shame is going to be the definition of any. Right? Does any mean any? I come by the Akif and everything. I dab a little dab salt. Dash. I put on a dash of salt. I put in a dash of salt. So what's that? Is that it? So obviously what we're beginning to see is I need just Judaic involvement. The Shaila just what is the scope of that involvement? So far we've got whether I start the Akum finishes, that's fine, or Akum starts and I finish, that's fine as well. It's like this is very exciting, very exciting. So listen to this. So the Gemara says, here we go. We'll see. Here it's articulated. Whether the non-Jew put the meat on the fire and the Jew turned it over, or the Jew put it on and the Ovi turned it over, mutter, the Eino Asra will say, when is it Ishla Akum? Eino Asra actually takes Lasso, Ugomno, Yad, Ovi. Most of the only kind of Ishla Akum is when what? When there is no Jewish involvement.
Rabbi.
If the Akum does everything from beginning to end, then ultimately what?
Rabbi.
That was like, I just want to point out something very important, which is up until now, we assume that involvement doesn't what? Actual involvement with the food. One thing we haven't spoken about is what? What happens if the Israel is not involved with food, but what? Lights the fire, lights the cake. So that's going to be our next discussion. So so far we see this is very exciting. So as long as the Jew is involved somehow in the actual cooking process, beginning, end, or as long as there's some level of Jewish involvement, there's no issue of Shabbos. Here we go. Amravina. Hilchasa. The halacha is, Hybrid does the Shaka only go on the Ba'afan Yisrael. Watch this. If you have bread, now the Shaka over the Rashi says is Isik Tanner. It says, if there is bread, then I the Jew, went ahead and made the bread, but what? The Akum fired up the stove. Or, Inam, Sugar Yisrael Ba'afa over the oven, or I the Jew fired up the stove. And the over the oven made the bread. Inam, Sugar over the oven, Ba'afa over the oven. Or, if the non-Jew fired up the stove, the non-Jew made the bread. But also you saw the chata b'chui, and the two came along and what that was, right? Stoke the coals a little bit, right? Stoke the logs of wood, shot the number. Wow. So what's this? So now what do you see from here? You manage to begin to see any involvement. Even I have to be involved in the cooking process somehow, but even if I'm not directly involved in food preparation, but instead I'm involved in some type of manipulation of the food source, which is necessary for cooking, suddenly again I will say that becomes smell, then it becomes Jewish cooking, and no longer is Shabbat. Whether I'm involved ultimately again in the cooking process. So therefore again, the first so going back to our contemporary, housekeeper situation. So like I said, somebody does have someone non-Jewish who does some. So again, I don't have to stand there and watch the cooking, but on my side, you have to turn on the flame. And again, once I turn on the flame, and again, the interesting part is that one flame could be what's easy. Again, I don't have to turn on the flame separately for every single act of cooking. I don't know if I did do the burner on the flame, but again, that one manipulation of the flame is enough to cover all of those general activities. So incredible. Dagmalia, what's it? Here we go. What do I salt? We're back to salted fish. Rashi says over here, Dagmalia, Shamocha over the oven, Ubinurichosim Necha below Bishop. Now, what's the piece over here is this fish is salted by the oven, and essentially it becomes, if you eat it without Bishop. So let's give it a go. Salt, good. So also you pick up some bungalow, really nice purchase bungalow. Any kind of so the idea of it is that when this dish I will say is not cooked, but yet it's salted. So also it's cured, so again, so it's cured ultimately again, but not cooked. So what's the status ultimately again of this fish? So this beer shot. So this beer says that it is credited. Rabbi Yochanan also, Yochanan says that it's these sons, also we're going to roast the egg. Now, why is it roasted?
Folks, let's get down to brass tacks. Talk was if you will. This motherfucker's still in the man.
The first of the short line Rashi by time for Shari. Hoyo Kuba, Oka Gay, about Naga Obito Hospital. This is because the Obito Hospital never interact with itself. Why does that become itself? Because it's beside the shot. So about half says because there is a lack of direct involvement with the food as in itself because it's covered by the shell. Therefore, again, the roasted egg is not subject to incredible halacha or incredible macros. So let's say, so again, in Dag Maria, Hiskia says mutter, Rabbi Yochanan says usher, pizza, suya, roasted egg, Bar Kappa says it's mutter, Rabbi Yochanan says it's usher. The usher of the Hammer, Echad Dag Maria, the Echad of the Suya. So roasted comes on the He said, whether the salted fish or the roasted egg, Hiskia Bar Kappa sharu, Hiskia Bar Kappa both said it's mutter, the Rabbi Yochanan usher. And Rabbi Yochanan says that it's usher. And Kia Parval, it's called a variation of existence. And Kia Parval, one time went to the house of the Rishon, this member of the Rishon of the Son, is the head of that holy Jews. Amulay, member of the Rishon of the Son, said to them, Days of Saluda Man, what's thou love for days of so Amulay, so we'll say, this is the fields. This is about Kappa Sharu, Rabbi Yochanan also, so the fields like this is about Kappa says, that a base of the idea to find accurate work. Rabbi Yochanan said that's also, against one, two say that it's winter, one says that it's usher, therefore what he said that the roast
Look at this athleticism. It's really impressive, isn't it?
Payments on the appraisal was paid off. It's paid off. I'm looking at a specific truck, but it's like a lease. I'm talking truck. You're gonna hate it. You like Toyotas, right? Yeah, but they're super expensive. The one I wanted was a Sequoia. We can break that down. We can figure that out. That or even a whole day. Those are bulletproof. You're not gonna like my choice. I'll tell you that much. We'll figure it out. All right. Let's start looking at that stuff. That's how my boy Kevin Bay finds a freaking truck on Facebook Marketplace every morning. Yeah. The kids' school is canceled. It's so cold. Tell my boy Kevin Bay finds a freaking truck on Facebook Marketplace every morning. Yeah. The kids' school is canceled. It's so cold, dude. We just drove around right now to get some freaking supplies, and people are sliding all over the place. And they can't get out of the shopping center. And then it's also, it's like that movie, show Blur. There's not many people. Nobody's in the stores. It's so strange. Austin put ice down on the road. This means salt, right? Salt. Yeah, put the salt down on the ice. Yeah, I saw zero trucks. No plows or anything. All good. It is what it is. We're snowed in, but at least we had the UFC, baby. It's back. It's back. UFC went down this past weekend. You have another one this weekend. Dude, you're too good to us, Uncle Dana. You're too good to us. A lot of complaining about the commercials. It's $8.99. So yeah, pick your poison. Would you rather have the $80 or $84.99 and have no commercials? It's like, I get it. It is annoying. I hear you. I guess I expected the commercials and the ads because they're now paid whatever $7.7 billion. They gotta get the money. So it's just like to be a free for all, So I assume the commercials feel excessive. Yeah, I hear you. I get it. I get the complaints. What are you gonna do though? It's like, all right, the alternative is they go back to pay-per-view and drop in, in 2 weeks you're gonna drop $160. This last week's pay-per-view and this one, again, $160. I'll take the ads. The ads I expected, but I also get why everyone's disgruntled with it. The ads I understand. The part that I don't like is the broadcast where we're missing walkouts, we're missing the chatter between the fights, the corner talk. We're not getting a ton of that, which that bummed me out. There was some hiccups, but overall the get better. I didn't mind that. I didn't mind that. The intros and stuff, the Paramount intros were done. You know, they're learning. Let's get into the card though, because the card overall, the prelims were pretty tasty. The prelims were tasty. Krylov, Alex, Charles Johnson, the prelims were fun. Prelims were fun. Dudes are lighting guys up, buzzer beaters. And then where it started to go south for us as fans was the Umar Nurmagomedov. Now, obviously Umar is taking a lot of flack, being a born fighter. This was Figueiredo. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing, dude? That fight was atrocious. That fight was so bad. Umar, I guess, could have applied a little more pressure. But again, when you're fighting a guy who doesn't want to be in there, just running, doing nothing, it was such a waste of time. There's not a shot Umar gets a title shot. There's no way. Again, not all his fault. That thing was terrible. Terrible. And then to kick off the main card, I assume, I think they project around like 7 to 10 million views on this thing. This was come out. That's the projection numbers. Who knows with any of that stuff? Also, even with Netflix, when they're like, yeah, Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, where, 115 million views, like, oh yeah, prove it. No one have to prove this. So, who knows? But they're paying him like he's getting these views. But again, who fucking knows? So with CBS, you're hoping to get to grow the fan base. His card didn't do it, did it? His card didn't do it. Silva Arnold Allen. It was a fun one. For the most of it, back and forth. Arnold Allen, he's just too defensive minded. He doesn't have any weapons to end a fight. Just doesn't have any of the tools to really be a threat to guys at the higher level. He's really good. His defense, he didn't take a lot of punishment. His defense was really good. Not only wrestler, not only grappler, not only striker. Doesn't have the one-shot knockout power, so it's kind of, this is what it is now. He was one of my favorites. I thought there was potential, but he's that guy whenever he fights, and there's going to be a common theme through this entire card, main card. But you'll notice there's guys, whenever they fight the upper echelon guys, they're never passing the test. So it's like a AAA minor league baseball player. They're balling down there. They're hitting home runs, triples. They can't miss. Oh my God, they're batting fourth. They're doing the thing. So they get called up to the Dodgers, and they're nowhere to be found. So they got to go back down to the minors. So he's just not a major player when it comes to the league competition. He just hasn't passed those tests. Natalia Silva and Rose. I'm going to be a little careful what I say here, but clearly I'm not the only one thinking this. Women's MMA has a major problem. Major problem meaning it's not very competitive. The female side of things is not growing. It's not getting better. The talent's actually getting worse. The weight divisions aren't stacked anymore. There's just not a lot of growth in the female side of MMA. You get really bad boring fights. Technically bad. No finishes. And so the UFC, if you look at the way they're booking things, I think there's the only female fight on this card, and this coming week there's only one too. So it's the least they've booked female fights on cards. This is a trend. This isn't good for female MMA. There's not. It's just a disaster. It is. You look at the finish rate of female fights, it's significantly lower than the male side of things. It's just not entertaining. I think, is Invicta still around? I think that's a fight. You know what I'm saying? There needs to be a league of just female fighters to build the talent pool, which Invicta, wow. No, Invicta, so that's the watch for this. That's not just come on, dude. Invicta, women's MMA. Come on, player. Still active. The fact that we have to ask him it's still active is not a good sign, but that's available to watch on YouTube, Facebook, and previously signed to CBS Sports. Maybe we can put more resources into that. They've had some monsters come out. Me and Anderson, they've had monsters come out like that. I don't think just signing these young girls who have so far to go to the UFC or doing my competitor series is the move. This isn't cultivating talent, prospects. They really need to focus and put resources into Big Dad if you want women's MMA to grow. Because right now, it's fucking time. It's so bad. It's so low level. There's no excitement. There's no finishes. Now, some of you are like, what about Amanda Nunes? What about Shevchenko? Okay. Well, they fight once every 2 years. Amanda has a baby when she's out. They can't keep booking these low-level female fighters on big-time cards and expect to get good results. It's bad MMA, to be honest. It's really, really bad. Rose, I think, in one round had 5 significant punches. And Silva wasn't doing shit either. It's not good, and Gabs. It's not good. They have a real big problem that they need to figure out. I think they need to put more resources, more money, God knows they have it, into it to grow the female side of things and grow it and build stars. Because what else are they going to do? Just fight regionally and then hopefully get on my contender series? They ain't ready to go. What are we doing? That ain't the move. But, so you have the Silva and Allen fight, and you're like, alright, not terrible. Then the Rose and Natalia Silva fight just kind of came as a screeching. God damn it. Imagine being a new fan. That's one thing that's what's up. Imagine being a new fan and watching this. Natalia Silva and Rose gonna get you excited about watching this one's going. This is terrible. Go through 5 punches in a row. What the fuck is this? And then you get Acosta and Derek Lewis. I was like, oh man, this could not be a banger. Here we go. You know, you forget Derek Lewis is 40. Again, I don't know what a guy's going through mentally when he's in there. But it looked like he was just like, fuck it. You know, I'm out. And, he went to his back, and he's on the ground, and then just let Acosta literally just slide in, mount side control, rail down punches. Alright, that was disappointing. I thought Acosta was going to win. I thought it was a 50-50, honestly. Dudes are punching like that. Acosta's way more athletic. For Acosta, I know he pulled out Curtis Blades. Man, I think for Acosta, as much hype as he is going for in this heavyweight division, there's not a lot of contenders. He's put his name up there. I would assume I'd like to see him versus a legit strike like Sarah Cox. Like a legit strike. How's he doing that? I think that would be the appropriate test for him. Curtis Blades, I don't like that. Let's say he get wrestled down, dude. He get handled and TKO. I don't like that. That'd be the one fight I would avoid if I keep this hype train going. Silva, Volkov, a guy who's going to strike with you. Because Costa probably has the best jab in the heavyweight division. Good footwork. Clearly has power. Super athletic. He was a former baseball player. I think he was a prospect with the Cincinnati Reds. So clearly, super athlete. But I don't like the Curtis Blades fight for him. There's so many other fun matchups. Okay, he passed the test. Sugar Sean O'Malley, Sonya Dong, similar to Arnold Allen. These guys are. I'm not being disrespectful, but they're these, again, to correlate to other sports, they're these minor league players who are superstars. They're dominating the minor leagues and they're doing their thing. And then when they get called up to play for the Yankees or for the Dodgers, they can't hang. They can't hit the curveball. They can't hit the knuckle. They just don't perform. So they got to go back down. He's one of those guys, pretty easy to figure out. Okay, what's he really doing well? He cuts off the cage well, applies pressure, big power. That's it. Sugar Sean was like, all right, good footwork, stick the jabs, work up his timing, and I'm going to win this thing by decision, Yeah, not the most exciting fight. I'm glad Sugar got it done. Let's take a little break, kids, and we'll get right back into this episode of the Shop Show, because 2026 is the year you launch your business. Stop waiting. The year you transform into an entrepreneur, founder, boss, baby. That's right. One powerful move puts your future firmly in your hands, and that's starting a business with Shopify. I've done it. Got fast on gas, thick boy, it's all Shopify, baby. Maybe you got an idea you can't shake, and craft someone tells you you gotta sell this, a story redesign in your head. With Shopify 2026, when you finally make it happen. Shopify gives you everything you need to sell online and in person. Millions of entrepreneurs have already made this leap, from household names to first-time business owners that are just getting started. We got you guys. Right? Marketing is built into great email, social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scroll. As you grow, Shopify grows with you. Handle more orders, expand to new markets, and do it all from the same dashboard. In 2026, stop waiting. Start selling with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling at Shopify.com/shop. SHAP, all lowercase. Go to Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. That's Shopify.com/shop. Here's your first cha-ching this new year with Shopify by your side. Did you notice Sean's growth as far as like his techniques go? Because he didn't go crazy. Yeah, I think he was more control. I think, when you're coming off a 2-fight losing streak, it's so much pressure, man. And you just really gotta buckle down. You know, in the fight, you're not gonna take as many risks. When you're undefeated, like you was before the Rob fights, when you're undefeated, you think you're untouchable. You're gonna try and get away with a lot. You're a little more reckless. Coming off 2 losses, you lose this one, man, it's a tough road for him. So I thought he won the fight. Nobody got robbed, but again, nothing blow your dick off. You're like, all right, we're trying to pass the test, thank God. We'll keep going. I think next for him, I don't think it's a title shot. I think Rob Peter Young's next. I think the course in him fight makes sense with all wants to see it. But here's my thing with that, and again, this has some similarities when we get to the main event with Justin Gaethje and his win. With Sugar Sean and Justin Gaethje, which I'll tie this all in, but with Sugar Sean, let's say you fight Peter Young, let's say you go right to the title shot, and this version of Peter Young beat you. Some people thought he beat him the first time, but it doesn't matter. Sugar won that fight. This version of Peter Young beat Sugar. Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? And then let's say after that, then they give Rob a shot, and then Rob beats Peter Young. You're gonna beat Rob. No chance. You're kind of stuck there. Again, I would say it's a sprint, not I would say it's a marathon, not a sprint. So I would take your time. I would do the court Sanhagen fight, see how it goes against Peter and Rob, because Peter looks so goddamn good. Nobody's beating that version of Peter. Maybe it's a one-off. Maybe he looks human against the rematch against Rob. But I wouldn't vie for a title fight because there's nowhere to go for Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje, Patty Pimblett. Let's get into that fight before I give you who we're going to fight next. So, for Patty Pimblett, who you guys know, I've been shouting from the rooftops how he can be the next Conor. He's the next megastar for the UFC. The issue is when you really look at the tape on Patty Pimblett, and when you look at the Justin Gaethje fight, you look at who he would have to be to become champion on a path to victory. There's just not. Because what's he do well? Rap. the thing that makes everything get your back, stuff like that, in transition, get terrible message. It's not ace of wrestling. He gets most of his takedowns of guys making mistakes. They go for a hip toss, or they do some throwing, they shoot. Just want to get your back. If you're going to do something against the cage, like that's kind of how he gets your back. Because he's jiu-jitsu really, he's not really, didn't really have the fundamentals of wrestling. His striking is blue belt level. At that, in the top 10, top 15, he's blue belt striking. He's not world class. You gotta be careful with saying everybody's world class. He's not world class approach striking. So knowing all this, someone watched that and just fight because he proved he was at the top. That was not like that. In the fight, he got knocked down a few times. What I mean by that is I don't mean shooting a single shooting a double, your traditional freestyle wrestling. I mean getting underhooks, getting the cage, pulling in, that's doing anything around. Going into this fight, you told me, hey man, Patty's just gonna stay on just so I wouldn't have one fucking life savings. Just if it keep up with the hours, his striking, he doesn't possess knockout power. It's just not his thing. If there's a thing with knockout power, there's nothing in the champ to do better at it. Either you got it or he does not have it.
We are family. I got all my sisters and me. We are family. Come on, everybody sing. Family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. We together as we walk on by. Hi. Let me fly like the birds of a feather. And it's like, no why. You all of the people remember the day of the pinnacle. People of my God. We are that was tight. Really? That's my girl.
Showed he deserves to be at the top because he didn't get finished. Let's go through this. So Patty got beat up bad. Like that fight's gonna take years off of his life. You see, get knocked out. He's huge. Okay. It's never good. And he's tough. Means it did not go. Boy, he's tough. Okay? That's the only thing you can say about that. Boy, he's tough. Okay? So let's go through that. If you truly believe he's one of the top contenders, how's he beat Marcus Howard?
Great asset. I also like great asset.
He's gonna take Garmin now. Patty's right plus 400 in that fight. So let's go to the champ. And this is the other thing. This is all I can think of doing this main event. After the second round, what are these two gonna do?
Just a mistake for the record. I didn't know that our family don't. We are family. Got all my sisters with me. Not a mistake for the record. We're giving all that our family don't. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. I got all my sisters with me. Oh, we are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. We are family. I got all my sisters and me. We are family. Get up, everybody, say. The one that just begun. We're not fire. Happy month's Hey, mother, for the future. And the name inside. Hey, nothing's coming to mind. It's really cool. I'm feeling blue. I'm happy you have nothing to do. Oh no, we've got a family group. We are family. I'm starting to die. Yeah, I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and say, we are family.
To a certain extent, somebody I probably just didn't catch it. It's gonna catch it. Very frustrating. But in the third round, what you want, notice
What the
he
fuck?
started taking control of that center of the octagon. And that's when he had success. But again, he just doesn't have the skill set to exchange with a guy like Justin Gaethje.
What the fuck?
He landed more punches, more significant strikes. It doesn't matter. It was not. It didn't phase Justin Gaethje. They don't have the skill and technique.
What is going on with this thing?
The problem with being a grappler is you got to get him down to the mat, but you don't have a wrestling foundation. So we're kind of fucked. It's a bummer. It's heartbreaking. Now, the good thing is, if you are a Patty fan, which I am,
What is going on with this thing?
you can look at this like, all right, man, he's beloved by the UFC. He's still, besides Joe Perry, probably the biggest star in the division. They're going to do some stuff to make sure he stays winning. There's certain matchups where, okay, you can kind of do this, you know. But if he didn't have that personality, he didn't have that phone, and they feed him Armin, they feed him Ilya, I don't know, man. There's not enough hours in the day to make up in the discrepancy in skill set. That's just what it is. And I love Patty. One of my favorite people. Straight up, one of my favorite fucking people. But that's the truth. There's no way he wants to fight one hole. He definitely belongs to the top three. And it sucks. Now for Justin, and remember, if you're saying Patty belongs at the top because he's top, right? That doesn't. No, everybody's top. So that's. But remember, I started with Justin Gaethje for fucking heaven. The Justin Gaethje that showed up on Saturday night was, let's say Justin, the height of his career was a 10. That was probably Justin at a 7. He has so many miles on him. He's not moving like he used to. If you even go back and look at the first Mazeev fight compared to this, he's moving different as he should. He's 37. He has all the miles on him. All the miles. So, Patty got annihilated by a compromised Justin Gaethje. Justin Gaethje, this isn't no knock on Justin. It is what he's over. Justin's at best a plus 100 against Sorokin, a plus 6 and 700 against Tolgari, and had to get dog walked. So I just don't see the argument there. I don't see the argument. I don't know what you do. So with Justin, again, all right, so you beat Patty, you beat the high, you beat Justin. Is his reward for doing that Ilya? You don't do that to that guy. And this is the thing. This is what makes the UFC great. This is why Justin Gaethje is a bona fide Hall of Fame. Anyone tells you anything else, they don't know shit about this sport. Justin is a bona fide Hall of Fame. Because you're going to say, well, the other leagues, fuck the other leagues. Justin Gaethje, strength of schedule, compared to your beloved Khabib, is on a whole nother level. Justin Gaethje's walked through fucking fire. Not a grappler. He chooses to strike only. His strength of schedule is bananas. This is why he should be in the Hall of Fame. Also, the reason why Justin Gaethje was a shoo-in to kick off Paramount is because he has 14 fucking fight bonuses. Fight performances, fight bonuses. This fucking guy.
Are we celebrating the International Holocaust Day? By saying how many halachically Jewish people died in the Holocaust? Fuck yeah, bitch.
Nuts. He's beat the who's who. He's lost to the very, very the best. He's only lost to Hall of Famers. He's beat the Hall of Famers. Dustin Poirier, first ballot Hall of Famer. That kid killed him. Doing first in Hall of Famer. Cerrone Hall of Famer. Barboza up for debate. He's only lost to the very best, but he's beat some of the best. Anybody's done season Hall of Famer. You're out of your fucking mind. Our sport's different. There's so many ways to lose. And this guy's a striker. And he also comes from the golden age of the lightweight division. When it was Khabib, think all the monsters, Khabib, Pettis, Dustin Poirier, Khabib, Charles Oliveira, Chandler, Tony Ferguson at his prime, Cerrone, Barboza, Eddie Alvarez. Come on, dude. Max Holloway, even though Max Holloway's a 45, but still, dude. He's like must-see TV. He's the most entertaining fighter the UFC's ever had. If that's not Hall of Fame, I don't know what the fuck is, dude. You know you can always count on him. Always count on him to give you a great performance and lay it all on the line. Just catch up with him. What's the deal you make, man? So, long story short, what's his reward? I was thinking about this on the way. I was like, all right, if you're Justin Gaethje, his manager's Ali, right? If you're his manager, do you feed him Georgian fucking rolls? You know, do you give him Islam? I'm sorry, not Islam? Do you give him Marvin Sorokin? No. You know what you do? Because he wants to find the White House card. Give him Conor McGregor. You owe it to him. A guy that's always been entertaining, always delivers. First ballot Hall of Famer. Maybe one or two fights left, probably one fight left. He's given it his all, man. He complained about the bonuses, right? He has all these bonuses, $9 million. You don't put him out to pasture and have him fight Ilya Topuria. He's a fucking plus 600. That's fucked up, dude. He's not going to win that fight. Literally, he has zero chance to win that fight. Zero chance. The way you reward a guy who's suffered major physical trauma, major brain trauma, and has delivered for you in every fucking facet. Anytime he's been asked to fight, the dude is must-see TV. He delivers. you reward him by giving him the biggest fight experience cover. And also, those odds are a lot closer than anybody else. Sorokin, Topir, those odds are not favorite. Justin. Connor? Okay. You do it at 70. Do it at 70. That should be Justin's record. It's for BMF time. That's what you do, Justin. You want to do right by Justin Gaethje after all the shit he's been through, all the hard work he's done for this company, you reward him with a super fight on the White House card in Scotland. That's the only way you reward Justin Gaethje. And you owe him. You owe him. That fight shouldn't go to anybody else. That's Justin Gaethje's fight at the White House. That's what you do. For Paddy Pimblett, I think win, lose, or draw this weekend, it's Dan Hooker, Paddy Pimblett. Also, I think it's some time. So, Dan Hooker's fighting this weekend, so lights up.
Yo, what up? Haley, how you living, Pam?
What's up?
Slanging dick like it's going out of style. What's good, son?
It's been a while.
I'm amazing. Every day's a holiday, every night's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, big dog?
What are you up to?
I'm in Twitter Spaces. How about you, big man? Hey. Okay.
So my country is not eligible for a foreign bank account. So can you create any foreign bank account?
No.
Okay. Can you describe anyone that can use just use implement?
Like generally, any legitimate project will be able to pay you in cryptocurrency, and then you just have it in your wallet. If they want you to create some kind of foreign bank account, I would be very leery.
Okay. No problem. So I'll
Okay, big dog. Take care, my man.
Now, if you're trying to go Sizzler, you're trying to go fucking Sizzler, you're trying to get numbies, you do Paddy Pimblett Connor. If Justin, for whatever reason, is like, nope, I want to fight Topir for the title of my last fight, I refuse to fight Connor, alright, let's do numbies. Let's do numbies. When you do Paddy versus Connor. That's what you're looking for. I'm just glad the UFC's back. That card is tough. So what would you want next for Ilya Armin? Yeah. So, I mean, think about it. Yeah, you go through it. Let's say you do Ilya Armin. And Ilya wins. Okay. It's by far it's the fight. If the UFC's all about the best fight, it's Ilya Armin. Those are the very two best 155ers on the fucking planet. We all know this. There's a huge drop off. So let's say they do that fight. Not in the White House, right? But let's say they do that fight this summer. And Ilya beats him. Ilya fights Charles again, fights Max again, just in case he knows. I just told you what they're going to do with him. Paddy Pimblett, no, come off a lot. Dan Hooker, no. But like, for Ilya, they do that Armin Sorokin fight, he beats him, it just sets up his own Ilya. And then there's not much left for him to do. You know, there's just not much left for him to do. You could go with some gas if Armin beats him. Armin could definitely beat him. If Armin beats Ilya, then they match right here. They squeeze in the juice out of that thing. Probably get that trilogy fight, and that keeps the division going. But other than that, man,
Either be wrong the first time, see ya. It's a weird time, dude. Weird time. Let's take a little break here, because there's only one UFC 325. We're so spoiled. We got back-to-back big boy fight cards, and this Saturday it's going down under, mates. That's right, this Saturday on DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting. Once it's over, your shot to get in on the action is gone. DraftKings Sportsbook isn't built for live betting, not just pre-fight picks, because in the UFC, one moment can flip the entire fight, one punch, one kick, one takedown. New to DraftKings, customers can bet $5 and get $300 in their bonus bets if your bet wins. With the code SHOPSHOW. Download DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the code SHOPSHOW. That's code SHOPSHOW to get $5 and $300 bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the Partnership. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or call 877-8. Open wire, text open line. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. We have a Louisville Casino in Kansas. Tax pass-through may apply in Illinois, 21 and over in most states, or in Ontario. Restrictions apply. That must only receive bonus bets which expire at pkng.co/audio. Limited time offer. All right, brother, what do you got? Okay, you mentioned this already, but this is actually discussing media ads on the broadcast. See, man, they're no longer on pay-per-view, so it's a bit of a different view of these videos tonight. There's a lot of ads during the broadcast, sometimes over the walks and sometimes over the quarterback. Is that something fans are going to have to get used to, or is that a work in progress that will change?
I haven't seen it yet. No, this is a work in progress. It's $8.99. You're not paying fucking, however much more. You gotta make some money too, so.
Would that be something that they decide, or would you watch it back and maybe think, okay, clear-main event, we should still hear the quarterback, or are you just like, listen, Paramount paid for it, they get to decide?
Well, that is a fact. Let's start there. But these guys are incredible to work with already, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's like big fights, like co-main event, main event, make sure there's no ads when you listen to the quarterback. I saw someone post they use like some sort of celebrity or something that goes, no, F that. I paid the $13.99 and it shows no commercials and he still sees the commercials. That's why I paid the premium. I said, yeah, so I think it was just more just kind of like, it's commercial, break and run. It's the same thing. Might as well be a commercial. But again, I do think to make some adjustments. Remember, this is the first time to make some adjustments. I don't see how they change on you know. I didn't mind it early. Exactly. That's why I don't mind it. I'd rather pay $160. I can still see the commercials. Like, it's just business. I get, it's like, yeah, man. I completely get it. Yeah, I get it. It sucks.
I will say good morning. It is the slow podcast show. Today's back is allowing the ball at 36. We are cooking up on the bottom of the line with Caitlin Davis after us, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 1 up from back. Remember again, Michigan yesterday was discussed. Well, this is the item which I saw that I was visited correct. He was fucking something. They're not fun. Amongst them, the bread, baked fire Haas will put sugar base. Haas was not spread, cooked by an baked by an home, was not subsequently committed by another base. Versus the fact that the Haas feels the need to save the immediate well, these commands just putting someone else who feels that Haas bread was permitted by if you answer the Tom Akas yesterday, again, indeed, there is someone who holds that bread of her home was permitted with emergency. One time, you also have Rabbi that goes out to the behavior of the problem of transporting manifest self. So Rabbi one transporter and a particular apple brought before him transporting. So transporting is a bread made with a particular type of grain, a measure of salt, and a large, nice, safety loaf of bread. Rabbi said, Kamanoa passes what a nice list of bread. Malo, why would the rabbis feel the need to go ahead and deliver such a nice loaf of bread? So he says, Malo, why do the rabbis spread it? We know this. Mishum Chasnos, bread is one of those things. The reason why Chazal the reason that the reason why the rabbis prohibited bread baked by an apple was because of Chasnos. The tradition is that when you break bread with someone, there's certain friendship and certain closeness that's engendered. So we're concerned that if a Jew were to eat the bread of a non-Jew, it could create relationships, and ultimately those relationships could only lead to intermarriage. Whereas yours, Rabbi, my answer is no. Gemara says, I understand why there could be an issue ultimately again of intermarriage, when it's more personal. For example, the Atzon bakes a loaf of bread in his house, and I eat it, or in the city where there's proximity. But out in the field, represents, in other words, coming in contact with the apple, and this is an episodic action, not an ongoing relationship. So what Rabbi was wondering was, why would the bread of a Gentile be prohibited in the field, where the interaction again is only episodic, and not going to lead to intermarriage? The Gemara says, so people thought when they heard this from Rabbi, they thought that Rabbi was in fact permitting bread baked by a Gentile, what we call pas. The Gemara says, that's not true. That's not what's happening here. Rabbi was just pas. In fact, that was not the truth. Rabbi was not permitting it. Rabbi was simply questioning and kind of going through the intellectual process. Rabbi was not actually coming to permit bread baked by a Gentile. You'll see the Gemara is so can't carry myself. So Yosef, and some sort of the story, we just said, no. The story, as we just recounted, is not how it happened. The story happened, this looks like one time Rabbi went to a particular location, saw that the Jewish students, right, that the Talmidei Chachamim were having difficulty finding bread. There wasn't, and why is there no bread? Is there not a baker here? People thought that was even asking, is it a Gentile baker? Therefore, I don't. What Rabbi was essentially saying is that bread baked by a Gentile baker will ultimately be permitted. Gemara says, in fact, Rabbi was saying, no. Rabbi was asking, isn't there a Jewish baker? Even according to the team themselves, Gemara doesn't exclusively say what's the whole reason why the rabbis went ahead and did it, bread of the Gentiles, because it could lead ultimately again to bread with someone that creates relationships. Closeness, relationships with custom result in intermarriage, which is the undoing of the very familial and national fabric of Islam. So if a Chazal said you can't eat the bread baked by a Gentile, what's interesting is, of course, these were the only applied in a situation where someone is personally baking bread. So, for example, my Gentile neighbor bakes bread, I can't eat that. A pelter is a baker. So you have a Gentile baker who owns someone comes in to purchase that bread and they purchase. That's not what Chazal was talking about. There's no concern with intermarriage there because there's no closeness that's engendered by the consumption of that bread. It's commercial. It's not the Gemara says, even going to be that says that therefore you can purchase, obviously, bread that has kosher ingredients. Kosher bread from a Gentile baker, or Omer El Lekapad himself, as long as there's no Jewish baker available. Or where there is a Jewish baker, law. You cannot purchase the bread of a Gentile baker. But Yochanan, and Rabbi Yochanan says, even if the opinion says it's bread baked by a Gentile baker, honey is the saga. That's only out in the field. Again, the field represents the idea of episodic interaction. About here, but not in the city. No. Why? Ultimately, again, because of this even for those who permitted the consumption of bread baked by a Gentile baker, or someone who did this for Parnasah, does not focus. Does that apply to the city or not outside of the city? Abraham and Isaac ate the bread of a Gentile baker.
leaked it to
of
somebody
a
else, and
Gentile.
obviously they
Rabbi
don't
says
feel
over here, Menachem is notion of going, he's eating the bread of a Gentile,
that's how this
Artei
goes.
Mitzri, out in the fields by the
My thing
borders
with
of the
this
field.
is
Now, I will clearly
fighters
cross,
can't
clearly
control
tell
what
that
number
Allah
that
for
they
the
have.
because it was out in the field,
Gyms have
therefore the
you have your
Gezeira
team,
did not
you have your
cross.
boys. Sometimes
I'm
there's
looking
some
around, you
randos
are
in
the
there.
first,
Sometimes they're gonna do the
don't talk
thing.
to him. Don't talk to
Sometimes
him
they're
anymore.
just
The
nuts.
Kahal feel like
I
what
just
they
hate
are.
boys.
Why?
And
Because
so
the bread
this
of a non.
dude
So
right
you see
doesn't
over
know
here,
where it
the
is.
rest
So
of my
came
use
in
of
and
thought that
shit
I was
fucked up. He's
actually
compromising
and
me
therefore
out.
commanded the other people
That
not
has
to
nothing to
go
do with
ahead
Hernandez.
and
Has nothing to
engage.
do with Michael Johnson.
So what's this? Interestingly enough,
My
this is
question
the
is,
end of
when
the
he was
Soviet
paused,
past. Well, it's just kind of just
my
a
question,
moment
instead
of
of
this
disciplining the two fighters that
so
were
we know,
ass off me,
so what do we do with this? Like, what is the nature of this disease?
instead of
Clearly,
disciplining
what
them for
Chazal
these
wanted
actions,
us to
these
do was
idiots
to
that they have
ideally
no control
bread
over.
that is baked by another Jew. So
Why
we call
isn't there
this in
an option
halacha
just to
hasis.
pull that fight
So
from the
what do we
betting
do contemporarily?
sites
So for
like
example, you go
DraftKings,
ahead, you go to the supermarket. I go to the supermarket, and you purchase, you buy a loaf of bread, whatever the brand is, with a hashkafa. Hashkafa. So what is that? So remember again, more often than not, that's not hasis. That's what's called hasis halter. That is bread baked by a non-Jewish baker, in a commercial enterprise, and your kosher certification to ensure that the ingredients are kosher. So the halacha l'maisa, we assume that the prohibition of Chazal and Mesa can't be passed. That was bread baked by an individual idolater, an individual Gentile. Because the concern is if I break bread with my neighbor, I break bread with an individual Gentile that intended to ship, that is shipped to Costco and lead to internet. But essentially, the halacha says Chazal never goes there on commercially produced bread. Right? A baker, what we call a palter, a baker, he's not baking it for me. He's baking it for whoever the customer is. And when I buy the loaf of bread, he's not like, oh, what a sweet Jew, he brought a loaf of bread. It's a customer. A customer is a customer. And therefore, it does not create that sense of relationship, and therefore we're not meeting. And therefore, I don't like this. That's why today, definitely it goes from Makram Hasis, only to eat bread baked by a Jewish. Means not only is it ingredient-wise kosher, but the baking process itself had Jewish intervention. What level of Jewish intervention you need in order to make it pass Tzalza is a deeper discussion. But that's when you go to the supermarket, you buy just like a major brand, loaf of bread that has a hashkafa. That's not passes. That's what's called passes. Breads of a Gentile baker. Kosher certification says that all of the ingredients are kosher, and halachah, so there is no concern of intervention because it is commercially. Next, last line. Last line on Rebbe, last line 35. Furthermore, again, Chazal let's say that you can't ingest the oil of a Gentile. Shemen, Rav Amar Daniel Gav. So it says, interestingly enough, is my focus over exactly when this Gezerah against Shemen was made. So Rav says, Daniel, went ahead and legislated this. Shmuel says, was the Babylon of 36a, Mizil Fos. The Fasim shall cater his name on second. The first thing we're saying like this. It's because often a Gentile will go ahead and use his oil in a clean which sounds like tummy, which means ritually impure. Therefore, the ritually impure absorption seep into the oil itself, and therefore into the oil of the prisoners in one side. Out of fully ammo of the parasmenu, that means happening by oil from a Jew either. Maybe the Jew also kept his oil in ritually impure. You don't assume that people are marked on the laws of ritual purity and impurity. Allah is the person shall kill him as soon, not tummy, but not a trick. We're concerned that the Gentiles store his oil in safe utensils, not kosher utensils, and because the oil sits there, it absorbs the non-kosher utensils. Therefore, you can't use the oil of an apple. So fundamentally, my focus, Rabbi Shmuel. So Rav says the Gezerah on Shemen of oil of an apple comes from the Navi Daniel. Shmuel says it's a practical issue because the Gentile potentially could store the oil in one of his non-kosher utensils. The oil will absorb the non-kosher. Holy Shmuel says that Ishmael Amina is leaf Fatsan Shal Kilim Asurin or Sarkon. Shmuel says like here. Shmuel says okay. According to me, this is an issue. The oil of an apple, Shemen apple, is an issue of absorption. That makes sense. Anyway, if you ask like this question. Shmuel bar Martha Amar, Hirsch Rabbi Smalai,
It's just what we do. It's
Rabbi
part of the game.
Smalai, Darshan Kalu, Shemen, Rabbi Huda, Esino Ninga Allah Beti. So Rabbi Smalai said that Rabbi Huda and his Betin, they chose immediately to do the Betin, his own Betin, and they permitted oil. They didn't why it's kosher, there's no need to prohibit it. Sabar, no sin kamaf kam. Why? Because the logic was that even if there are absorptions, get absorbed into the oil, the absorptions are not beneficial or detrimental. That's what's called no sin kamaf kam. Literally, again, it infuses taste, but the taste itself is compromised and stunk. So again, this can mean a number of different things. It can either mean that they only use utensils that were used that were not used in the last 24 hours, and therefore the absorption is dormant, or it could just mean that in general, in oil, any absorption that comes from a non-kosher utensil will only be detrimental. In any event, when you do that in his days, he felt that halal there's no need to be concerned about the oil on alcohol. So that makes sense. That makes sense according to Shmuel says. According to Rav, the Amar Daniel does it. But the prophet Daniel was one who made this enactment against the oil of an apple. The Gemara says, how could this be? God love Daniel. Daniel does it, but also Yehuda Nasim the Bakkar. Could it be that Daniel made it clear? That's not a no, the big deal. But now we learn in based on the Torah, that's a new rule. Rabbinic legislation can be repealed. But in order to repeal rabbinic legislation, you need a rabbinic body of greater number and wisdom than the one who originally enacted the legislation. So the Yehuda and his Beis Din are not greater than Daniel. So how would Yehuda and his Beis Din have the right to repeal legislation that Daniel? So he responded back, Smalai Udak Amrit, you're going ahead and you're bringing the right from Rabbi Smalai, Rudin, he was a shiny Udai from the Zalzi. This is actually pretty incredible. Ultimately, don't bring a raya from the people from Udai. Why? Because in general, they were not careful with the Amarle, Ashlachle, so ultimately, again, he said to Rav, can I tell Rabbi Smalai that you said that? Rav was embarrassed and essentially, no. It's a very profound story. Never say something about someone that you would not want them to hear from the other. So Rav said this is very good about Rabbi Smalai. Shmuel says, can I tell him you said that? This Rav becomes embarrassed. Amarad and Immo Darshu, just because the Yehuda and the Beis did not darshan the pasuk doesn't mean that we shouldn't darshan it. What's the pasuk? So what's it? This is the proof to Rav that Daniel was the one who legislated against the oil of an apple. The pasuk says, "Vayosem Daniel alibo asher lo yisrael b'chasad hamara v'yayin mishpat." So that's it. The pasuk says in Daniel that Daniel promised, like he took it upon himself, not to go ahead and eat the bread of the king, and not to drink two drinks. So the Gemara says, the first wise line, Lamed Vav 36. The famous argument is talking about two different drinks. One is wine and one is oil. So you see from here again, this Rav says in the Naya that Daniel himself was the one who legislated against the use of oil from an Rav Savar, Alibo's son, Rav Savar, Alibo's son, before Yisrael, Rav said Daniel accepted this upon himself, and he also legislated this for the Klal Yisrael. Shmuel says Alibo's son would before Yisrael alone. Shmuel says, no, I agree. Daniel accepted this upon himself, but Daniel did not legislate this for all of Klal Yisrael. So it's a fundamental difference. So one second. The Shemin Daniel doesn't is actually that Daniel was the one who made the Kizil against oil of an apple. Mama Sali, no saw Mishmei Derav, the Achali Avini no saw Sarai Piton, Ushmanon, Yenon Ibn Osir, Kulon Yishmona Sardabrahim. So literally again, the bread of an apple, Shemin the oil of an apple, the wine of an apple, and the daughters of an apple, all of these are part of the 18 Gezeros. So again, Rashi points out this Gemara Masech Shabbos, 18 Gezeros that the Shammai was able to pass over the objections over the Israel. So we see that it's Chazal, it's later rabbis who legislated this halacha of oil, not Daniel. The Chitim also goes over Lokibel. Maybe Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. And what happens? Also committed the Hillel of Shammai that does the Kibbutz, and ultimately again it was the students of Hillel of Shammai who then subsequently legislated the same legislation of Daniel. Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. Then later on, the students of Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated and people accepted it. If that's the case, ultimately again, then what does Rav say? Now, why did Rav say that Daniel legislated the prohibition on oil? If at the end of the day, after Daniel legislated it, no one listened, what's the point of that statement? Daniel doesn't alone for a year, but right? Rather, Daniel legislated that the oil of an akum should be prohibited in the city, and ultimately, Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated that it should be prohibited even in the city. So again, this is back to previous tomorrow. That Daniel legislated and are apparently so wine is so oil shaman is also a short intermarriage. Where is there a short intermarriage? In the city where people have more ongoing contact. But in the field there's no problem. And then later on, Shammai and Hillel came along and expanded the rabbinic prohibition and said it applies even in the field. So much as Yehuda Nasi, 18 months in the Mishnah, then remember, what did Gemara say before? Gemara said that Yehuda is based in subsequently repealed prohibition on oil. How can Yehuda is based in repealed legislation made by Shammai and Hillel? Really, it's the Talmid of Shammai. After about Talmid, ain't based in Yochel Avot, they're based in Hadar, anything does on the women, that one day, you just said this before, one day they do not repeal the reason of the subsequent basin of the previous basin, unless of course that subsequent basin is larger in number and wisdom. So Rabbi Yehuda is based on something not created in the community of Shammai and Hillel. So how can this be resolved? Furthermore, Amar Rabba Bar Yochanan, that called Yochel Levato, based in Divrei Beis Hadar, Chutz Mishmor Asadam. General, by the way, even when it comes to the repealing of rabbinic law, you're right. So the particular basin makes a ruling, subsequent basin that is larger in size and number to repeal the previous rabbinic legislation, with the exception of the 18 enactments that were done by the students of Shammai and Hillel. Why? Gemara says Shammai. Even Yahweh is the only basin, in Shomer. Because even if Eliyahu and his basin, and his basin were to come, Eliyahu and his basin were to come, they can't repeal the 18 enactments. Why not? Unless Rosh Hashanah, oil and process to seal of the and those 18 enactments, some of them, were so profoundly accepted and so ingrained within the halakhic practice of Child Israel, therefore no one has the ability to repeal. Shemen lo pasha Israel b'chol Israel, but ultimately again oil has to be in the Israel. Apparently the prohibition on oil is never taught. Just never taught. So whether it was legislated first by Daniel, people didn't accept it, then subsequently legislated by Shammai and Hillel, and then it sounds like even then it wasn't really accepted. Because it wasn't really accepted, therefore Yehuda and his basin had the ability to formally repeal it. Rabbi Shor Abba Omer Yochanan goes incredible. Yoshvu Rabbeinu Bachu Hashem and Shalom Pasha Yisrael B'Rov Yisrael. The rabbis and they saw, they did like in the school, they saw that the majority of Israel was not observing the prohibition on oil of an atom. So, Torah was not representing the oil, but Divrei Rabbi Elazar Batzon. Therefore, the rabbis based themselves on the words of Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Elazar Batzon. Omer, Ein Gozin Zeh Tzibor, and the Inkin Lo Tzibor Yisrael. Rabbis only have the ability to legislate within the law if it is clear that the majority of the population has the ability to abide by it. If the majority of the population is going to go into non-compliance, Chazal do not have the right to legislate, which is fascinating. Therefore, the Gemara says, it turns out that although the rabbis had political intentions with prohibiting oil and akum, they never took. Now, the Gemara doesn't tell us why it never took. Right? At the end of the day, you just or whatever the situation was, but it never took root, it never took hold. because it never took hold, therefore by definition, just the zero never vested. Just therefore again, it's able to be repealed formally subsequently by the reason.
It's going to be.
Which I was another name. It's such a beautiful use. So I found out, it's the Torah in general again. Something in Yiddish becomes it's something in Yiddish that becomes overwhelming. Chances are, I'm doing it too. So the way the Torah pleasant is the Shpal for lessons. And therefore, again, even in rabbinic law, the rabbis have a right to legislate, but if the system sees that people just can't do it, or aren't doing it, then by definition, the law says, what's the pasuk? And I will say that this is a major yisod, right? This is a major concept from our single day. The rabbis legislate law, and the majority of people are not listening to it. The law essentially comes with the law. Now, it sounds like it's going to be some type of formal repeal process. Now, which will be even baked in, but essentially the law falls off. Someone says, where do you know that from? My pro, what's the pasuk that's supposed to? We'll say, Lamed Vav on the base 36b. Moreover, it quotes the pasuk from Malachi. Amahira atem ne'erim, osi atem holding hagoy kulo. So literally again, a me'ira is a curse. Rashi says, atem mekabel aleichem gizera ba'arvik. You probably so you accept it upon yourself. The responsibilities of the Torah. Literally again, it's the penalty of a curse. V'nesa alechem, v'achakach, osi atem holding, holding shatem men children aru. So another thing is probably so you accept it upon yourself, prohibitions, but yet then you yourself transgress those very prohibitions. You might have said, listen to this. Now it's interesting, the way the pasuk phrases it is Hagoy Kulo. And he's doing this, the nation as a whole. So the Rabbi is rebuking Klal Yisrael for accepting upon themselves certain things and then violating the very things they accepted upon themselves. But our first says, you accepted it as Hagoy Kulo, the entire nation. If Hagoy Kulo in, he knows all. The Gemara says, if Hagoy Kulo, the entire nation of Klal Yisrael, accepted their prohibition, then Inachinami is binding. But if the majority of Klal Yisrael never accepted it, then obviously it is not binding. Of course, obviously it only applies to rabbinic law. Biblical law is compulsory, this word is French. When it comes to rabbinic law, it's very interesting. You see that there's a halacha where some significance, the majority of the segment of Klal Yisrael did not accept it, just never kind of seeped into everyday practice. And ultimately, it is not binding. So what's interesting about say is that it appears that Shad fell into that category. Although again, the rabbis legislated you cannot get oil from the temple for the reasons that we said before, the general population just never observed this kind of law, and therefore again it never vested ultimately again as part of the body of the law. So what's the Lamed Vav on base 36 feet, 3 lines of Gufa. Omer Ba'ali Omer Bin. What's the putting the rest of the silver sword? No, some Shmei Drat. Pitan Ushmanan Yeno Benotzim, Kulun Ushmanan Asar Dolar. Right? So remember again, the bread of an akum, the oil of an akum, the wine of an akum, the daughters of an akum, all of these are part of the 18 enactments that were made by the students of Shammai. Says the Gemara, what's that? You know, saying my word says the legislation against the daughters of an akum, the right non-Jewish women, what is that? Amar Rabbi Nachman, because what Abino saying, Nidos me arisos. That's how legislated that Akum will not Jewish will not Jewish law, and the status of Nida already from the state. And like an obviously, it doesn't use act of spiritual demonstration. The rabbis legislated that a non-Jewish woman has the status of Nida from the time that she's indicated. Why did they do this? And the ancient between since the non-Jewish woman will ultimately again someone from the time that she's a baby, I guess all of those barriers ultimately different than it is. All of these things, all of these legislation, ultimately was to prevent us ultimately again from engaging in the also the rabbis legislated that you can't eat the bread of an apple lest you come to consume your oil. My only What is that? Why ultimately, again, what it sounds like we're more worried about the oil than the bread. Why is oil more worrisome than bread? Ella Alpita Ushmanon Yishuyim. That is what rabbis legislate. You can't eat the bread or the oil of the Gentile just because it seems wine. The Aliyim Yishum B'Nosehen and wine were concerned ultimately again because of the brothers. In other words, Yabnosim Yishum Dava'ach. And we're worried about the marriage disorder, something else will happen. And then something else will lead to something else. So we're going to define that cryptic statement. I just want to point out how fascinating it is, right? Because up until now, we've always been focusing on the idea that the wine that the happened was an issue of Avodah Zarah. Now the Gemara says that all of these gezeros, now they're not exclusive, but essentially the trust of these gezeros is infinite. So you can't eat the bread or the oil of the Nakum lest you come to drink his wine. And what there's something to come to drink his wine is to marry his blood or something. Because again, wine, bread, oil, ultimately wine feeds the sense of closeness, and that closeness comes to result in let's analyze this. Now the Gemara continues, and then again, you have the cryptic thing, and you can't marry the brother of a Gentile, you shouldn't have an because of something else, and also the Ra'ah will lead to the Ra'ah. Forget that, I know there's one second. And I'm saying, guys, not about to marry Jewish women, non-Jewish women, you can't marry a non-Jewish woman, really, it's sick, but it's not team them. Plus, it says you cannot marry them. Pretty explicit talking about the Gentile nations. Which was the Oraisa Zain Umos. Marshal gave up from Umos. Mid the Oraisa, the publication of intermarriage only applied to 7 nations which were indigenous to Canaan. And ultimately, again, not everyone else. The rabbis came along and said the publication of intermarriage applies to all non-Jews. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, the rabbis told us who was mentioning, or here's the concept. Mashpir, Shomai says, not true. Not true. The pasuk says, you're not allowed to marry non-Jewish women. Ultimately, again, because she will cause your son to veer away from the child. Marrying non-Jewish women, so the pasuk, she's going to raise the child and hold it, even if it wasn't child, but the child. Specifically, Rabbi says, there's a biblical prohibition on marrying any non-Jewish woman, even if she's not one of the 7 nations. The Oraisa, Ishus, you're right. Midoraisa, there's a biblical prohibition to formally marry a Gentile. But also, in the God of the rabbis went ahead and prohibited even a casual way. So, Midoraisa is marriage non-Jewish women. Midrashon, even still, morale, even a casual one, they're also being prohibited as well. One second. There's no sign there's no forbidden. That's not true. That's not true. No immorality was only outlawed by the going back early, but you know, some of the sin. So you're ready to go. Folks do the Kisai. Remember again, this is after the whole episode of Yehuda and Tamar's plan. They don't know who the somebody who's us. I know like these things are the same. But my case is, oh, she effectively committed it. This way to do this.
Yeah, that's definitely shit.
Hello, the rice only goes on my bar box as well. The much of us. The condition is, we go from him. A Jewish woman can't marry a non-Jewish man. But again, there would not be a problem. A Jewish man marrying a non-Jewish man. No, not only is it prohibited for a Jewish woman to marry a non-Jewish man, but it's prohibited for a Jewish man to marry a non-Jewish woman. It is a halacha motion in the Semitic law that a Jewish man is not allowed to have relations or marry a non-Jewish woman. Where do we know this? I just read about this 2 weeks ago. This is where it says, Shammai told him that if the Jewish man has relations with non-Jewish men, Zealot is allowed to kill the Jewish man. Told him no. What's it? So again, that's also a proof, right? Jewish man ultimately again has relations with so you see, the also Jewish men now lack hello, already the rights of the Hesya, Nida or license and Nida or license, the prohibition ultimately again is the fast. The Jewish man has relations with the exactly like the story of Zoom and Chazir talking about us, right? Where again, where again, that was an act of morality that was known and literally seen by all. However, the Asum who does that feel the now it's going on and said, even privately, right? Right? So in other words, it's as if he had relations with him, it's as if he had relations with him, and ultimately again the Shum. I've heard this before. I've been to go with Kathy to go first. Or Shum is just the Jewish man has relations with the Shum and buys four prohibitions. Nida, Shifra, relation with the servant, Zaya with the Akum, and Ashes Ish, and the woman. Ultimately, again, he also was the first wife, right? Rabbi Aram Shum Nash Gas. Rabbi disagreed a little bit, and he said Nash Gal, but rather Nash Gas. First of all, he's saying Nida, Shifra, and then instead of Ashes Ish, shields Zol. Either way, what do we see? There's a prohibition of the Jewish man, and that's a pre-existing prohibition already, back to the times ultimately again of the days of Chashmonai. Because the days of Chashmonai, Bia, does not do anything. You're right. The days of Chashmonai, they said relations with an Jewish woman is prohibited because it's four things. Everybody gets four things. Yichud, seclusion was permitted. And then the Talmudim of Reishan Yeshua, when they legislated, they said even like seclusion with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited. One second. Yichud Nami Beis Dino Shalom. It's not true. Abraham is Beis Din, the ones who legislated the prohibition on Yichud, on seclusion with any woman who is prohibited to you. The Amar Yehuda, Ba'osa Shah Gozu Ala Yichud. In that moment, what's that moment? Ba'osa Shah, Maisa, unknown to Tamar. Amnon and Tamar were two children of Tamar. They both shared a father, Amnon and Tamar, but they had two different mothers. Much longer story, but essentially Amnon violated his sister. Must have finally violated. Then you can't be alone with any woman who you're not allowed. That's what's called the Israelis who care about you, you're not allowed to be alone. So the point over here is you see that Ruth was already legislated much earlier than Shammai was already legislated by David HaMelech. Amri is awesome, Yichud was Yisrael. David HaMelech and his people legislated regarding Yichud with another Jewish woman. Aval Yichud da'abodas ka'chodim, no. And ultimately, again, Yichud with a non-Jewish woman, they did not legislate. And then Shammai and Hillel came along. Shammai and Hillel came along, and ultimately, again, they were those that are Yichud even with a non-incredible. So we'll say, so again, whereas any of our believers that was even Yichud with a non-Jewish woman. Yichud Basonois. It wasn't Yichud is a rice. Literally translated, if your brother, the son of your mother, will entice you to do all these things. It's only your maternal brother who could go ahead and entice you to do Avodah Zarah, but your paternal brother there. Hello, then Yisrael in Imo, then in Acham Yisrael in Kolalaya is going to entice you to do Avodah Zarah. What he's able to do is get all from your father, like your paternal brother, can't be alone with your mother, which is your mother. So the Torah says, if the brother, the son of your mother, is allowed to be alone with you and your mother, therefore you all the time, he's supposed to do one fight, don't what do you see here? Then a son is allowed to be alone with his mother, that in Echad every other person is a biblical prohibition of yichud for being alone with a woman who is an Arab or prohibited to you. So what do you see now? I think you see yichud is the oraisa. In this case, we didn't create it. It's the oraisa. Which the Gemara says, no. Yichud, I'm sorry. Yichud the oraisa, the Isha says, with a married woman. Melech came along ultimately again. Melech came along, and he created a zera even on a single woman. I said, again. So just follow the concept of it. So Mida Araisa, the issue a man cannot be secluded with a woman who's married to someone. So Isha is a married woman. Dalamach comes along and he says, you can't have yichud even with a woman who is a female, who is single. And the Gemara says, and what happened? But also Tamidei Peshan Ben Silo goes to Akiva Ayichud the Obedes. And ultimately, again, then Tamidei of Shammai and Hillel came along and said, even yichud with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited as well. So multi-layer prohibition. So it's like, this is where the Gemara kind of lands in this entire conversation. So the Gemara lands is that there is an issue. What's the issue with the Oraisa? Jewish man cannot be alone with a married Jewish woman. That's the Oraisa. Rabbi comes along and says that Halach and Oraisa, they can't even have yichud together with a single Jewish woman. And then Shammai and Hillel, as part of the Ibn Zero, said you can't even be alone ultimately with a Gentile. So 3 different layers of yichud. First Doraisa, then Dabrama, and then Kamizim of Shammai. So it's like, let's not go there for today. The Gemara is going to pick up as the conversation and kind of goes on from Zayin and Aleph. The conversation is supposed to say, now, that's the first part of the place, right? So just to close this out. So remember again, the Gemara here structured this as saying, the rabbis prohibited oil and bread must become to wine of an apple. Wine of an apple must become to their daughters. Right? Daughters are prohibited because of there's something else. Something else is prohibited because of something else. So you explain everything pretty much up until daughters. The last one in the case is prohibited daughters because of something else because of something else. So the same thing, Dava'achar, once we come to tomorrow's path, we actually close out the right side. Thank everyone.
It's patreon.com/TFATK. You have fan questions, I just did. Those just got uploaded. You behind the scenes content.
I was like, good morning, it's the small Hashem Kiddo today. Today's daf is Lamed Vav 36. We are picking up on the bottom of Lamed 3 on the base practically that's which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 wide ups and downs. And again, mission yesterday is to discuss a list of items which Chazal the rabbis prohibited for actually local consumption, but not for animal. Amongst them, the bread baked by a Gentile. Right? It says in Aram Has ROTHSCHILD base. Has is not bread cooked by an baked by an animal. It's not subsequently permitted by another base. The fact that the Quran feels the need to say this indicates to us the command of Shari, that there's clearly someone else who feels that in fact past bread was permitted by a subsequent base. Who is that? In the Asra Dimi Amar. Again, indeed, there is someone who holds that bread of an akum was permitted. Who is that? The Gemara says, listen to this. One time, Yatsa Rabbi the son, Rabbi went down to the field. The heavy olive of this past 40 So Rabbi one time was in the field, and a particular akum brought before him passporni. So passporni is a bread made in a particular type of oven that measured a saw, a large, nice, zaftig loaf of bread. Rabbi said, what a nice loaf of bread. Why did the rabbi feel the need to go ahead and permit such a nice loaf of bread? Why did the rabbi permit it? Notice, bread is one of those things. The reason why Chazal Mishnah down explicitly indicates us, the reason, but we might not explain, the reason why the rabbis permitted bread baked by an apple was because of fasting. The thing is that when you break bread with someone, there's certain friendship, there's certain close respect in gender. So we're concerned that if the Jew were to eat the bread of a non-Jew, it could create relationships and ultimately those relationships can have to only change to them. So it's yours, and a man wrote the common law also Basson. That is Margaret says, I understand why it could be a relationship ultimately again taken when it's not personal. For example, the atom base of a local party is in the city within proximity. But out in the field, the atom field represents coming in contact with the apple, and this is an episodic interaction. This is not an ongoing relationship. So what Rabbi was wondering was, why would the bread of a Gentile be prohibited in the field, where the interaction again is only episodic, and that's going to be so people thought when they heard this thing, Rabbi, they thought that Rabbi was in fact permitting bread baked by a Gentile, what we call pas the that's not true. That's not what's happening. Rabbi don't make us pas. In fact, that was not the case. Rabbi was not permitting it. Rabbi was simply questioning the kind of going through the intellectual process. Rabbi was not actually trying to permit bread baked by a Gentile. Those who do Rabbi Shmuel ben Zohar, or can't tell you myself. So if you say, and some sort of story, we can say, no, the story, as you take the context, is not happening. The story happened one time that he went to a particular location, the Rav passed up with the Jewish students, right, that maybe to come in for having difficulty finding bread. There wasn't an ample supply of bread. Rabbi, aim kan palter, so why is it already? They're not a baker here. People thought that was even asking, isn't there at least a Gentile baker? Therefore, Rabbi was essentially saying is that bread baked by a Gentile baker will ultimately be permitted. Umar says, in fact, Rabbi was saying, I was asking, isn't there a Jewish baker? Regardless of the case, even according to the opinion that says that Passover baked, I would say, the whole reason why the rabbis went ahead and did Passover rather than Gentiles is because it ultimately again with someone that creates relationships, closeness, relationships with customers result in marriage, which is the undoing of the very familial and national fabric of the province. You can't keep the right big interesting is, of course, this really only applies in a situation where someone is personally big. So, for example, my Gentile neighbor bakes bread. Can't be a helper is a baker. So you have a Gentile baker who owns a bakery. Someone comes in to purchase that bread. They're Christians. That's not what Chazal we're talking about. There's no concern in intermarriage there because there's no closeness that's engendered by the consumption of that bread. It's commercial. It's not the Gemara says, even going to be that says that therefore you can purchase obviously bread that has kosher ingredients. Kosher bread from a Gentile baker or Omer El Melech Yisrael. That's why there's no Jewish baker available. Although the local baker there is a Jewish baker, you cannot purchase the bread of a Gentile baker. Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Yochanan says, even according to the Guinness, it's bread baked by a Gentile baker, honey, it is a son. That's only out in the field. Again, the field represents the idea of an episodic interaction of a figure in the city, no wine, between persons. Ultimately, again, because of intermarriage. Even if you think of those who permitted the consumption of bread baked by a Gentile baker, or someone who did this for his parnassah, is not focused. Does that apply in the city? Or perhaps only outside of the city. Gemara goes right there. I will eat the bread of a Gentile. She says over here, Menachos means notion. He would go and use eating the bread of a Gentile. Abei Mitzri. Out in the fields by the borders of the field. Now, I will clearly felt that halacha l'maisa because it was out in the field, therefore the Gezerah did not apply. Don't talk to him anymore. Why? Because he's eating the bread of a non-Jew. So you see over here, Rabbi Yisrael felt that Ivo was acting inappropriately, and therefore commanded the other people not to go ahead and engage in it. So we'll say, interestingly enough, this is the end of the Sugya of House. Let's just spend just a moment on this because it's actually quite interesting. So we know. So what do we do with this? Like, what is the nature of this Gezerah? So clearly, what Chazal wanted us to do was to ideally eat bread that is baked by another Jew. So we call this in halacha pas Yisrael. So what do we do contemporarily? So for example, you go ahead and you go to the supermarket. I go to the supermarket and you buy a loaf of bread, whatever the brand is, with a hashkafa. Not the hashkafa. So what is that? So remember again, more often than not, that's not pas Yisrael. That's what's called pas palter. That is bread baked by a non-Jewish baker, commercial enterprise, and his kosher certification to ensure that the ingredients are kosher. So, halacha l'maisa, we assume that the prohibition of Chazal and Mason, it can't be passed upon. That was bread baked by an individual idolater, an individual Gentile. The concern is if I break bread with my neighbor, I break bread with an individual Gentile that has been prohibition. That we should lead to intermarriage. But essentially, the halacha says Chazal will never go down commercially produced bread. Right? A baker, what we call a palter, a baker, he's not making it for me. He's making it for whoever the customer is. When I buy a loaf of bread, he's not listening to you, brought a loaf of bread. It's a customer. A customer is a customer. And therefore, it does not create that sense of relationship, and therefore we're not being intermarriage. And therefore, I'm open minded. So that's why today, definitely a those who are not good on passes, only to eat bread baked by a Jew, which means not only is it ingredient-wise kosher, but the baking process itself had Jewish intervention. What level of Jewish intervention you need in order to make it pass as well as a baking discussion? The passions, you go into the supermarket and you buy just like a major brand, a loaf of bread that has a hashkafa on it, that's not passes well. That's what's called passes. Bread of a Gentile baker, kosher certification says that all of the ingredients are kosher, and halacha l'maisa, there is no concern of intermarriage because it is commercial. Incredible. Next, shemesh shalach. Last time on last time 25. Furthermore, again, Chazal legislated that you can't ingest the oil of a Gentile. Shemesh, Rab Amar Daniel Gafan. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, because my focus is exactly when this Gezerah against Shemen was made. So Rab says, Daniel, Daniel, when they had and legislated this book. Shmuel over Shmuel said, "What's the Kabbal Lamed Vav 36a? Zil Fos, the Fosim shall kill him today Osat."
Sometimes you gotta.
The first thing is most things like this. It's because of ultimate Gentile, you go ahead and keep his oil in a plea with something coming, which means usually impure. Therefore, the ritual for absorptions seep into the oil itself, and therefore into the oil. This much is one topic. How to clean Amalek's Palestine? If that's the case, how can you buy oil from a Jew? Maybe the Jew also kept the oil in ritual from roads. You don't assume that people are marked on the laws of ritual purity and impurity. Allah, the Fasim shall kill him soon. Not funny about a trick. We're concerned that the Gentiles store his oil in trade utensils, not for and because the oil sits there, it absorbs the non-kosher absorption. Therefore, you can't squeeze the oil off and out. So unlike Machlokas Rabbi Shmuel, Rav says the Gezerah on shedding of oil of the Akum comes from the Nabi Daniel. Shmuel says it's a practical issue because the Gentile will potentially store the oil in one of these non-kosher utensils. The oil will absorb the non-kosher absorption. Only Shmuel said that. This from the Libby, the Amina is the father shall kill him as soon as Sarkon. Shmuel says like this. Shmuel says, okay, according to me, this is an issue. The oil of the apple, the shem and apple, is an issue of absorption. Then it says, I know, if he asks like this stuff by Shmuel by Merta Amar, Darish Rabbi Smalai, and it's Rabbi Smalai, Darshan Tabu. Shemen, Rabbi Hudo gave Tino Nimra Allah Betilu. So Rabbi Smalai said that Rabbi Huda and Rabbi Huda can do the Betilu on the and they permitted oil. They permitted oil. They said as long as the oil of the Gentiles is ingredient-wise kosher, there's no reason to prohibit that. Savar, no sin comes down. Why? Because the logic was that even if there are absorptions that get absorbed into the oil, the absorptions are not beneficial. That's what's called no sin comes down. Literally, again, it improves his taste, but the taste itself is compromised and stuck. So again, this can mean a number of different things. This can either mean that the only these utensils that were used that were not used in less than 12 hours, and therefore the absorption is dormant, or it could just mean that in general, in oil, any absorption that comes from non-kosher utensils will only be detrimental. In any event, that his taste and felt and how well saw, there's no need to be concerned about the oil of it. So that makes sense. That makes sense according to Shmuel. And when we got, according to you, Rav, the Amar Daniel does that the prophet Daniel was one who made this enactment against the oil of an apple. So the Gemara says, how could this be? Gaza love Daniel. Sorry, Daniel Gaza, but also right? Could it be that Daniel made a Gezerah, Rabbi made a and he's based in a note of the Gezerah? But now we learned, being based in Yachalabat, the very rabbinic legislation can be repealed. But in order to repeal rabbinic legislation, you need a rabbinic body of greater number and wisdom than the one who originally enacted the legislation. So the Yehuda and the Beis Din are not greater than Daniel. So how is the Yehuda and the Beis Din have the right to repeal legislation that Daniel? Amalei. So if you're back, you're going ahead and you're bringing the right from Smaloi, and Smaloi you must stand you going in the Zalz. This is actually pretty incredible. Ultimately, don't bring a raya from the people from the Goy. Why? Because in general, they were not careful with the Amalei, Ashlachlei. So ultimately, he said to Rav, can I tell Rabbi Smaloi that you said that? So Rav was embarrassed and essentially no. Which was saying, it's very profound in certain way. Never say something about someone that you would not want them to hear from you. So Rav said this disparaging about Rabbi Smaloi. Shmuel says, no, can I tell him you said that? This Rav becomes embarrassed. Amar Rav, in Umel Darshan, so that's what it is. Just because the Yehuda and the Beis Din did not darshan the Hasid properly, doesn't mean that we shouldn't darshan it. What's the Daniel was the one who legislated against the oil of an apple. Yosim Daniel Alibo, Asher Lo Yisrael B'Chad Kamara, V'Yayin it was a tremendous cost in Daniel that Daniel promised to make people for himself not to go ahead and eat the bread of the king, and not to drink his two drinks. So the Gemara first white wine, Lamed Balam 36. Same as talking about two different drinks. One is wine and one is gold. You see from here again, this Rav says in Uriah that Daniel himself was the one who legislated against the use of oil from the Rav Savar, the Alibo son, Rav Savar, Rav says Daniel accepted this upon himself and was legislated this for all of Israel. Shmuel says Alibo son was a Holy Israel law. Shmuel says, no, I agree. Daniel accepted this upon himself, but Daniel did not legislate this for all of Israel. So it's 29 Hashem and Daniel doesn't actually, but Daniel was the one who made the Gezerah against oil of an apple. Bali Avinu Nosar Mishmei Derav, the Bali Avinu Nosar Serem Titan, Ushmanon, Yenon Ibn Osir, Uran Mishmona Sadabrahim. So literally again, the bread of an apple, Shemen, the oil of an apple, the wine of an apple, and the daughters of an apple, all of these are part of the 18 Gezerahs. So again, Rashi points out to you on the section. 18 Gezerahs that the Shammai was able to pass over the objections over Israel. So we see that it's about of oil, not Daniel. If he came up with Daniel, maybe Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. And what happened? Also from the beginning of the Shammai, the judge of Judah, and ultimately again it was the students of Hillel and Shammai who then subsequently legislated the same legislation of Daniel. Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. And later on, the students of Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated it, and people accepted it. So it's like if that's the case, ultimately again, then what is God saying? Why would God say that Daniel legislated the prohibition of oil? If at the end of the day, after Daniel legislated, no one listened. What's the point of that statement? Hello, Daniel doesn't alone for years, but Asinu because alone he was rather Daniel legislated that the oil of an apple should be permitted in and Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated so again, this is talking about the Hebrews came up. The Daniel legislated apparently so one sector of marriage in the city where people had more ongoing contact. But in the field, there's no problem. And then later on, Shammai and Hillel came along and expanded the rabbinic prohibition and said it applies even in the field. Unless it's we got enough. 18 months in the mission, the country, we defend the living. For a second, remember, you already must say it for you. Subsequently repealed the prohibition on oil. How can we do that adjacent to repeal legislation made by Shammai and Hillel? Really, it's the Talmud of Shammai and Hillel. That's about Shammai and Hillel. 8 days in Yachol about the days in Hamal, anything doesn't mean and one day, this is before, one day did not repeal the rulings of a subsequent day, of a previous day, unless of course that subsequent day is larger in number and wisdom. So Rabbi Yehuda is based on certainly not created in the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel. So how can you repeal the old? Furthermore, Amar Rabba Bar Yochanan Bachol Yochol Levato, based in Divrei Shammai, Chutz Yishmor Asagah. General, by the way, even when it comes to the killing of rabbinic law, you're right. So particular days in makes a ruling, subsequent days in that is larger in size and number, could repeal the creation of legislation with the exception of unique enactments that were done by the students of Shammai and Hillel. Why? The Gemara says, "Sha'afilu Yava is Yodes, in Shomer." Because even if Yirmiyahu and his days, everyone else, and his days were to come, days were to come, they can't be killed the 18 actions. Why not? Because our church and Matam, oil will push it to seal of the again, those 18 actions, we discussed some of them, were so profoundly accepted, so ingrained within the halakhic practice of Israel, therefore no one has the ability to repeal it. Shemen, but ultimately, again, oil, apparently, again, the apparently the prohibition on oil is never taught. It just never taught. So whether it was legislated just by the Hillel, people didn't accept it, and then subsequently legislated by Shammai and Hillel, and then it sounds like even then it wasn't really accepted. Therefore, Rabbi Huda had the ability to formally repeal it. So Rabbi Shor Abba Amr Rabbi was incredible. Yashvu Ratzinu Baktu Asher Shor Pashat Yisrael Bro Yisrael. The rabbis checked. And they saw, they did like an investigation, they saw that the majority of Klal Yisrael is not observing the prohibition on oil of anakim. The Sofer of the Rabbi Shimon of Yochab, Divrei Rabbi Elazar Bat Sodom. Therefore, the rabbis based themselves on the words of Rabbi Shimon of Rabbi Elazar Bat Sodom. Omrim, Ein Rozin Zera Tzibor, Imkin Roz Tzibor Yisraelim Laz. Also, this is incredible. Rabbis only have the ability to legislate for themselves if the majority of the population has the ability to abide. If the majority of the population is going to live in non-compliance, some do not have the right to take this. This is fascinating. Therefore, the Gemara says, it turns out that although the rabbis have good intentions in prohibiting oil of anakim, they never talk. Now, the Gemara doesn't tell us why it never talk. Right? At the end of the day, you just to get oil from food or whatever the situation was, but it never took root, it never took hold. Because it never took hold, therefore, by definition, just exuded, never vested. Therefore, again, it was able to be repealed formally, subsequently by the new legislation. Which I listed, by the way, it's such a beautiful yisod. The ways the Torah are in general, again, something in religious comes to concerning you, how the chances are, I'm doing it wrong. Because the ways the Torah presents its response are, and therefore, again, even in rabbinic law, rabbis have a right to legislate, but if the system sees that people just can't do it, or aren't doing it, then by definition, the law falls. What's the posture? And I will say that this is a major yisod, right? This is a major concept for myself. Rabbis legislate law, and the majority of people are not listening to it. The law essentially can falls off. Now, it sounds like it's only some type of formal repeal process. That was what you did in the States, but essentially the law falls off. The says, where do you know that? My pro, what's the argument? Listen, I'm in Bob on the base 36b. However, it quotes the house from Malachi. Me'ira atem me'elim. Atem me'elim, excuse me, but osi atem kodim hangoy kula. So literally again, me'ira is the curse. Rashi says, atem mekabel aleichem gzera ba'ar b'chava. You call this how you accept it upon yourself. The responsibilities in Torah. Literally again, the penalty of a curse. V'nesa alechem. The ahakak osi atem kodim kozim shatem manim shumin aru. So another thing here, so you accept it upon yourself, prohibitions, but yet then you yourself transgress those very prohibitions. The Gemara says this is this. Now it's interesting, the way the Pasuk puts it is Hangoy doing this, the nation as a whole. So nothing is rebuking Klal Yisrael for accepting upon themselves certain things and then violating the very things they accept upon the nation. The Gemara says, if Gai Kula, the entire nation of province, accepted their prohibition, then Hinam is fine. But if the majority of Klal Yisrael never accepted it, then obviously it is not binding. Because it only applies to rabbinic laws. Right? Biblical laws as far as word before. When it comes to rabbinic laws, it's very interesting. You see that there is halacha, where some significant, the majority of the segments of Klal Yisrael did not accept it. It's never kind of seeped into everyday practice.
between the bar and KG on me pit.
It is not violent.
Those two are
So
such
what's
outliers
interesting
in
about
the
that is
vision.
that it appears that Shem fell into that category. But although again, the rabbis legislated that you cannot get oil from an apple for the reasons that we said before, the general population just never observes this alcohol, and therefore again it never vests ultimately again as part of the body of the person. Was the Lamed Vav base 36 even Gufa. Omer Ba'ali Omer B'Yus was the 20 residents so some explain that Shon is one on the end of the pulling the one outside the right? So remember again, the bread of an apple, the oil of an apple, the wine of an apple, the daughters of an apple, all of these are part of the international that were made by the Swedish shaman was you know, seeing like these days the legislation against the daughters of an apple, right? Not even women. What is that? Because of the saying, you don't see ourselves. That's how legislated that the man that will not be grow and the status of Nida already from the cradle. Then obviously one doesn't actually experience the rabbis legislated that the man is going to have the status of Nida from the time that she's why are they doing this? By definition, this creates a distance between Jews and since the non-Jewish woman will ultimately again transmit from the time that she's a baby, by definition, creates barriers. The goal of those barriers ultimately to prevent intermarriage. Incredible. Gemara says, "Ugniva mishmei Rav who were Mishua also having God's all of these things, all of these legislation, ultimately were to prevent us ultimately again from engaging in also the Acha, those were telling me rabbis legislated you can't use the bread of an apple lest you come to consume your order. Most understand. My name is Shem why ultimately again, what is happening? I'm more worried about the oil than the bread. Why is oil more worrisome than bread? Allah, because Shmonon is Shumyin. I don't know. Rabbi legislated you can't eat the bread or the oil of the Gentile, lest you can consume his wine. And wine were concerned ultimately again because of and we're worried about it married the daughter, something else will happen. And then something else will lead to something else. So we're going to define that cryptic statement. We're going to find out how fascinating it is, right? Because up until now, we've always been focused on the idea that the wine of an apple was an issue about all these things. Now, the one he says all of these zeros, now they're not exclusive, but essentially the thrust of these zeros is something. So you can't eat the bread or the oil of an apple lest you come to drink his wine. However, if you come to drink his wine, you're going to marry his daughter. Because again, wine, bread, oil, ultimately wine, and that creates consequently to result in and then again, you have this cryptic statement you can't marry the daughter of a Gentile, you shouldn't have because of something else, and then also the will lead to we'll get to that, but you know, I'm saying that I see. Not to have non-Jewish women midaris. That's not a big midaris. You can't marry a non-Jewish woman. It's said, well, this happening also says you cannot marry them. Pretty explicit talking about the Gentile nation. Which the Oraisa Zayin Dumas. Interesting. Midaris. The prohibition of intermarriage only applies to 7 nations which are indigenous and ultimately again not everyone else. The rabbis came along and said that prohibition of intermarriage applies to all non-Jews. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, the rabbis call us Rashpir, Shemaiah says, not true. Not true. The Pasuk says, you're not allowed to marry non-Jewish women. Why? Ultimately, again, because she will cause you a son.
Folks, look at this athleticism. What an impressive game.
So she's going to raise the child in her way, even if it's causing child. There's a biblical prohibition on marrying any non-Jewish, even if she's not one of the 7 nations. Rabbi right, Midoraisa is a biblical prohibition to formally marry a Gentile. But also, rabbis went ahead and prohibited even a casual encounter. So Midoraisa, marriage with a non-Jew is prohibited. Midrabanan, even an act of immorality, even a casual encounter, ultimately is going to be prohibited as well. Incredible. One second. It's not true. Gross immorality was only outlawed by the baking of shame. That means Shem is okay enough. We're not supposed to read it from the Sid, but you're ready to go. Remember again, this is actually the whole episode of Yudan Tamar's family. They don't know who the fuck is. No idea. The mice says, she effectively committed a sin. She was waiting really for the last time. Therefore, she has to be burned. She has to be executed. She sees me already earlier that they were careful about snus. Which was, hello, the rest of the Midoraisa, so the prohibition is, a Jewish woman can't marry a non-Jewish man. Because the concern over there is that the woman's going to follow her. She's going to follow after him. But again, Midoraisa, there would not be a problem technically with the Jewish man marrying a non-Jewish woman. However, said, no, not only is it prohibited for a Jewish woman to marry a non-Jewish man, but it could be for a Jewish man to marry a non-Jewish woman. Yes, that guy gets hit a lot. That's not true. There's a halacha Moshe in a Senate law that a Jewish man is not allowed to have a non-Jewish woman. Where did we want to start? We just read it 2 weeks ago. This is what it says. Not excuse me. Samar, Aboel Kalan's Kanai Holy. The Jewish man who has relations with non-Jewish Zealot is allowed to kill the Jewish man. Hogan, what's this? Again, that's very Pinchas, right? Zimri, Jewish man, ultimately again has relations with Husby, Mitzvah, that's the same Pinchas too. So you see, the a Jewish man is not allowed to go and have relations with non-Jewish. Hello, so Olay, the Rice of the Hesya, okay, my sister. Nida Oraisa, the prohibition ultimately again is the Jewish man has relations with the non-Jewish from a public position. Public setting doesn't really have to be religion, but it means that the matter is very well known. That is the issue of exactly like the story of Zimri and Husby, right? Where again was but where again that was an act of immorality that was known and literally seen by all. However, Rabbi Shmuel said even privately, the Jewish man is not permitted to have relations with a non-Jewish. It's not true. It's not true. There is earlier legislation. So again, Jewish men have relations with non-Jewish men privately. It's already outlawed by Judaism at the Hashemah night. Incredible. If you ask us, our Judaism Hashemah does mean today's Hashemah they decreed you saw about whether it's called Avim. You should not go. But the days of it being stacked, and you'd be like, dude, UFC 330 is stacked. It's high because of Mashka. What is Mashka? Mashka is actually an important leader. Shivcha. Shivcha, Rashi points out over here, Goya, and ultimately again, Ishis. So again, the Jewish man has relations with non-Jewish violates all these questions. Rashi says here in Nashgal, Razra Lein Yishom Nida Dirasa, if the Jewish man has relations with non-Jewish, it's a sick relationship with Nida, right? Yafagav, the Oredes will come in Gamma Mekana Torah, so you can never come Gaza left and say shit, right? So in other words, it's as if he had relations with a Nida. It's as if he had relations with a shivcha. It's just weird. And ultimately, again, the shum. I've heard this called. I've heard it called started with the shus. So if a Jewish man has relations with a shum, he buys for publishing Nida, shivcha, and living in the church, Goya with an akum, and Isha's Ish, a married woman. She's not. She matters. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, he also was the first wife, like, and other shum not dies. Rabbi disagreed a little bit, and he said nashka, but rather nashkas. First we had the same nida, shifra, goya, but instead of ishis, ishiyot, sola, kosher, having relations with a husband. Either way, what do we see there? Because the prohibition of the Jewish marriage, in private, and that's a pre-existing prohibition already. Back to the times ultimately again of the days of Hashmonaim. Because the days of the Hashmonaim, Bia. Yichud lo, v'asimu gazat right. The days of Hashmonaim, they said relations with but Yichud, seclusion was permitted. And then the Talmidim of Beishan, they still are, when they legislated, they said even Yichud, even seclusion with a non-Jewish thing is going to be permitted. One second. Yichud nami beizino shel David, David HaMelech on his days, the ones who legislated is called Yishna Yichud, a seclusion with any woman who is prohibited to you. The Amar Yehuda, Ba'os Shah goes with Amar Yehuda. Yamon was the left hand, not the point out that we take my son, unknown to come. Unknown to come out with two children of God. They both take care of father, unknown to come out, but they have two different much more essentially unknown violated his sister. Declaring violation. When this is still, yes, so much more from the character that occurred, David was basically legislated that you can't be alone with any woman who you're not allowed to. That's what's called the excuse me. You're not allowed to be alone. So the point that again, we see that you was already legislated much earlier than Shammai Hill, already legislated by our custom equal to us stuff. David HaMelech is based on legislative regarding equal with another Jewish woman. But ultimately, again, equal with a non-Jewish woman, they did not legislate. And then Shammai and Hillel came along. So Shammai and Hillel came along, and ultimately, again, they were gozer, even with a non-Jewish. Incredible. So again, whereas ending off over here is that coming there, Shammai and Hillel considering legislating was even Yichud with a non-Jewish woman is going to be better. Yichud was so very first of all, it wasn't David and his case in the legislating Yichud is the rights. How do we know this? So Allah is a from where do we find the scriptural allusion to the prohibition of seclusion with any woman who is an Arab? Neymar, Yisischa, Achicha, and Nasa. What's the interesting passage over here about this? Literally translated, if your brother is son of your mother, teaches you about this. The Chi Ben Anesis Ben Anesis is only your maternal brother who could go ahead and entice with your brother's daughter, but your paternal brother can. Ella Ben Misiach Ben Imo Ve'im Achar Misiach Ben Oraya Shebet. That's very interesting. Who is the brother ultimately again who is going to entice you with your brother? One who's able to be with your brother. Who's the brother who's with your brother? Your brother from your mother. Because your brother from your father, right, your brother can't be alone with your mother, because that's an Arab. Therefore, the Torah says that the brother, the son of your mother, who's allowed to be alone with you and your mother, therefore he'll be with you always, right? If he entices you to be alone with Zara, don't do this. Someone says, what do you see from here? Ben Nisyahi, a son is allowed to be alone with his mother. That in every other person, there's a biblical prohibition of yichud, being alone with a woman who is an Arab, who is prohibited to you. So what do you see from here? That the Isra yichud is the oraisa. So God is basically getting created. It's the oraisa. No. Yichud, I'm sorry. Yichud the oraisa, the ishis is. But Yichud oraisa, the only issue you could get first is with a married woman. The Gemara says, "V'as of David Gaza to the Yisham B'Kina." David HaMelech came along ultimately again. David HaMelech came along and created a zero, even on a single woman. So again, so just follow the contract up here. So Mida Araisa, the issue a man cannot be secluded with a woman who is married to someone. So she should marry a woman. David HaMelech comes along and he says, you can't have yichud even with a woman who is a pruya, who is single. The Gemara says, and what happened? Ba'asu tamidei she'esham be'silo, goes Rashi and yichud to obey this. And ultimately, again, then Hamidul of Shammai Hill to the one said, even yichud with a non-Jewish woman is going to be multi-layer this seems to where the Gemara ended up in lands. The Gemara lands is that it is an issue yichud midoraisa. What's the issue midoraisa? A Jewish man cannot be alone with a married Jewish woman. That's the doraisa. Now, when Allah comes along and says that halacha l'maisa, you can't even have yichud together with a single Jew. And then Shammai and Hillel, like the Zeno said, you can't even be alone ultimately with each other. So 3 different layers of yichud. First doraisa, then davrama, and then the of Shammai. So it's like, let's not go here for today. The Gemara is going to pick up as the conversation then kind of goes on from Zion and Aleph. The conversation is supposed to say, now, that's the first part of the verse. So just to close this out. So remember again, the Gemara here struck. Yes. This is saying the rabbis prohibited oil and bread lest you come to wine of an apple. Wine of an apple is prohibited lest you come to the zone. Like daughters are prohibited because of or something else, and something else is prohibited because of something else. So to explain everything pretty much up until daughters, the last remaining piece is you prohibited daughters because of something else because of something else. And the same thing with Dava'akar was to come to Amir Hashem tomorrow's daf. Next to close out the right side. Everyone, have a wonderful day.
Yes. I guess did you see this heavyweight? So he played football too and wrestled, I think, at Fresno State. But he's in the UFC now. He does like WWE.
I'll say good morning with me. This is Hashem to be able to with all of you. Sorry I can't be there physically. This is Hashem to learn virtually and spiritually together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, Today is Rabbi Naftali Twison's father's yahrzeit. Yonah ben Avraham Leib, true survivor, proud heart, deeply loved Torah and Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. Naftali writes, his strength, values, and devotion continues to inspire me each and every day. First of all, we should just all these up and here's Hashem, children, after 120, should be able to make such dedications about us. Absolutely. And here's Hashem with family in Haman. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tammuz. For the miracles of Hashem, both the revealed and the hidden. The miracle of Jonathan Shai, 14 years ago, discuss the speedy arrival of Mashiach on the name of Hababar Yisrael, dedicating all the human brothers this month. We do the Nishmas with Talmud and Yehuda Aryeh. We hope that in the Mount of Talmud Torah, all of the Nisham Sam and the families in the Talmud, all of those who need to wish them to know all the holidays that trust, and yet should bring home all of our holy hostages that allow our precious soldiers to be successful and not see. We'll say today's daf is Ramadan. We are keeping up the Nisham on Ramadan days. It's really beautiful and incredible Gemara ahead of us. We're picking up at the 2 dots on the bottom of 34b, lighted Dalit Hamud days. It is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 15 right up on the Gemara says, Amr Yudah, Shah, and Shah, and the Kaddish prepares Shah and Skull in the possessions. It's an interesting case. Reuben goes over to Rachel. Remember, again, he wants to know, in order to effect Jewish, a man has to give a woman an item of value. What does Reuben give Rachel? He gives her the excrement of a okay? So Rashi points out over here, Shahan is called Asr Dano. So he gives her the excrement of the shining skull. So ultimately, again, halacha is she would possessions. Now, lav dafka she should marry a guy like this, but okay, leaving aside the lack of romantic overtones in this particular gesture, but the nice again, Gemara says it works. On the other hand, the parish agree avodas probably in this man who is a Kaddish woman with the excrement of a calf of avodah zarah, she's not necessarily. She's apparently not all excrement created is if it's from shrine, it's going to already by the way, shrine is called is a shard that has killed the person, and therefore the shard itself is executed, and therefore the shard itself is asabana. It used the excrement of the shrine itself, it worked. Excrement of the shard by the Zara doesn't work. You might see the Zara, they might do it. So why do this happen? Gemara says, it's either be based on a Zara, or either espouse the logical argument for this, or based it on the concept. Everybody's in this one, so what's the answer? Try the A level, let's go from Mechle Benifte. This is very interesting. By an animal of a whole Zara. So the truth is, remembering, the excrement is inside the animal. So ultimately, again, the excrement makes the animal feel a little bit more blood. By the way, perish usually refers to, let's say, excrement that's still left, like in the intestines or things like that, left after that it's been actively excreted. But it can be in the inside of the animal also. So by the Eitel of Avodah Zarah, the fat of the animal, right? The more zafty the animal, the more covered that is to the Avodah Zarah. So therefore, again, a person, so therefore the punish, the excrement is actually value added in an Avodah Zarah case. But again, by sharpening this, the animal's going to be executed anyway. It doesn't make a difference if the animal is larger or smaller. It makes absolutely no difference. Gemara says, "Ibay says that's the svah. That's the svah. Ibay says it says by Avodah Zarah that you can't hold on to anything. So anything associated with Avodah Zarah, by definition, is going to be awesome. Therefore, even the excrement is going to be awesome. Sakol yisakel hashar, below yakel is bizarre. Was by trying to skull, you have to stone the shard, and you can't eat what do you see there? The sorrow also, the prohibition of only the fat is only devolves upon the flesh, doesn't devolve upon the animal. So one of the years that Allah provides, in order to argue on this, man could be Makadish woman with the excrement of a straw on the skull, because essentially the excrement is not considered value. And again, it doesn't have value, it's fertilizer, it has value. So therefore, a man could be Makadish woman with it. On the other hand, the excrement of the pastor of Avodah Zarah, that is also value. So again, either based on the pasuk or based on the truth is, both of these could be leading into ultimately corruption. So when back to interesting conversations about species, you become away, you become away from the Anidim between us and Geva, become a Hadalay, Balo Kebas, Ola, Kamula, Kebas. Today, let's know it again. Initially, there was a discussion which we're going to get into today about why you think that cheese of an apple is prohibited. So one of the answers that the Gemara gave, and the Mishnah gave, was because the curdle is in the stomach of an Adesha. The Gemara answers, you are the Mishnah back, Welcome Hadalay, Balo Kebas, Ola, Kamula, Kebas. We have to learn Halakha. So again, the stomach. The stomach of an Ola seems to have a greater chumrah than the stomach of this stomach. After all, again, the Gemara said, from where we came to the Rashi says, top of them as well. The Surah Hana Sharo Shai. This is very interesting. So the Gemara says, now what you can infer from this is that Halacha L'Maisa. So remember, what are you curdling? What are you putting? It's the remnant that's in the stomach. So what you see from here is that in general, even an item that is prohibited by Avodah Zarah, in Isser Hana, prohibited from benefit, that which is considered to be like excreted, and that would include also like the remnant in the stomach of the animal, ultimately again is mutter b'han. And then again, afterwards it says that ultimately again, because they curdle the cheese in the stomach, the kibas egli still have it. Become a hazard in pain, lama lo asura b'ano. And ultimately then they shut back if that's the case, that they're curdling cheese in the stomach of the Avodah animal. And ultimately, the cheese shouldn't only be usher b'han, but it should be usher b'achila. It should also be usher b'han. So that's not both on both counts. So what do you see from here? You see from here when it comes to idolatry, really every single part of the animal ultimately again is considered to be usher b'han. Even the lashon by the way of kirshut is something that's set. It's usually also something that's unimportant in the grand scheme of the animal. What you begin to see is that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, because of the stringency, because of the strictness of the prohibition, everything becomes prohibited by law, by Nabonidus, including the remaining stomach, including ultimately again the excrement, whether it was excreted or whether it's still, let's say, inside of the body at the time that the animal was slaughtered. Everything that's part of that animal becomes possible. Again, we're not going to do the short this one. But by trying this one, I'm not thinking the short kill someone. You have to stone the short. And so it says the meat is awesome. The meat that's awesome, but ultimately, again, anything else is considered to be pure insignificant for the animal. Allah is not much of God. Excuse me, it's not possible. Sorry, it's not possible. And therefore, again, coming full circle, that's why a man can be mechanic with the excrement of a short animal, because that is not a survival, therefore it has a value, but cannot be mechanic with the excrement of an Avodah Because in that case, the Avodah status develops on I have must for the Hadalay, we should the lesson is today. One second. I don't say in general, even if right? Let's say let's say cheese. Right now we're saying that the cheese of an apple is going to be also because the kernel is in the stomach of an Avodah. Why can't you just even if that's true? That's what we're using the enzyme of the Avodah in the stomach. It's no longer present in finite. Because it's no longer present, what I'm saying is it should be bottled. Should be bottled. It should be ultimately nullified in greater mixture. It's no longer visible. It's no longer in existence. And ultimately, it should be bottled. Because the Hamurias Rabbanan below Asura Banal, again, when it comes to Murias is beneficial. And according to the Rabbanan, ultimately, again, according to the Rabbanan, the law Asur Bano, ultimately, again, the rabbis did not Asur Bano. My Kaimo, what's the reason? Lav Mishum, the lesson the Isura Be'en. Ultimately, again, because the Isur itself is not extensive. I mean, how can Kavan do Kibna Kamokim Kashib Lakiman the Isur the Isura Be'en? It's most very important. You're right. It could very well be that in general, that when the enzymes in the stomach that coagulate the components of cheese kernel, ultimately, again, should be bottled. One could make that argument. The issue over here, I will say, this is a big sugya in the sense as well. It's what's called a davar hamayim. Davar hamayim is something essentially that is responsible for the creation of something else. You can't make cheese without the rennet, right? You need that enzyme in order to cause the cheese to coagulate. So therefore, halakha l'maisa, even though you may not be able to see it, right? Or even though you may not be able to notice its presence, but halacha l'maisa, we know that there's no cheese without it, and therefore halacha l'maisa, it's not possible. So this happens to have far-reaching consequences and implications in other areas of halacha as well, but just interesting to know. So therefore, again, the Gemara is kind of digging off over here. Again, we're going to get more into cheeses. We're not finished it yet. So here the Gemara highlighting the idea. First of all, again, we have an interesting halacha when it comes to kedushin, which is the kaddish woman with the excrement of a shark in the skull, because it's not prohibited by an all, but you can't be the kaddish woman with the excrement of an avodah zarah animal, either based on slaughter or based on the pasuk. Interestingly enough, if you kernel the cheese, kosher cheese, so to speak, with the stomach of an avodah zarah animal, it's going to be asurai, but isn't it bottle? It's not bottle. Why? Because it's a minor. It's a man-made. It's something that creates something else, something that has that heightened level of importance, by definition, is not bottle. Which will say, if you think about it, is a really beautiful thought, right? That something that is responsible for the establishment of something else, even if that original ingredient is no longer visible, it's never bottled. I think in the world of Ruchnius, when we think about this, often we speak about how we think about spiritual success in the realm of what we do for ourselves. But it is important for us to remember that at the end of the day, as important as what we do for ourselves is the growth that we enable with others. Hashem says to Avram Avinu, your offspring is going to be like the stars in the sky, right? Like the sand on the shore. Of course, everyone has the same flesh. It never happened, right? So we've never been as numerous with the stars. We've never been like the sand on the sea. So what does it mean? So it's a simple idea. Avram Avinu was the first Malachia. Avram Avinu introduced humanity to the Ribono Shel Olam. So while it's true that different segments of humanity kind of went in different directions, but Lamaisa Avram Avinu is responsible Yisrael, and we was talking about this. And again, every major faith traces itself back to Abraham, the patriarch. So I'm not talking about more than even what you're going to accomplish as an individual is the growth that you're going to enable in humanity in all of the world. And this is so incredibly important. Sometimes the greatest things that we accomplish in this world are not the things we accomplish for ourselves, but it's inspiration we give to others, and it's the enabling of growth in others. And sometimes people never even know what we did. They never even know our role. What's halacha? A mind is never lost. If you help to establish something else by definition, even if it can't be seen or no one knows about it, it's there. And it never fully disappears. It always remains. Incredible. Let's go back here. So remember again, after there was this whole discussion with Rabbi and Shmuel, so ultimately again Rabbi Shmuel switched the conversation to a different topic. Yes. So Rabbi Shmuel has Rabbi Yeshua, right? So I'm sorry, Rabbi Shmuel has Rabbi Yeshua. So why is it that there is an issur of cheese from an apple? And then Rabbi Yeshua ultimately went ahead and switched the topic. And he started quoting a passage from Shirashi. So the Gemara says, "My total go down from the First of all, again, before the Gemara gets into why Rabbi Yeshua felt the need to switch the conversation, ultimately the Gemara examines for your love is better than war. The Gemara says, "Just be Amar Myself never was beautiful." So this is Klal Yisrael speaking to Hashem. Now what did Klal Yisrael say? What did Klal Yisrael say? Ribono Shalom, Arabim Alai Divrei Dodacha, Yosef Miyim Shalom. This is beautiful. Klal Yisrael says the words of your beloved ones, or the beloved ones, Rashi points out that here, Divrei Dodacha, Divrei Sofer. The words of Chazal. The words of Chazal are even more precious to us than the words of Torah itself. You hear what this is saying? We love the Rabbanans even more than the words of Chazal are even more precious to us than the words of the Torah itself. Nice, the Gemara says.
Some would say the roughest, right?
The Gemara says, I'm sorry, right? Good. So the Gemara says follows. So interestingly enough, so what's the pshat of that, right? What exactly? We love the Rabbanan more than the
sexual assault.
On a very basic level. Remember again, the Oraisa, right? The Markandas plus back in Spark, we didn't do anything. We won't try to give it to us, handed it to us. But when it comes to the Rabbanans, we work for that. That's Chazal going through the system. That's Chazal going through the studios. That's Chazal trying to understand what's the next Rabbi to Spark, what's going to happen to make us better people. But the Rabbanan is the result of Torah. Torah is like never. Torah is part of the gave to us. All these folks says, what's nearest and dearest to us is the stuff we have to work for. You know, so often we think we like to get things handed to us. We think that we prefer just to have things kind of given to us on a silver platter. It's not true. The things that you get handed to us on are very nice, very easy, very beautiful. But the things you have to work for, the things you have to toil for, the things you have to schwitz for, at the end of the day, those are the things that really are meaningful. So the Gemara says, "Nice, but I understand." So why this puzzle? Right? Why did he choose this puzzle? Really, because he was focusing on the beginning of the puzzle. What's the beginning of the puzzle? The Gemara says, "Yishakiri min hashikos piu." The puzzle says, "Kiss me with the kisses of your mouth." Amar Yishmael achi. So really, Rabbi Yeshua was kind of giving Rabbi Yishmael a little bit of veiled rebuke. He says, what does it mean? Press your lips together, which is a nice way of saying, be quiet. Remember, Rabbi Yishmael was asking Rabbi Yeshua, why is it that Chazal prohibited the cheese of an apple? To which Rabbi Yeshua responds, Yishakim in the shikos piu. Close your lips. Close your lips. Don't stop talking. And don't try to ask questions right now. Don't ask questions. Now, Micah, what does it mean to ask questions? Why not? Why? Because they were having this conversation. This was a new Gezerah. This was a new rabbinic prohibition. And when it comes to the rabbinic prohibition, we don't go ahead and ask questions. Now we'll see why that is. We'll see why that isn't just the therefore, again, apparently, it was brand new. That's our legislation. You can't eat the cheese of an apple. Rabbi Shmuel is asking, why? What there? It doesn't shut. He's shaking in the Shiko's heel, right? Literally close your lips. And then once you close your lips, you actually get extrapolated or expounded on the end. It's beautiful. This verse is night saver. So first of all, again, what's going on over here? So the Gemara ultimately, again, the Gemara says, because of Nikor. Now we'll see exactly. Again, the label in the Shum and Nikor, ultimately, again, to say the Gemara. Right. So the Gemara says, so say, why don't you go ahead and ultimately give the reason for the exam? The Gemara suggests, we'll see what Nikor is in just a moment. So the Gemara says, why not just go ahead and say that it's because of the Gemara was concerned about a small amount of something Nikor being mixed.
Look at this one. I think everybody considers this to be where's the athleticism? Look at this move. But look at this athleticism. Poetry in motion, baby. What's that?
It would not reveal the reason for it. That's the way they did it. They wouldn't reveal it for 12 months. Why? Dilma couldn't finish those skills. They lost those really big. Let's say it's very dangerous. What's the problem with giving reasons for things? The reasons for things is that there's only giving someone who's saying the reason doesn't apply to him, the reason is not good enough, it's not solid enough, it doesn't make sense. This is incredible. It's almost like Chazal understood what every parent has that moment. Of course, when I tell my child they have to do something, of course, they have to believe with them and talk to them. It happens that a parent teaches friends is listen, this is what we're going to do. Why? Because I said so. I mean, because children need not be there. There's a lot for every single parental decision. Children need not be a partner in the creation of every single parental house. Parents have a prerogative to say, this is what is going to happen. This is not what's going to happen. Why? Because I said so. When a child gets older, their comprehension expands. We can bring them into, potentially bring them into possibly when they get older. Sometimes the parent just has to say, this is what it is. Why? Because the moment you start getting into reason, is the moment that everybody is a big problem. So Chazal policy, so whenever the institution move on, for 12 months after the law was first established, we don't talk about the reason. We want to go ahead and just kind of legislate it, have it become part of just general behavior problem stuff, and afterwards we can discuss it. After 12 months, when everybody again is kind of like this behavioral habituation, then we can talk about the reason. But for the first 12 months, do it. So what it tells us is sort of repeating over and over again, which is so much what it means to be a good person, to be a good soul. I understand it, I don't understand it, I agree with it, I don't agree with it, I appreciate it, I don't appreciate it. It's not a democracy. We both know what's best for us. Chazal know what's best for us. And our job is to exercise that obedience. Be able to say to me, here, I'm ready, I accept, I may be imperfect of a lot of mistakes, but I'm fully bought in. So you mentioned the other part of Yirmiyah. Elements of Yirmiyah just earlier, this on the Atal, Yavshat Ishtari. So what's this? The Gemara says as follows. Now remember again, the Nikor, I was going to say what I was saying. The Nikor means that Nikor means like a hole. So in fact, not just a snake. So apparently, what Chazal were originally concerned about when it came to cheese was that they were snake venom. But if that's the case, the cheese dries, then it should be permitted. Why? So what's it? Ultimately, again, if the snake venom apparently wouldn't allow cheese to dry out. Cheese dries, then by definition there's no venom. There's no venom and it should be permitted. Where it says, Yashan was very many. Yashan is against Egypt. She also be permitted why the snake venom from Egypt. Chazal legislated about cheese because they were afraid that perhaps the optimum wasn't careful with snake venom. There's an easy way to tell if the cheese has snake venom or not. If it has no liquid, right? If it's dried out, then it has no venom. If it's aged, it has no venom. No, you're right. If we should eat extra lumps, There's another issue. The issue is that ultimately, again, it is impossible for there to be cheese without some milk residue inside. Now, what does that mean? If you take a look at Rashi, Lafishi, Asher, the Fina below Tzitzik, then Guma Shalvina, Nishan Napala, the Chalaf Shakova, Ovid Kochav, Amy Soro, Eo, Asa, Zoma, Ari, they Chalaf Kamek. There's a different concern. Perhaps if the Akam is using cheese, right, using milk to make cheese, so maybe he mixed in some non-kosher milk there. And therefore, again, cheese always depends on when you are always like some milk residue with it. Maybe that milk residue is ultimately, again, from the cheese or from the milk of a non-kosher animal. Okay, now happens to be good. So Rashi points out over here. We'll read Rashi from here. But once again, so again, first opinion, Ula, what's the reason ultimately again for the issue of cheese and akum? Snake bread. But the Chanina, no, that's not it. For the reasons we just mentioned. Rather, it's an issue that maybe the akum mixed in some non-kosher milk, and some of the milk residue ultimately again will be non-kosher milk. And by the way, it happens to be, the Gemara understands that for whatever the reason, non-kosher milk is not coagulated. So therefore, again, it's not really a concern that the non-kosher milk is going to get baked into the cheese, but it's in the cheese residue itself, in the milk residue in the cheese, is going to be non-kosher milk. Shmuel says, interesting. So Shmuel says, what's the issue? The issue is that you take an actual piece of the stomach and use it to fill the cheese. So that's interesting. Beforehand, we were talking about using an enzyme in the stomach. So one can make the argument that maybe the enzyme is like a pure shot. It's like nothing, it's like excrement. But once you're actually using a piece of the stomach itself, that's not pure shot. That's not pure shot, that's mamish nevela. So therefore, again, Shmuel's concern is actual nevela in the cheese. So the Gemara says, the Gemara said, one second. But Kiva itself. So here, what's interesting, by the way, you can see it is the inference from this is that according to Shmuel, only the stomach itself is problematic. But apparently, if they were to use the enzyme in the stomach, right in the stomach, that would be fine. But did Shmuel say that? Remember Shmuel, give us only go from the stomach, right? A little bit again, the stomach, right, of an animal used for every or of an event. It's also the Dinon Bal. You understand the animal sacrifice, the animal that an Akum uses for is a Vodazor, is also an Aveda. So why do you have to say either an animal of Vodazor or an Aveda? Right? They're both an Avedas. And Shmuel says, you're right, it's really saying one thing. Ultimately, Shmuel says that the shchita of an animal for avodah zarah ultimately again is an avela, and therefore again the stomach material, the enzyme ultimately again is going to be possible. So halacha l'maaseh, you see Shmuel saying over there that the enzyme is also. Beforehand, yet right above it sounds like Shmuel saying that the enzyme is mutter. So what's going on here? Lokasha, what's that? Days 35b. Lokasha, kan kodim chazara, kami after chazara. This is the portion we're retracting the opinion. This is after we retract the opinion. Now she says that kan kodim chazara. Also, Mishnah the Shlita Skulin the Kevas Ovid Vokavim the Vela the Asura. Nishnis kodem shechazara Rabbi Yeshomit Varav. Shamar Rabbi Shmuel is Nishna Amidi also the Kevas the Vela the Sabar Lapir. Essentially, again, these two statements were made at two different times. One was before the retraction, one was after the retraction. Mishnah was Zazamin Kono. But ultimately, again, the Mishnah Halacha L'Maisa went ahead and remained in place. There was a similar to the original ruling that Halacha L'Maisa again was fulfilled. And they said that they're only using the enzyme. But I think the enzyme would be pure shot. Later on, the Gemara says that it's also ultimately referring to the fact that they're actually using not simply the enzyme, but rather Halacha L'Maisa, they're actually going ahead and using the actual piece of the stomach itself, which Halacha L'Maisa will be possible. Rashi says, "Bakama after Chazara, after Shamshon Mishum Amid also Ba'ar, Aval Kiva Atzma Shari Al after Chazara Chazara Yeshua, the Beit Shuvasal Shal Rabbi." So again, originally, that Halacha L'Maisa again, Rabbi Yeshua thought that Halacha L'Maisa the enzyme was also. Then afterwards, when we heard Rabbi Shmuel's statement back in the Mishnah, he retracted that position. So the issue is not that they use the enzyme, but the issue is that they use the actual piece of the stomach. Okay, so let's say, Mom and him and we'll see the Halacha L'Maisa.
jail time. I think he gets probation. I would probably look into
Second line down from the top, on the end of the day 45. Now, finish the Indra Park, but I'm Homer.
Yeah, that guy doesn't sound like he's very well adjusted. Some people have this
Malkia says because they coat the cheese with pig laws, with pig fat.
I don't know what you're saying about that shit. It's not a funny video
So this time I mean also the comments. They use vinegar. They use vinegar to make the cheese. Vinegar of course comes from wine. Wine it would be up on the Yainasa. The math by Yitzchak Rameshamid also the sraf or interestingly enough, they use the sap of arma fruit in order to the sap of arma in order to go ahead and make the cheese. Yeah, I kind of decided to look at that. I'm not going to do something for the hustle the basic. One uses so much other than we're going to first the fruit. First the years, right? We plant the seed, first years, we cannot get them. So the Gemara says that if you go ahead and you use the sap of arma as a collagen, it's ultimately us, but the sap has the same status as which the Gemara says, even Rabbi Shua reviewed this. I can recall Rabbi Shua already got a lot of Ella Kitfa, the Gusa, about the Kitfa, the Teira, he only argues on what's called Kitfa, the Gusa, which means the sap that comes out of the tree. Because Rabbi Shua says that the sap that comes out of the tree does not have the status of fruit. But everyone agrees that the sap that comes out of fruit, of course, does have the status of fruit, has the status of arba. So I know this now, Rabbi Shua, Shamati Beferish, Shamami Bisrafa, Ha'olin, or Bisrafa, Isharin, more explicitly, that if you go ahead and you use the sap of the leaves or the sap of the tree itself for cheese, that ultimately again the cheese will be more because the sap of the leaves does not have the status of the fruit. However, the sap of Chagin assimilation is the actual sap of the fruit. Ultimately again that is going to be usher. Why? Because that is the status of the fruit. Okay? So the verse is as follows. Bein la Christa, bein la Nachma Yitzchak. Christa Ba'no. What's the Christa? Remember that the Christa says that Allah when the reason why cheese and apple is also because they use vinegar. Therefore, vinegar comes from yayin. Yayin of an akum, one of an akum is yayin nesa. That's a Christa. Rav Nachman, they use the sap of arga. The whole according to Rav Christa and Rav Nachman, cheese of an akum should not only be asr ba'atila. For the assumption, it should also be asr ba'anah. Because vinegar of an akum is asr ba'anah, comes from wine. Sap of arla is yet again, they only say that it's asr ba'atila. So what's going on over here? Kasha. Gemara says, you know what? It's question.
Yeah, she's got a great
Question. Okay, so we'll say, just want to point out how fascinating this is just to see all of these different opinions, right? So we have Tula, Rabbi Chanina, Shmuel, Rav Malkia, Rav Chisda, and Rav Nachman. 6 different opinions as to why Chazal went ahead and legislated that you're not allowed to go ahead and eat the cheese. Again, when I say we'll hopefully bring it all together. Darshan Nachman Rav Chisda. Might say what's the meaning of the pasuk? What does it mean? Quoting over here again from Shir. Literally again, the scent of your oils is beautiful. This is beautiful. I'm not coming to what can come from?
I think that's pretty much it.
The sluchis shall fight. To be compared to that, will be a flask of Megula. Flask is open. Rechanos.
This Friday, Saturday, let's go. It's such a great town.
If
great town. I like South
flask
Carolina.
is closed immediately, the scent cannot block. The scent doesn't go. Notice how beautiful this is. In other words, at the end of the day, what makes it come from is it's not the knowledge of the itself. Because rather again, it's goodness and goodness. Goes back. Something that establishes something else is never called. It's not just something on there. Or does not belong. It's only personal cheap. It's solely lies. Share his beautiful aroma, his beautiful scent, his beautiful Torah to engender and enable growth within others. So beautiful. Not only that, when a Talmid Chacham shares of his own, and we'll say it's beautiful, the metaphor is beautiful. A Talmid Chacham who doesn't share, so what is he like? He's like a perfume bottle with a stopper inside of it. What happens with a perfume bottle? So again, everyone knows, it's very nice perfume. But what benefit is there? Zero, because no one can smell it. Incredible. To which the word not only that, But when you share your Torah with others, things that initially you don't understand, you'll come to understand. I will say this can be both just on a basic level and a deeper level. On a basic level, when you teach something, you understand it better. So even things I didn't understand myself, if I teach it now, I begin to understand a little bit better. Also, Siyat L'Shmaya, Kashbaruch says, if I see that you're giving up your ruchnius to other people, then by definition, I'm going to help you amass even more. Shnei Alos Ayrucha. Karibei Alumos. Read it instead of alamos, rather as alumos. Alum means hidden. So that which is hidden will become beloved to you. Not only that, Ella, Shemalach Hamavis Babo. The Malach Hamavis becomes your best friend. Shabbos said that this is really incredible. If you become a kind of person who gives selflessly to others, especially as ruchnis, you teach others, you share your Torah, you share your abilities, you share your co-hosts with others, even the Malach Hamavis comes to admire you. They'll say, what's the pshat with that? So it could very well be that in general, when the Malach Hamavis comes to take a life, so perhaps, unfortunately, he doesn't feel that the world is going to miss this person. Because unfortunately, all too often in life we underperform. So the Malach HaMavis comes to clean the neshama, okay. But when the Malach HaMavis sees someone who's really like firing on all cylinders, Malach HaMavis sees someone ultimately, again, who's not just amassing personal greatness, but is taking up all of his kedusha and sharing it with others. The Malach HaMavis Kiviyachol falls in love with such a person. So you want to make the Malach HaMavis your friend? I don't know if guy you want to invite to the party, but if you want to make the Malach HaMavis your friend, at the end of the day, be the kind of person who takes what he has, the spiritual treasures that you possess, and make sure to share it with others. It's a contraction there. Furthermore, if you take your Torah and you share it with others, you take your ruchnius and you share it with others, you acquire, you inherit two worlds. This world and the next world. Alamos karibei olamos. Read it as worlds. The most is so beautiful. A person who takes of his ruchnius, a person who takes the stopper off of his beautiful bottle of spiritual perfume and allows the scent to go ahead and give to others and do for others. Such a person like that. Olam Hab I know is going to be great. But my Olam Hazeh, this becomes so much better when I know that I'm a giver to others. This world becomes so much better when I know that I'm an enabler of growth within others. This world becomes so much better when I know that I'm not just living for me, but somehow living for the klal, I'm living for the collective, I'm living for the others. Incredible. Mishnah. The following are items, but it is not an Isra Hano. So what are these items? Chalav shechal open for Haven Yisrael Ayim. An apple milked an animal, and Yisrael wasn't one. Again, about the daily of the concern about an apple mixing in non-food. So because of that, you can't eat it, but it's not asur b'ayim. Furthermore, you can't eat the bread baked by a non-Jew, nor can you use the oil of a non-Jew. Rabbi and his beis din, they permitted the use of oil. Now, obviously, you have to fill in the blanks of what this is talking about. So the Gemara says, Hashlotos, cooked vegetables. Right, so if an apple cooks vegetables, you can't eat that cooked item. Ukvashim, pickled items or preserved items. Shedarka moshe for soap and yain. Pickled items. So let's say the moment you introduce wine or vinegar, you cannot use that if that comes from an apple again because of the concern on wine or vinegar. So we'll say again, the taris, trufa. Taris trufa is interesting. Rashi says taris trufa is min dozen to animal. Taris, which means before, is this small variety of fish. Trufa ultimately means it's cut up into small pieces, mashed or diced. From the very small pieces. Welcome back to Record Tweets. Thanks for tuning in. As always, sure to Patreon, join the Discord, join the Reddit. Here with us today is one of our guys, Mr. Yosef, joining us on the Square. We're happy to have a bit of friends like this fish swimming around. Rashi says over here, that we're going to watch the building are allowed to see some of the watching. Interestingly enough, we'll see that apparently the presence of this fish somehow indicated that the brine was kosher. Okay, we'll explain this more in the Gemara. That's cool. What's great Rashi says, Min Dagim Kihanim Dvarim V'Yisrael Chutz. We learned this yesterday. Actually, it's a small variety of fish called Yisrael Chutz. Now, when the fish is young, it's not sample of that. It doesn't have to be shell. The English not very nice. The camera on the test. So ultimately, again, yet halacha myself. Halacha myself. You see that it's mutter. Rabbi Ram Lema Asum Nishir Shetir Enough Olet Ema Dagim Kihanim. No, interestingly enough, when it comes to the fillet, this small fish, you can't buy them in Gentile. Why? Because it easily meets in other non-kosher species, and you may not be able to distinguish. Kola shell similar animals, so filters will see the type of grain. You can't go ahead and eat this from an apple. Why not? So Rashi says, interestingly enough, this is a different issue. This is because when they would harvest this item, they would often use their knives. And because the knife of an apple that schmutz, non-kosher schmutz, or other stuff on it, therefore you can't eat this fish. So we'll say, obviously, we're going to go ahead, Rashi points out over here, but also the fish, it's also because of the there may be non-kosher residue on, obviously, we're going to explain each of these categories in the Gemara. Umela, shalkibas, or shalkundus. You also can't use shalkundus salt. Rashi says, it's in William. All of these items are able to see in the English Israel. All these items will say again, you cannot eat it, and there is an Isra. You're not allowed to consume it, but there is no Isra. No, you can get benefit from these items. I asked the Gemara, let's start. So the milk of an anju. You can't drink the milk of an anju. What do you have to be concerned about? Initially, you say, ultimately, if you're concerned that your non-Jew is going to put in their non-kosher milk, apparently, non-kosher milk is different than kosher milk. There's different colorations. So therefore, again, it's like the earlier one. So let's say, and if you're afraid that maybe he's going to take your kosher milk, but he's going to mix in here some additional non-kosher milk, so we'll be able to see it. Very simple. First part of it, right? Make cheese from it. Ultimately, kosher milk could coagulate into cheese. Non-kosher milk apparently can't coagulate into cheese. That's a great idea. Eat the carbonic vino if you want to be cheese. Then that's a great way to test out if you have non-kosher milk. What's the case over here? The carbonic or the cancer. Case over here is I'm not buying it for cheese. So when I'm buying it from us, everyone's favorite dish, pizza. Cancer actually points out over here is a microbe also known as pizza. So again, because of that, there's no easy to tell that there's non-kosher milk mixed in there. Therefore, you're not allowed to go ahead and purchase. You're not allowed to get milk from an apple. Not concerned that you may have mixed in there non-kosher milk. I believe don't mean it called the milk. So just take a little bit of the milk. You don't want to curdle the whole thing. Take a little bit of it. Curdle it. If it curdles, it is kosher. If it doesn't curdle, it's not kosher. Which Russian is not. It's not a good proof, or it's not a good catch. Even to the color, now you can see the little tiny, let them make them halal the most. Here the difference. Anytime you make cheese, at least the time you make cheese, it is very common to always have some leftover milk. Not all of the milk curdles, even in the case of totally kosher milk. So therefore, again, even the cheese test doesn't work, because just because you have some leftover milk that didn't curdle is not a raya that it's kosher milk or non-kosher milk. Because even kosher milk, there's some leftover milk that doesn't curdle. Therefore, the cheese test will not work to ascertain whether or not there's non-kosher milk. So what it is, after the table of the kabbalah and the vino, these are the criteria. Furthermore, again, even if you are present in ultimately, again, for cheese. And even if halacha l'maisa, again, you do go ahead and make the cheese. Once again, how does that help you? Because halacha l'maisa, once you've established that there's some milk that is always left over in the cheese itself, that can just, even, look, it can be kosher milk that just didn't coagulate, so it can be non-kosher milk that can't. Therefore, bottom line is that the cheese test can't work. Therefore, what's halacha l'maisa? Source number one, or halacha number one, Mishnah says you're not allowed to go ahead and purchase milk from the apple. Why? We are concerned ultimately again that the apple mixed in non-kosher. Now again, I'm not concerned with selling you just pure non-kosher milk. That would be distinguishable just by its appearance. What I am concerned about is the mixing non-kosher milk with the kosher milk, and there's no real way the Gemara says to table that. You know, if Allah you can't go ahead and use the milk of an apple, you can't eat it, but ultimately, again, that's also stop over for today. We'll pick up the message tomorrow.
No, it's not. I swear to God, it's salsa. It is salsa. I told you. That's why I was like, I need to go on the podcast. Did you have like a cookie in your? There was a cookie. There was a cookie on the table, and at the end of the video, I dipped it in there. So you just tried to
virtually, spiritually together. You might think all of us I think our animal comes to responsibility. Today is father.
It's called pupusas and
survivor of artists, even low, strength,
Justin Maxo, shout out to him. He purchased the show. It was a good show. I did it right. He started it, and right away it's great vibe. This is the first time I
I was always first for the month of Tammuz. I bought a little bit of Arnold Weinberg. For the miracles of Hashem, the book is revealed in the miracle of Jonathan Stein 14 years ago. And of course, on the speedy arrival of Mashiach,
I know this is a side question, but did you have
Halabai show dedicated to the Joseph this month to the Uli Nishmas of Shlomo Ben Yehuda Aryeh. The opening mass by Thomas Lord, all of them from some of the families in Israel, all of those who are Rosh Hashanah, all of the allowed our country soldiers to be successful whole of Master. Most of today's attack is in London Day, 35. We are picking up the miracle from on Ramadan days for really beautiful. We are picking up massive dots on the bottom of 34D London Gallery on the days. It is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 of them. You might say, we're going to start with we're not afterwards, Amra. And the time to prepare extra hands go into death. Reuben goes over to Rabbi, and remembering anyone from that, in order for the fact to be sure, a man has to give a woman a item back. What does Reuben give Rabbi? He gives her the extremes of a star on his skull. Kind of star on his skull. Okay? So that's the point out over here. Star on his skull, Oscar Daniel. See the extreme of the star on his skull. So ultimately, again, now what is significant now? Lab composition married together is like a leaving aside the lack of mental but when nice again Gemara says God says it works. On the other hand, the first agree about the publican man who is the public woman with the accident or half of the she's not. It's interesting stuff. I think not all exponentially if it's some shine, it's not really about it. Trust me, the target is kill the person, and therefore the target is and therefore the target is the bond. Cats on both desires, we know what that is. So again, if you the exponent of the shine, we spell it works. Exponent of the sharp apple, the zara doesn't work. He was in the survey, they like to cook. So why is it? Gemara says, just either be based on a star or either a spell is logical argument for this, or based on the process. Levi's in the first, so what's the logic? It's not that every level is going to make it manipulate to raise people by an animal of a desire. Because remembering the excrement is inside the animal, so ultimately, again, the excrement makes the animal feel a little bit more bored. By the way, perish usually refers to the excrement that's still left, like in the intestines and things like that, not after that it's actively excreted. But it could be in the inside of the animal also. So by the eagle of a whole zara, the fat of the animal, right? The more fat is the animal, the more covered that is to the whole zara. Therefore, again, a person, so therefore the perish, the excrement is actually value added in the whole zara. God is trying to go make a little bit different. But again, by showing this, the animal is excreted anyway. It doesn't make a difference if the animal is larger or smaller. It makes absolutely no difference. The Gemara says, he buys in, so that's the svah. That's the svah. He buys in the crop. Don't be a like, see how far you fuck yet from the umo. says by Avodah Zarah that you can't hold on to anything associated with Avodah Zarah, by definition is going to be Aser. Therefore, even the excrement is going to be Aser. Hassan, Sakon Sakel Hashar, below the athletic disorder. Those that trying to stone, you have to stone the shard, and you can't eat when you see the soda also, a perishable the prohibition, the prohibited status only involves the flesh, doesn't involve us foreign eaters. So it's incredible. So point of view is that halacha might say, no one can argue on this. Man should be mekadosh a woman with the excrement of a short on himself, because essentially the excrement is not also value. And again, it does have value, it's fertilizer, it has value. So therefore, a man can be mekadosh a woman with it. On the other hand, the excrement of the calf of Avodah Zarah, that is also value. So again, either based on pasuk or based on I mean, the truth is both of these can be believed ultimately for a national. So going back to the interesting conversations about cheeses, you become a lay with Esha Ma'amidin B'Kivas Nevela, become a other lay by Lokevas Ola Chamula Nevevas Nevela. So again, initially there was a discussion today about why we should practice. So one of the answers that the Gemara gave, and the Mishnah gave, was because they cuddle it in the stomach of an Nevela. The Gemara says, and then the Gemara answers, or the Mishnah shoots back, B'Chama Hagalei, B'Lo Kevas Ola Chamula Nevevas Nevela. We have to learn to have B'Chama again, the stomach. The stomach of an Ola seems to have a greater humor than the stomach of just an animal. This time an animal, after all, again, the Gemara said, yeah, Chamula Nevevas Nevela. So Rashi says, well, the Surei Hana Sharo Pershai. This is very interesting. So the Gemara says, now what you did first on this is that halacha l'maisa. So remember, what are you fertile? What are you putting in there? So again, it's different in the stomach. So what you see from here is that in general, even if anyone is prohibited by a drug, that is excreted, and that would include also like the remnant in the stomach of the animal. Ultimately, again, is mutter back. That ultimately, again, because they curdle the cheese in the stomach, the kivas agreeable to become a hundred in pain, lama lo asura ba'ano. And ultimately, then they shut back. If that's the case, that they're curdling the cheese in the stomach of the Avodah Zarah animal, then ultimately the cheese shouldn't only be asur ba'ano. Asur ba'akila, it should also be asur ba'ano. The asur on both counts. So what do you see from there? You see from there, when it comes to idolatry, really every single part of the animal ultimately again is considered to be asur ba'ano. Even the Russian, by the way, of piercing is something that's separate. It's usually also something that's unimportant in the grand scheme of the animals. What you need to see is that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, because of the stringency, because of the strictness of the prohibition, everything becomes prohibited by law by an Avodah Zarah, including the remnant in the stomach, including ultimately again the excrement, whether it was excreted or whether it's still, let's say, inside of the body and the animal is slaughtered. Everything that's part of that animal becomes possible. Again, when that goes into supposed to start a skull. When I try this, the also if the shark kills someone, you have to stone the shark, and so it says the meat is awesome. The meat that's awesome, but ultimately again, anything else is considered to be pure shark. Insignificant for the animal. I'm not going to say not much bad. It's not possible. It's not possible. And therefore, again, coming full circle, that's why a man should be doing the courage to a woman with the excrement of his short on his skull, because that is not possible. Therefore, it has value. But it cannot be the courage with the excrement of an Avodah Zarah. Because in that case, the Avodah Zarah status develops upon all parts of the incredible. I am mercy for the Hadaleh. For the Hadaleh, we should be less than each of them. I don't understand. In general, even if halacha limits, right? Let's say let's collect the cheese cakes. Right? So now we're saying that the cheese of an apple is going to be usher because they curdle it in the stomach of an Avodah Zarah. Why can't you just, even if that's, let's say you're using the Avodah Zarah animals It's no longer present in finite. Because it's no longer present, what I'm saying is it should be bottled. It should really be bottled. It should be ultimately nullified in a greater extent. It's no longer visible. It's no longer in existence. And ultimately, it should be bottled. The Hamorias Rabbanan lo Asura Ba'anal, because again, when it comes to Morias is official. And according to the Rabbanan, ultimately, again, according to the Rabbanan, the law Asur Dano. Ultimately, at the end, the rabbis did not Asur Dano. My Kaino was the reason. Lav Mishum, the lesson of the Isur Rabbein. Ultimately, again, because the Isur itself is not expanded. I mean, how can you say that the Isur Kamok in Kashu Bakiman, the Isur that is supposed to be it could very well be that in general, the enzyme on stomach coagulate causes kernel ultimately again should be bottled. One could make that argument. The issue of this is it's called a Davar HaMayim. Davar HaMayim is you can't make cheese without the milk, right? You need that enzyme in order to cause the cheese to coagulate. So therefore, Halakha L'maisa, even though you may not be able to see it, right? Or even though you may not be able to notice its presence, but Halakha L'maisa, we know that there's no cheese without it. And therefore, Halakha L'maisa is not bottled. So this happens to have far-reaching consequences and implications in other areas of Halakha as well. So just interesting to know. Therefore, again, the Gemara is kind of moving off over here. Again, we're going to get more into cheese. We're not finished with it yet. But here, the Gemara highlighting the idea. First of all, again, we have an interesting Halakha when it comes to distribution. Which is kind of showing with the exponent of a shaka itself, because it's not the real at all. But you can't be in a with the exponent of an apple bizarre animals, either based on svaros or based on a puzzle. Interestingly enough, is the part of the cheese, kosher cheese, so to speak, with the stomach of an apple bizarre animal can be eye, but isn't it thoughtful? It's not why? Because it's a mind. It's something that creates something else, something that has that heightened level of importance. By definition, is not butter. It's real estate. To think about it, it's a really beautiful thought, right? And it's something that is responsible for the establishment of something else, even if that original ingredient is no longer visible. It's never taught. Speaking in a lot of listeners who think about this, often we speak about the virtue of success and the element of what we do for ourselves. But it is important for us to remember. And at the end of the day, as important as what we do for ourselves is the growth that we enable in us. Part of the Gary, part of the house, Gary as an alcohol, even the often is going to be like the stars in the sky, like the sand on the shore. Of course, it doesn't seem like it never happened, right? So obviously, we've never been as numerous as the stars. We've never been like the sand on the shore. So what does it mean? It's a simple idea. I'm looking at the first out here. I'm going to introduce so while it's true that different segments of humanity kind of went in different directions, but L'maisa Azmavinu is responsible for us in this world. And we would talk about it. And again, every nation faces itself back when Azmavinu is going to be smart. So I'm talking Adam more than even what you're going to accomplish as an individual is the growth that you're going to enable in humanity in all of the world. And this is so incredibly important. This is something that's really extreme that we accomplish in this world. And not just things we accomplish for ourselves, but it's inspiration to others and it's the enabling of growth in others. And sometimes people never even know what we did. They never even know our law. What's our law? Our mind is never wrong. If you help to establish something else, by definition, people can't be seen or no one knows about it. It's there, and it never fully disappears. It's always been there. Let's go back to this. It's still never happened. But remember again, after there was this whole discussion, because you're going to be Shmuel, so ultimately again, Rabbi Shmuel switched the conversation to a different topic.
I don't know, just somebody sent me this clip.
Yes. So Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Yeshua, right? I'm sorry, Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Yeshua So why is it that there is an issur of cheese from an and then the Yeshua ultimately went ahead and switched the topic. And he started quoting a passage from Shira Shira. So the Gemara says, So first of all, again, before the Gemara gets into why Rabbi Yeshua felt the need to switch the conversation, ultimately the Gemara examines husband Shira Shira, for your love is better than wine. So this is Klal Yisrael speaking to Hashem. And what did Klal Yisrael say? What did Klal Yisrael say? Arabian alai divrei dodacha yosem miyina shofar. The words of your beloved ones. Words of the beloved ones. Rashi points out over here, divrei dodacha, divrei sofer. The words of Chazal. The words of Chazal are even more precious to us than the words of Torah itself. You hear what this is saying? We love the Dirabbanans even more than the Rambam. The words of Chazal are even more precious to us than the words of the Torah itself. Nice, Gemara says. The Gemara says, I'm sorry, right? There we go. Good. The Gemara says, so interestingly enough, so what's the shot? Like, what is happening? We love the Dirabbanans more than the Rambam. So very basic. Remember again, the Oraisa, like sticking my hand across back and part of reading for me. We don't show me hand themselves. When I say come to the Rabban and see what's that's Chazal going to the system, what's Chazal following to the streets, that's Chazal trying to understand what's the left and the right part of what's making us better people. So the Rabban is the soul of Torah is not the next Torah, it's part of the belief. Klal Yisrael says, what's near is considered us. So often, you like to get things handled. You think that we prefer is have things given to us. The things that you get handed to us that are very nice, very easy, very beautiful. The things that have to work for, the things you have
It's so funny that it's crossover. How did you get the name?
So the word is nice or high condition, right? So why this process? Right? Why did you choose this process? Really because he's focusing on the beginning of the process. What's the beginning of the process? The Gemara says, Yishakini min Shikos Kiyu. The process says, kiss me with the kisses of your mouth. Amar Yishma Ahi. So really, Rabbi Yeshua was kind of giving Rabbi Yishmael a little bit of veiled rebuke. He said, what does it mean? Press your lips together, which is a nice way of saying, be quiet. Remember, Rabbi Yishmael was asking Rabbi Yeshua, why is it that Chazal prohibited the cheese of an apple? To which Rabbi Yeshua responded, Yishakini min Shikos Kiyu. Close your lips. Close your lips. Don't stop talking. Remember, and don't try to ask questions. Don't ask questions. Mike, what is it? Why not? It's interesting that we were having this conversation. This was a new Zera. This was a new rabbinic prohibition. Now, when it comes to the rabbinic prohibition, we don't go ahead and ask questions. Now, we'll see why that is. We'll see why that is in just a moment. So then about the therefore, again, apparently, it was brand new. Chazal led you can't eat the cheese of an apple. And Yishmael is asking, why? What there? Because it's shot. Yishakini min Shikos Kiyu. I literally close your lips. And what you mean is, I think you actually can extrapolate or expound on these things. Beautiful. Nice deal. So let's do that again. What's going on over here? So we must consider the concept of relating the Shum Mikro. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, because of Mikro. Now we'll see exactly, again, relating the Shum Mikro. Ultimately, again, to say the Gemara. Right. So the Gemara says, to say, why don't you go ahead and ultimately give the people to the prayer? The Gemara suggests, we'll see what he does in just a moment. So the Gemara says, why not just go ahead and say that it's because of the we're concerned about falling out of something incredible. The Gemara says, what he was about, right? This is incredible. The Gemara says, Chazal, everything legislated, they would not reveal the reason for it for 12 months. That's the way they did it. They wouldn't reveal it for 12 months. Why? Yoma Iki Inishto Seal. They must have a really big. What's the problem with doing these things? There's only going to be someone who changes for reasons that surprising him, for reasons it's not good enough, it's not solid enough, it doesn't make sense. It's incredible. It's almost like Hazal understood what every parent has that moment. When a question, I want to tell my child that something was clicking. We need to look at it. It happens that a parent teaches the question, listen, this is what we're going to do. Why? Because I said so. I mean, the truth is, it happens to be that's an important piece as well. Right? Children need not be privy to the logic of every single parental decision. Children need not be a partner in the creation of every single parental policy. Parents have a prerogative to say, this is what is going to happen. This is not what's going to happen. Why? Because I said so. When a child gets older and the comprehension expands, we can bring them into potentially we will get over. Sometimes the parent just has to say, this is what it is. Because the moment you start getting into these things is the moment that everybody is a big problem. So Chazal, this is fascinating. Chazal is policy. And whenever they institute a new law, 12 months after the law was first established, we don't talk about the reason. We want to go ahead and just kind of legislate it, have it become part of general behavior problem stuff, and afterwards, because of assessments, after 12 months, when everybody again is kind of like this behavioral habituation, then we can talk about the reason. But for the first 12 months, do it. It was a process that we so that we can do over and over again in years. There's so much of what it means.
There's a stage, like, go back to
I understand that. I don't understand it. I agree with it. I don't agree with it. I appreciate it. I don't appreciate it. No, what is that for us? And our job is to exercise that experience. To be able to say, you mean, here, I'm ready, I accept, I'm going to be imperfect and make a lot of mistakes, but I'm fully for it. So you mentioned the Rabbi for Gimya. So Gimya just to the earth on the Atal. Yav such a study. So it's remarked as follows. Now remember again, the Nikar, okay, I was going to say let's see. The Nikar means that Nikar means like a hole. So what that's reference to is snake venom. So apparently, what Chazal was originally concerned about when it came to cheese was that there would be snake venom. Not snake venom. But if that's the case, the Yav such a study, the cheese then it should be permitted. Why? Why? So we'll say because ultimately, again, if there's snake venom apparently wouldn't allow cheese to dry out. So if the cheese dries, then by definition there's no venom. There's no venom, then it should be permitted. Where it says Yashan assuming again cheese should also be permitted. Why? Because snake venom is prevented from eating. Legislated about cheese because they were afraid that perhaps the apple wasn't careful with snake venom. There's an easy way to tell if the cheese has snake venom or not. If it has no liquid, right? If it's dried out, then it has no venom. If it has no venom. And that's one thing you know. Right? There's another issue. The issue is that ultimately, again, it is impossible for there to be cheese without some milk residue inside. Now, what does that mean? If you take a look at Rashi, Ishi, actually, the color shapova always will come in so Eo Asr, Zoma Ari, they color Hame. There's a difference between perhaps if the Akim is using cheese, like using milk to make cheese, maybe he mixed in some non-kosher milk grass, and therefore, again, cheese always always has milk residue with it. Maybe that milk residue is ultimately again from the cheese or from the milk of a non-kosher animal. Okay, now happens to be okay. Rashi points out over here. We'll read Rashi. Once you get first opinion, what's the reason ultimately again for this apple snake venom? But the Hanina, no, that's not it. For the reasons you just mentioned, rather it's an issue that maybe the apple mixed in some non-kosher milk, and some of the milk residue ultimately will be non-kosher milk. And by the way, it happens to be, you might understand that for whatever the reason, non-kosher milk would not collect. Therefore, again, it's not really a concern of non-kosher milk is going to get baked into the cheese, but in the cheese residue itself, the milk residue in the cheese is going to be non-kosher milk. Shmuel says, Interesting. Interesting. So Shmuel says, what's the issue? The issue is that they take an actual piece of the stomach and use it to curb the beforehand, we're talking about using an enzyme. So one thing, the argument that they use the enzyme is like a pure stuff. Like nothing, it's like extra. But once you're actually using a piece of the stomach itself, that's not pure. That's not pure. That's mamish in the table. So therefore, Shmuel says there's actual Nevela of the Jews. The Gemara says, okay, well, it's a shiny. The Gemara says, one second. Let's leave that itself. So what's interesting, by the way, you can see is the interesting thing is that according to Shmuel, only the stomach itself is problematic. But apparently, if they were to use the enzyme in the stomach, rather than the stomach, that would be harder. But the Shmuel said, right? The Gemara says, give us all the books on the stomach, everybody. You don't do that. Right? So literally, again, the stomach, right, of an animal used probably to the organ of it. It's also being involved. Also, the only problem I understand. The animal sacrifices, the animal that Akam uses for is a result also in the Veda. So why do you have to say either an animal or in the Veda? Right? They're both in the Vedas. From the Shmuel, how they you're right, it's saying one thing. Kivas Shitas Modo Obitokovim, the Veda ultimately Shmuel says that the shita of an animal for a Bodhisara ultimately again is an Veda, and therefore again the stomach material, the enzyme ultimately again is going to be possible. So Allah here you see Shmuel saying that the enzyme is also. Beforehand, we get right about the sound of Shmuel saying that the enzyme is mutter. So what's going on there? Lokashia was at Amud Days 35b. Lokashia can Kodim Hazara Hami Akar. This is the person who retracted his opinion. This is after he retracted his opinion. Also, Mishnah the Shlita School in the Kivas Ovid Okovim Medela Ba'asura Mishnis Kodem Shechazu Baradi Yisrael Torah Rabbi Shmuel Station Ma'anid also the Kivas Medela the Sabalak Yeshua. Again, he's taking from me as different. One was before the retraction, one was after the retraction. The Mishnah was lovely. But ultimately, again, the Mishnah Halacha L'Maisa went ahead and remained in. So it wasn't the original ruling, and Halacha L'Maisa again it was going to be fun. Based on the fact they're only using an enzyme. But the thing in the enzyme would have been pure. Later on, the Gemara says that it's also ultimately because of the fact that they're actually using not simply the enzyme, but rather Halacha L'Maisa they're actually going ahead and using the actual piece of the stomach itself, which Halacha L'Maisa will be possible. Rashi says that Halacha Hazara half the Shani Shorishim and even also Ba'ar. About Kiva Atzma Shari Halacha Hazara Hazara Yeshua B'Kei Shuvasa. So again, originally that Halacha L'Maisa again Rabbi Yeshua thought that Halacha L'Maisa was saying that over. Then afterwards, when we heard Rabbi Shmuel's statement back in Mishnah, he retracted that position and said the issue is not that the issue that we use actual piece. Okay, well, what's like, I'm going to give him a basic name, we'll see the Halacha L'Maisa. Second line down from the top, I'm going to give him a base 35. The mouse can just read it out. In case they're not thinking, I have too much time. So also, you all different interpretations of why she's of an Akum is problematic. So Malkia says, because they coat the cheese with pig water, the pig fat.
Well, I mean, if you're saying take it to me, you could.
The Gemara says, so this time mentioned, I'm even also the comments. So use vinegar. Use vinegar to make the cheese. Vinegar comes from wine. Wine it would be up on the Yainasa. The Malcolm, I used to come from even also the strap of, interestingly enough, they use the sap of arla fruit in order to the sap of arla in order to go ahead and make the cheese. So what is kima? These are things that are he I kind of decided it wasn't on that. I'm not making this up on the us of the big food. One uses so what's the other number again the first food in the first 3 years. First 3 years, right? He's trying to see first 3 years of food. Can't utilize it. So the Gemara says that if you go ahead and you use the sap of arla as a collagen, ultimately also because the sap has the same status as the this Gemara says no, you can already show. You can already show what it is. I can already show a little bit of the Tikva, the Gusa. Kitzur B'Teira Modi. Because even Rabbi Yeshua, he only argues on what's called Kitzur B'Teira, which means the sap that comes out of the tree. Rabbi Yeshua says that the sap that comes out of the tree does not have the status of fruit. But everyone agrees that the sap that comes out of fruit, of course, does have the status of fruit, has the status of arba. So it's not only the sap, Rabbi Yeshua, the matter of the Teirus, Shanami B'Srafa Ha'oli, or B'Srafa Ikari, and what I heard explicitly, that if you go ahead and use the sap of the leaf, or the sap of the tree itself, for cheese, that ultimately, again, the cheese will be more because the sap of the tree, or the sap of the leaf, does not have the status of the fruit. However, the sap Ha'Tagim, ultimately, the actual sap of the fruit, ultimately, again, that is going to be also why? Because that is the status of the fruit. Okay? And the rest of this follows. Being Ratista, being Ratista, remember, Ratista says that a local the reason why cheese and happen is also because they use vinegar. Therefore, vinegar comes from yayin. Yayin is one of the yayin essence. Rav Nachman, they use the sap of arba. But both according to Rav Chisda and Rav Nachman, cheese of an apple should not only be usher ba'achila for consumption, but should also be usher ba'anah. Because vinegar of an apple is usher ba'anah, comes from wine. Sap of arba is usher ba'anah. But yet again, they only say that it's usher ba'achila. First one over here, kasha. Unless they know it, question. Okay, so we'll say, we're going to point out how fascinating this is just to see all of these different opinions, right? So we have Tula, Rabbi Hanina, Shmuel, Rav Malkiah, Rav Chisda, and Rav Nachman. Different opinions as to why Chazal went ahead and legislated that you're not allowed to go ahead and keep the cheese on the top. Again, I'm not going to say we'll go hopefully video. Start from that very good because the mic is too much mean and possible. The reaction on that one will be what does it mean? Putting over here again from here to here. We have to say literally again, the scent of your oil is beautiful. This is beautiful. We're not coming off of the so what can come off of the sweetness is self-life. You can compare it to ultimately a flask of perfume. Midula, the flask is open, Reichanol, and the scent is able to smell the scent. This song, here, flask is closed, clean Reichanol. Ultimately, the scent cannot wash. The scent doesn't go on. They will say how beautiful this is. In other words, at the end of the day, what makes it fucking great? It's not the knowledge of the analysis for himself, but rather, again, it's the willingness and ability to share with others. Both that, reminiscent, harkens back to something that establishes something else is never possible. Right now, you try to package yourself as just a regular mom trying to figure it out. You're not. You're a millionaire Canadian. You just got back from performing in Saudi Arabia. You have an insane amount of like, you have so many resources to be informed about the world. I don't see these as clever hot takes from film and mirror of society. These are actually well rants from someone who is clearly struggling with their sense of self. But this isn't just a way to go and represent this push towards anti-intellectualism, favoring emotion and simple truth over complex analysis, science. Critical thinking. You carry the charismatic grift. Friends, some of them now training and goaded into a culture war where there is clearly a class war happening right now. There is a ruling class. We should all have our eyes on this resource and all be criticizing. So why would we take a shot at Miss Rachel and educate her and entertain her who is actually talented? Or broken systems? I don't know. I guess that's information she can give to her mental health professional. Holiday, alumos. Read it instead of alumos, rather as alumos. Alumos. So that which is hidden will become beloved. You become a kind of person who gives selfless people, especially if you're looking. You teach others, you share your Torah, you share your ability, you share your goals with others. Even the Malach HaMalach comes to admire. I will say, what's not that? There could very well be that in general, the Malach HaMalach comes to the life. So perhaps, unfortunately, he doesn't feel that the world is being misused. Because unfortunately, all too often in life we underperform. So the Malach HaMalos comes to claim the neshama, okay. But when the Malach HaMalos sees someone who's really like firing on all cylinders, Malach HaMalos sees someone ultimately again who's not just a massive personality, but it's taking up all of these solutions and sharing it with others. The Malach HaMalos do you want to make the Malach HaMalos your friend? I don't know. You want to make the party. You want to make the Malach HaMalos your friend? At the end of the day, be the kind of person who takes what he has, the spiritual treasures that he possesses, and he took care of it. Furthermore, if you take your power and you share to those, take your wisdom and you share to others, you acquire, you inherit two worlds. This world and the next world. Alamos Holiday or Lamos. Read it as words. So beautiful. The person who takes the person who takes the stopper off of the beautiful bottle of spiritual perfume, allows the scent to go ahead and give to others, such a person like that. All how I know is really good. But my own heart, this becomes so much better when I know that I'm a giver to others. This will become so much better when I know that I'm a neighbor of growth with others. This will become so much better when I know that I'm not just waiting for me. It's moving to the crowd, moving to the collective, moving to the incredible mission. They will rush all the time. I'm not sure if these students are now telling the items. I know it comes out there, but it's not an issue I'm not. So what I do? Color of Shefal of all people, but then you saw later, an apple milked an animal, and Yisrael wasn't watching. So one of us are really concerned about an apple mixing and non-kosher. So because of that, you can't do it, but it's not us or that us, but Hashem and Shalom. Furthermore, you can't eat the bread baked by a non-Jew, nor can you use the oil of a non-Jew. Rabbi and his Beis they permitted the use of oil. Obviously, you have to throw the right shoulder when it's Hashlotos, cooked vegetables, rice of an apple, cooked vegetables. You can't eat that cooked items. Pickled items or preserved items. Shegar Kalnosi. Can I tweet this and give a private message of saying not only can I tweet it, but they should be able to say it in the first place? Have you ever done that to somebody? And then how is it? Several places in the Taurus,
Most I've ever done is tell them to delete some tweets.
It's a small variety of fish.
I mean, like that, I would never be like, and by the way,
Or
because we're comedians or family.
The
stuff you said about Fluffy should have never been said.
This year, the import dog is for this perfect. And here is growing, and if it's growing that does not have to kill this fish swimming around. Now Rashi says over here, Shadera kill this, the gogo may allow the fish to looking for it. Seer.com and emo, goes to gogo kill this the atmosphere. Interestingly enough, we'll see that apparently the presence of this kill this fish somehow indicated that the drawing was kosher. And we'll explain this more in the Gemara. That's good. What's really Rashi says, Min Duggan is unimportant, the useful type. From yesterday, actually, is a small variety of this called sultan. Now, when the fish is young, so it doesn't have to be used in scale. The English not every aspect. But also, the Duggan answers not every aspect. Depending on the text. So ultimately, again, and yet, halacha myself, we see that it's mutter. From the ground, they might also miss your do not hold that you must not there. So it's interesting enough when it comes to the filling, this small fish, because you can't buy from a Gentile. Why? Because it's easily mixed in other non-kosher species, and you may not be able to get it. Torah filters. Similarly, again, we'll say so. Filters we see the type of grain. You can't go ahead and eat this from an apple. Why not? So that's just interesting enough. This is a different. This is because when you harvest this animal, often use the knives. And because the knife of an apple can have schmutz, non-kosher schmutz on it, or you can't eat this filter. So we'll say, obviously, we're going to go ahead, Rashi points out over here, but also mipnei shamunisa is also because of the way there may be non-kosher residue on the knife. Obviously, we're going to explain each of these categories in the Gemara. Melech, shal kivanis, or Shalkundis. You also can't use Shalkundis salt. Rashi says, all of these items are able to any service. All these items will say again. You cannot eat it, and there is an issur, there's an issur apila, you're not allowed to consume it, but there is no issur you can get in the I asked the Gemara, let's go, let's start. So the milk of an anju, you can't do the milk of an anju, what do you have to be concerned with? Initially, if you say tar, here, tamiyar. So it was ultimately, if you're concerned that the anju is going to put in their non-kosher milk, apparently, non-kosher milk is different than kosher milk, it's different colorations. So therefore, again, there's no community with it. And if you're afraid that he's going to take that from this, but he's going to mix it with some additional non-kosher milk, so we'll be able to see it. Very simple. First of all, that is right. Make cheese shredded. Ultimately, kosher milk can coagulate into cheese. Non-kosher milk can't coagulate into cheese. That's a great idea. Each way to test out if there's any non-kosher milk. You know what's the case here? Because what in the context? Case of bears, I'm not buying it for cheese. So what am I buying it for? I must say everyone's favorite dish. Pizza. Come from actually points out over here. Is the my fault also known as pizza. So again, because of that, there's no reason to you're not allowed to go ahead and purchase. You're not in there non-kosher. I have the nishko mine called it the nickel. So just take a little bit of it. You don't want to cover the whole thing. Take a little bit of it. First you want to say, no, say like that's not a good food. Or it's trying to catch. Even if you tell her, none of each of the two will tiny, let them make up Allah the most. It is any time you make cheese, or any time you make cheese. It is very common that you always have some leftover milk. Not all of the milk curdles, even in the case of kosher. So therefore, again, even the cheese testing doesn't work, because just because you have some leftover milk that didn't curdle is not a raya that it's kosher milk or non-kosher milk. So even kosher milk, there's some leftover milk that doesn't curdle. Therefore, the cheese test will not work to ascertain whether or not there's non-kosher milk. So the possibility is, furthermore, again, even if you are purchasing milk, ultimately, again, the cheese, and even if halacha again, you do go ahead and make the cheese. Once again, how does that help you? Because halacha, once you've established that there is some milk that is always left over in the cheese itself, that can just eat it. Look, it can be kosher milk that's a big coagulate, it can be non-kosher milk that can't coagulate. Therefore, bottom line is that the cheese test can't work. Therefore, what's halacha l'maisa? Source number one, or halacha number one, Mishnah says you're not allowed to go ahead and purchase milk from the akum. Why? We are concerned ultimately again that the akum mixed in non-kosher. Now again, interesting enough, I'm not concerned he's selling me just pure non-kosher milk, because that would be distinguishable just by its appearance. What I am concerned about is that he mixed in non-kosher milk with the kosher milk, and there's no real way the Gemara says that you're able to ascertain that. If you can't go ahead and use the milk of an akum. It's possible you can't eat it, but ultimately again that's possible. So a couple different today. We'll take up the message in the class tomorrow.
At the mothership and doing these things, selling them, it's a big deal. And so I tried to be respectful to Tony as far as in that circumstance, Tony is dead.
Good morning, Wesley. Did you guys unfortunately feel the words that I'm trying to not go confused physically, but at least you can learn together spiritually and culturally. Again, I think all of our sponsors, thank God, anyone coming from the sponsor, because of stuff and I've talked to everybody all the time jobs this year. It's supposed to be so published I don't know why I wondered. In things that we fought for all of these about the reviews and the Sean went 14 years ago. Speaking of Bible Daniel and Dr. Hammer himself, then to the black was just not the memory of father and solo, and you see that on your everything from China, everything from all those things which are considered culturally from the direction of home and will still be successful for all of us. Today's class is Lamed Calendar 34, and we are picking up in Yer Hashem on Lamed Gimel on the days 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up in the bottom. All of today, high money is the window. So that is clicked in the last time that clicked on vessels that are coated with lead. So these vessels, you are so ultimately whether they are black or white, ultimately shari. They are once ultimately utilize them even after an option. The roca means it's going to be awesome. Why? You shouldn't make it because it's made out of this alum. It's made out of the it has this mineral alum, the alum dirt, alum soil, and therefore again, it absorbs and the absorptions cannot be upset. It's too but ultimately, again, if it has cracks in it, then every color ultimately will be awesome. If there are cracks in the assumption the absorptions get in and cannot be properly Rush Morena, Kunya, from Morena to Kunya, which again is lead coated earthenware vessels, being Ukma, being Kilula, being Europa. Whether it's black, white, or green, shari, ultimately again, it is familiar. Now, what's the time? In 1 second. Nice on the phone to Facebook. Why should the halacha be of any issue in the What's all of that? The Bible in Marina, the Mira Sahalan Honey, Honey, the Sinno, Mother, you say you can do this. Can you use the case what they, when you finish considering, finish up the Gemara, tell you to tremendous halacha the Maisa application actually is this halacha. So, what is the status of using a clay kunyo on a the local by the fundamental thing of the body? When it comes to a green fish, which is made again of alum, so that is heavy therefore what's the shadow? We're asking rather about the white or the black. So the night, what's the halacha? So you have to speak this when you go to the body of the clearly, if you set aside the fashion, everyone will agree that halacha the mice is works, and because of the therefore halacha the mice you can't go ahead and if you have a case window, ultimately again receive no crack. What is the halacha when it comes ultimately again? Okay, 34a. I'm a Kazino Laru in the dynasty because I saw that when that utensil is taking up sweat on the outside. In other words, when there's something going on the inside of it, there's condensation on the outside. Indicates again that there is a movement of the content from inside the tree to outside the tree, and therefore that indicates something that are clearly observed. And because there are obstructions that are what I saw cannot be used on the inside. Even in the dynasty, Rashi says that there's my seer, the training of hoods, not much use. The utensil is sweating, because the condensation, because the moisture on the outside of the tree, that indicates that the tree is absorbing. Because it's absorbing, therefore it cannot be used on the inside. Whereas in my time, but what's the use of this? Torah, we perish in the ocean, they just not know. Once the utensil is sweating, that indicates to us, as a technical understanding, that there's condensation on the outside. That's indicative that what is inside the tree is pressing through the walls and going to the outside. Once that happens, that shows me that the ordinary utensil is absorbing. And the Torah itself tells me that once ordinary utensils absorb, they cannot be kosher. Now, what's fascinating about that statement is so much of yesterday's Rav was about smaller amounts of absorption in the international utensils, but again, we're going to have to at some point bring together all of these disparities. The final line the Gemara is saying is, once the utensil sweats, that's indicative that there is absorption. And once there's absorption by a Tiferes, you can never go ahead and extract the absorption. That is the beginning of where is that? Interestingly enough, halacha is very helpful that if you have an earthly utensil that is stored, halacha is the heritage stuff that has to get the I like it because once it absorb, you can't expect the absorption. When it comes to combined absorptions, if those are trapped inside of the utensil, it cannot be used for any other reason. Just as a story, Church ever has been supposed to go to the city of Judah, and they would retire themselves. One of the most fascinating things is almost everyone tells Judah about the Mukko Yiddish, even in the mountains that surround the find pottery. Why is something pottery because in the country of Israel, people would come offer their companies. So how works, you take your carbon and your earthly you use your carbon. What would you do with earthly utensil after you consume your carbon? Well, you weren't going to take it home because you couldn't cash it. So because you couldn't cash it, what are you going to do with it? Jeff all day, we smash it. Incredible. So that's like this very day, you find pottery shards and shoes. Incredible. So the Gemara says, nice mummy, yes. Now here's the so therefore the Gemara says, when it comes to Pesach, you cannot cash it. If you have an earthly utensil fully resolved, since when you see that when the utensil is used, sweats on the outside, that indicates to us that there's absorption. Once there's absorption in an earthly utensil, you can't extract absorption. Therefore, if it absorbs from it, you can't use it on Pesach. Good. You can ask the Gemara, understand. Nice from the yayin nesa. But why is it different than the yayin nesa? That's how we started. We got to Marimar, who do money to take a shari? Marimar said, most like a few ones ago, Marimar said that all types of personal utensils covered with what we call clay cornmeal, even if it was used for yayin nesa, it is utilized afterwards. So what's the difference between yayin nesa and chametz? If you say the chametz died yayin nesa, Rabbi says, oh, it's a big difference. Chametz is d'oraisa. Chametz is d'oraisa. Yayin nesa. Now, yayin nesa is yayin nesa is d'oraisa, but the concern that what an apple used it for was yayin nesa as a drabana. So therefore, again, when it comes to d'oraisa, more chomer, and therefore a klei cannot be kosher. When it comes to drabana, about a concern about yayin nesa, we're not as concerned, and therefore you can kosher it or you can utilize it after the akum goes ahead and uses it. I remember what's that going to hold the talking about when I came down. Whenever the rabbis legislated the law, it only when they legislated. In other words, rabbinic law is always monocapital. So the Gemara says. So therefore, so to say that yayin nesa is drabanan chametz and d'oraisa, hence the difference in how we treat it from clean in both of those circumstances. The Gemara doesn't like that answer. Because we use drabanan to mind up the d'oraisa. So if they clean up, it's not going to work to actually chametz. It shouldn't work to utilize it for yayin after we use some yayin nesa. Which is my part of the symbol of that, Hashem the coming, the death of Yisrael the Shema. This is very interesting. The assumption is that the intent was used to come into the first year of Yisrael have to come into us. So remember again, there's a greater level of objects. When there's a concern about yayin nesa, it's cold. It's cold, or at least it's not hot. Therefore, again, what has to be thinking about this. When it comes to yayin nesa, that I'm mostly dealing with is cold absorption, and because this is not a typical earthly utensil, but rather it's an earthly utensil covered with lead. Right, so that blunts the absorptive abilities of the earthenware. Right, that's why you can make those by yayin nesa, and as long as the continuum doesn't have any cracks. Rabbi said even if it was used by an akum, you could use it after. Chametz, if it was used after you, presumably you can use it. Halachah, you can't use it. You can't use it because why? There's a higher level of absorption. Because there's a higher level of absorption, therefore halachah, you can't touch it. Okay, so we'll say that's how the Gemara sees the Klei ultimately again is going to be much easier, it's going to be fun for use after yayin nesa. So I purchased the Klei from an akum, ultimately again I'm allowed to use it. Now again, look, I want to point out our contemporary halachos of kasher, textual healing, is very different than the way the Gemara is presented. There are obviously the concepts are here, but the actual application is going to be different. Again, but by chametz, like plenty of times the Gemara says you can't kasher an earthenware utensil, like kunya, even if it's coated with lead, since it's used to heat, the absorption is going to be a little more. Look, I just mentioned you get this and you can kasher. This is halacha of kunya. So Here, the Gemara is using the exact to refer to a person in the house is covered with lead. The truth is, it doesn't have to be lead. Interestingly enough, it could be an earthly utensil covered with anything. And the idea that they clean is, even though earthenware is highly absorptive, I don't know if it's highly absorptive, right? So, but when there's a coating on it, that coating needs to run the absorption properties of earthenware. That's what's driving this whole thing. So if an earthenware utensil that is covered with lead, it runs a little bit of the absorption, and therefore, again, at least by Nessa, the amount of things seems to be so concerned about it. From it, they're very concerned. This is interesting application about what is the halacha. What is the halacha ultimately, again, concerning what's a grave concern. So this kind of interesting, right? Because China is earthenware, glaze is glass. So there's a whole discussion of what exactly defines the identity of the clay. Is that clay, is it defined by its exterior coating, or is it defined by the primary clay? Now, obviously, there's a difference, not as much the contrary, but it raises a very interesting question, which is earthenware does not have to be cobbled before use. Glass does have to be cobbled before use. Do you have to go ahead and cobble glazed China before use? All right, absolutely. Again, it had to been a focus in halacha as to whether or not to require sila, but just an interesting, different application of protein. In general, by the way, when it comes to extra theories, just know when you have these type of situations where you have, let's say, a base clean, a base utensil, and a coating on top of that, halachically, you generally define the identity of the cleans by the coating. Both for potentially for tefillah purposes and certainly for passion purposes as well. Again, a lot more involved in the way the Gemara is presenting it over here, which is always fascinating to see concepts in the Gemara that although the application changes a little bit by us, but the neshama of it is also tremendously powerful. It also tells you sometimes mentions the consequence also, which is that sometimes you have to make sure that you create the right coating around your food. Because the right coating around your food is really helpful. We spoke yesterday about the ugliness of the food. Tyler said, what's the protective coating you're putting around your food? You don't put, not just for a moment, in the oven, compared to what we have, it's like from the earth. And man is the earthenware vessel. So what you see from here is that the earthenware vessel will have to absorb everything. Man, also, what we absorb everything I see, everything I hear, everything I look at, everything I experience, it all seeps into my machine. And there's a difference. Because if I'm seeing the wrong things, if I'm hearing the wrong things, if I'm experiencing the wrong things, it's all just getting closer to my feet. That's why you have to be like a crusader. You have to be some type of protective barrier around your prepares. What's the protective barrier? What does that mean? Oh Lord, it's trusted. It's all this beautiful dynamic church of you that you do. That's what creates a protective barrier around a personal experience. Without it, I absorb everything. And what happens if you absorb everything, Manish? It becomes strange. Right? And unfortunately, sometimes it becomes virtually impossible to extract all of those absorptions. Put the protective layer around it is incredible. You know, it's like a great story here. And the thing that everybody brings up, that the people went to the simple things up. So, born in the day, they asked him about the Shaiva, this animal shows, or in this animal shows, that's the following thing. Interesting thing. Let's say, a lot of people express it defines it this way. Let's say I'm going home and I didn't eat today. Okay, so let's say it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I didn't eat. Not because I'm fasting. No, I got busy. And as you know, there's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I might as well just accept today when I'm fasting. And I'll fast for the remainder of the day. Can you do that? Can you transform midday, the rest of the day? I haven't eaten up until today. And I transform the rest of the day into a fast meal. So they have to be given this.
Can you see me? Come in my Discord. Dracula Burrow. Come to my Discord.
Remember again,
on, and every time I'm coming on the book that persistent.
Motion.
Follow your efficiency.
Then Aaron was an ordinary individual. The motion seems to be the first suddenly speculated when everywhere. What do you wear on those 7 days? Well, how about the other days? And the people did not know it. It looks like they wouldn't see itself. Why did I just skip to the information? Why did you ask about how the people didn't know the answer? And this was ask you, because that no one has all the answers. You know, I mentioned this many times on the studies in chapter. The Gemara says, Lama l'shon chalomar any of you have to teach your tongue to say, I don't know. What do you have to teach your tongue? It's not natural for a person to say, I don't know. It's uncomfortable for me to say, I don't know. I like to think that I know everything, but I don't know everything. No one knows everything. So first, you have to teach your tongue to say, I don't know. It's hard. It doesn't come naturally. And I think my brings us as further. Rabbi Akiva, look at Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva said, you would not be here without Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva at the end of Makkos, who when the sky is full, Rabbi Akiva is the one who steadies us. Rabbi Akiva holds our hand. Rabbi Akiva locks us in an embrace. Rabbi Akiva dries our tears. Rabbi Akiva tells us that it's going to be okay. Even Rabbi Akiva doesn't have all of the answers. Even Rabbi Akiva doesn't know everything. Even Rabbi Akiva sometimes says, I don't know. And if Rabbi Akiva doesn't have all the answers, then it's okay for us to not have all the answers as well. Also, Shaul being Midrasha. Rabbi Akiva, what's the cause of Rabbi Akiva? When he doesn't have all the answers, he tries to find. So he goes into the base medrash and asks, Amri. And again, they told him the answer to all the questions. So ultimately, the first of the halacha is you can't transform the day midday into a fasting. And what that means is you'll daven for mincha, the rest of the day you'll daven the tefillas of a fasting. What it also means is once you decide that it's going to be a fasting, you can't back out. So your decision is binding, and halacha l'maaseh you'll daven tefillas ultimately again of a midday. Oh, sorry, of a fasting. Next, and comes on you. Okay, someone's over here. Then one of the earthen utensils of an akum become mutter. When do they become mutter? After 12 months. So listen, this is a fascinating nugget of information. This whole time we're talking about the idea that earthenware vessels ultimately absorb, and you can't extract the absorptions. That even recommended drugs. This bombshell says, by the way, after 12 months, the absorptions essentially are voided. Rashi says over that's after 12 months with no koshering, with no kosherization, no koshering process. So if you want to use earthenware vessels before 12 months, okay, there needs to be a koshering process, depending on how it was used. What is after 12 months? Anything absorbed within the earthenware vessels ultimately again is bottled. It's bottled, it's negated, it's void. Again, I will say that concept does show up in halacha l'maaseh. You know this comes up all the time. People inherit sets of china from relatives maybe who weren't necessarily observant or didn't know exactly how to run a kosher home. And now I get this, heirloom china. What can I do with it? So again, there is what to do with it, especially if it hasn't been used for a very long time. Because the Gemara introduces us over here to this concept that after 12 months, even that which is absorbed in earthenware utensils ultimately, again, essentially becomes null and void. Incredible. Next, so that was question number 2. What did Moshe Rabbeinu wear? What did he wear during the 7 days of inauguration? The Gemara says the chaluk lava. Moshe Rabbeinu wore a simple white tunic or a white robe. It was a robe without an imra. Now, what's an imra? Rashi says over here, safa. It means without a hem. And Rashi says, why without a hem? Because ultimately, again, because if it had a hem, there was a concern many people would suspect Moshe smuggling money or gold or silver outside of the Mishkan. Therefore, he definitely used the robe without a hem. So therefore, no one could suspect him ultimately of smuggling anything out. And Rashi points out over here, he says, V'lav milsa shayfar, nikra malacha b'shas ha'od me'echad shalo. Rashi doesn't make any sense. The way doesn't make any sense. By the time when he was touching the inauguration of the Mishkan, all the gold, the silver, the copper, the precious fabrics, everything was already built. In other words, everything was already constructed. So what would Moshe be smuggling out exactly? So Rashi leads it. Tosis She'in bo imra, Tosfos actually has a number of different interpretations. If you look at Tosfos She'in bo imra, the second line in, he says very interesting. He says, "Ulefichach lo haya bo imra lefi shebazeh hayanika yoser chadash." Deva'inar shel nishtamish bo hayot, ulefichach asor b'shinu b'shar kalot chalukim. See, interestingly enough, this was like Moshe Rabbeinu's form of Big Kahuna, where there's a hand that looks like maybe it was used by someone else before, like it was altered and tailored to Moshe Rabbeinu. Now, without any hem, indicates to us that this was a brand new beged only used for Moshe Rabbeinu. He goes over here. Okay, so Tosfos gives a number of different interpretations, but the idea over here is that what did Moshe Rabbeinu wear? Moshe Rabbeinu wore a simple white cloth. It was to Aaron, who was Kohen Gadol, who has beautiful, fancy, elegant, big Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately again wore a simple white cloth.
I heard that there was a request. You need me to do something. Please go ahead.
Was effectively functioning as the Kohen Gadol. If you're going to have the cards, why not dress the cards? Why not effectively be the Kohen Gadol? Why not to go ahead? So I think for 12 teachers is very important, which is, clothing very much represents identity. It was never Moshe Rabbeinu's job. And it was never Aaron's job to be emotional. Everyone has their own clothing. Everyone has their own identity. Everyone has their own responsibilities. And I'm not supposed to try to wear your clothing, and you're not supposed to try.
Oh, and it's not because, absolutely, that's not because I don't love you or the Soul Unchained community. I'm in about half a dozen different Discords, and if I had all the sound up on all of my devices, it would drive me batty. So generally, I have them muted. If you ever want to talk with me, though, feel free to come to my Discord, and my microphone and my speakers are always on there, so I kind of filter everybody there. But additionally, if you send me a message on Discord and I see it, I can certainly turn up my sound for the Soul Unchained community. I really appreciate the opportunity to be there and be a member of your community.
My job is to maximize my identity, not to become someone else. And then for Moshe Rabbeinu, as much as he was functioning as the Kohen Gadol during those 7 days of inauguration, he wore his own outfit. And by the way, it was made for him. And after he wore it, no one else wore it after him. And Aaron has his own clothes. And the Levium had their outfits. And the Israelim had their outfits. And every Yid, every Jew has his own outfit, has his own imra, has his own color, has his own robe, has his own tunic. And I'm not supposed to wear yours, and you're not supposed to wear mine. Spend so much time trying to be like other people, when in fact, all that kind of powerful really wants for us is to wear our own clothing, to be the best version of ourselves. We never like them. I'm sorry, guys, I just all day. Remember again, Mishnah said, I'm trying to tell you ultimately again, great students.
Hello, I see you.
First white line. I tell you guys, on the Gohamin, said if you have the great seed of the great hope of an apple, lacking that's really based on the target, it's moist and moisture. That's again the residue of the yain of the wine in there. But if it's dry, it's more thirsty. She wants a definition of moist versus dry.
That's 100% correct. I do my best to be omnipresent and really am here to support the community. You should really know if you ever need to speak with anybody and you need someone to talk to. I am not ignoring people purposefully. Come to my Discord. I'll be happy to be able to discuss anything that you want. I'm really here to be an asset to the community and really want to help people.
Usher means bachilo and ba'ano. Can't eat it, can't get back. Mutter means ultimately hano and even Allah said, "Hi, dodayet the kamera alamoy." Basar trisa yatisha. So dodayet shmar dregs. These dregs of Arami and wine after 12 months are again the passion because after 12 months.
I recognize that. Well, it depends. It certainly depends. But I do have a general schedule if you want to know it. Now, this isn't every single day, and like last night, I was kept up very early into the morning with a group of people from Canada and Australia. But generally, this is all Pacific time. I usually try to get up by at least 4:30 or so. I daven by 5 a.m., and then I teach a Kabbalah class on YouTube. That's anywhere between 1 and 3 hours every single day. And then I do my best to, make coffee, do all the morning activities that a person may have, certainly bathe and all those other things. Then get into spaces early as well, usually at least by 9 a.m. And then I try to be in spaces all day long, but also I entertain people on my own Discord throughout the day. And then in the evening, there's a group of people that come in and we play mini games every single day. So anything from bowling to mini golf to chess and a bunch of different mini games that we like to play. So if anybody's interested, you can always connect with me in my Discord, and or certainly send me a message. If you want me, send me a message. I'm as available as I can be to anyone who has any needs.
After 12 months, it's more fair to begin at next week. The taxes is starting already, and therefore there's no really value. I'm about to about honey, goofy, trace, now the Gemara says something very interesting. These of us that the Gemara calls this, actually, no, sorry, no, actually. Honey, goofy, so goofy, we actually had that term. We had that term on the Mazalek, that's jugs. That's jugs. So ultimately, again, you put black and red. Basar Tresa Yafi Shasa.
So it.
Basar Tresa Yafi Shasa. After 12 months, ultimately, again,
absolutely, depending on the situation. But yeah, I've done that before. I've had people from the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 E-New community come visit me from as far as Northern California. So just generally based on my schedule, yeah, I am open to it. And the other question was regarding mini games. What are mini games? Well, as I understand, they're generally not your full-on. You need like a super gaming PC. There's something that you can play on your phone. Pretty simple games. Anything from pools, chess, checkers. Certainly things like mini golf. Things like Scrabble, Risk. Things like perhaps Monopoly. Just the games that you would play as a kid. But I do have a community that we've been playing these games now every night for about a year. And so I enjoy just certainly staying entertained in any way that I can. Do you mind if I share with the community what I really am passionate about? Thank you so much. So you guys know... Absolutely, yeah. It's different than what you normally hear me say. So I know most of you probably know about my spiel, my pitch, but all of that, yeah, absolutely. But what you don't probably know is that I'm passionate about futurism. I'm a futurist, so I like to talk about things of the future. Things like antimatter, anti-gravity, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets. Certainly teleportation, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like replicators, Santa Claus machines, certainly things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, has founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, I should say, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm kind of surprised that more people aren't talking about this. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really an exciting opportunity to perhaps be able to archive on my stream. Additionally, I talk about things that I'd like, once I go viral, to be able to give back to the community and the people who have helped me, specifically in terms of life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you all, or someone like you, is probably about age 8 years old, and I want to increase that with your consent, if you want, using giving you the resources so that you can afford things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, cryonics, cryogenics, to get you to be 120 years old if you want. That doesn't necessarily mean that everybody wants that, but if you do, I want to make sure that you have the opportunity. But at age 120, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great life, and back in 2026, everything that you discussed sounded like science fiction, but it's now become science fact. My body's starting to break down, though. What's the next plan? And I don't know if I necessarily endorse this, but these are the type of conversations I like to have. Things regarding mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But
this is true for the oil that comes from the first and second hydrogen extracting oil, but ultimately the third commodity המישור משיני, שכנגד הנוסעים מים ומלח על שום הדברים, ומוצא סוף שום וכשקלוס holding us in that field. So this is very interesting. Sometimes what would end up happening is you take the fish, right, and they would put water and salt on the fish, and that would extract the oil from the fish. So the first pour and the second pour ultimately again is mutter because you're getting out the real oil. The third time already, again, there was a concern that they may mix in wine in order to come with up the volume because there's less oil there. My time I wasn't using. Hamisha Mishini did not Mishina ROTHSCHILD, the Mary Camera. That's the first and second parts of the salt and water. There's enough oil in the fish, not mixing anything else. And the illa from the third coming on Rabbi will come because there's not enough oil left. There's something that you mix into oil. Incredible. My thoughts of story. Who are brought against the Muraisa, the Asim is the mother of the so there was once a boat of Morias, of fish oil, right? So the boat is carrying fish. And the catch was there to go ahead and create fish oil. So it came to port in Akko. Osi Rabbi Abba in Akko in Ture Bahadam. So Rabbi Abba stationed, literally again, God, Mashkichin, there by the boat to ensure that the Akum sailors or the Akum merchants would not mix in any wine with the Morias. So that's very nice, but who was watching the fishing catch? It's very nice, they putting Mashkichin there, not at the port in Akko. What about before they got to Akko? Who was watching this thing? Who was watching this thing? Which was what should we be concerned about? That perhaps they mixed in wine with the murias or with the fish before they came to Akko. I'll tell you why that's not going to be true. Kista the murias baluma, kista the comes down the place where this boat came from, the point of origin where they came from. Wine is more expensive than murias, so it doesn't make sense. In other words, because wine is so expensive, where this boat came from, I'm not worried. You're not going to mix in wine because financially it doesn't make any sense. He said, fine. What about the fact I'm going to give you another zera? So I did sur asu the shavi. So maybe they stopped off in sur, right? Entire. Maybe they stopped off in sur, and remember in sur ultimately again wine is cheaper. So maybe before they came to Akko, they stopped at another port where wine was cheaper and they mixed in wine. Which is said, no, they didn't stop in store. They didn't stop in store because in store, literally again, Kule Upshule. Rashi says it's like waves and colors. So in other words, you can't dock a ship really by store because it's too complicated because of the rough colors. Waves. Therefore, again, the other felt very confident. But the others were very confident that there was no wine mixed in with this Murias before. Now, when they got to Akko, because in Akko wine was cheaper, he was concerned they wouldn't mix in wine. Now, therefore, station Mashkishim on the boat to ensure no that. Incredible. The Guvinnas base Unaiki. The Mishnah also said that the cheese of base Unaiki is going to be also Sharif Shemelakish. Nickname Ma'as Guvinnas, and which is Unaiki is concerned. But they Sharov Akolim shall also in the Shkatma Bonus. Because the majority of cats in that city ultimately again are shafted for Avodas Kohanim. Now listen, now what Soviet Rabbi is really quite Rameir. Rameir holds that the cheese is not only also ba'achilu, and everything I eat it, you also can't get hanol. Can't get that. So why not? Because based on 90, the majority of cats are shafted for Avodah Zarah. Okay, so the Gemara says, now what does that do with anything? Remember, the assumption is that how is cheese made? You curdle the cheese in the stomach of the animal. So since the majority of calves are slaughtered for Avodah Zarah purposes, so So therefore, again, the statistical probability is that the cheese that comes from base Nike was curdled in the stomach of an animal offered up for Avodah Zarah, and therefore the Meir holds it's Avodah Zarah, it's a product of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, again, now you cannot eat it, but you can't even get benefit from it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, why do you have to say that the majority of calves are shechted for Avodah Zarah? Even if it was just a minority, why? The whole Rabbi Meir chayish mi'uta. In general, again, I will say Rabbi Meir is choshish even for what we call a minority possibility, for a very slight, a real possibility. Our Meir general in halacha is concerned even for what we'll call less than probable circumstances, right? The Rove says there's a majority, therefore there's a probability. The Meir is choshish even for the meal, even for the exception, right? Even for the smaller probability cases. Now, what does that mean? So it actually points out that this is the case ultimately again where we do not allow yibum between a katan and a ketana, right? Between a minor, right? A boy and a girl who are minors. Why not? Because we're concerned if he's a minor, the boy, maybe he'll be a sis, he will have children, or maybe she'll be an islandess. Now again, the chances of him being a sis and her being an islandess are quite remote. Rabbi Meir nevertheless is koshish to mi'uta. He is one that's koshish even for the less than probable circumstances. So if that's the case, Rabbi Meir would say that the cheese of base or Nike should still be also, even if the majority of calves are not slaughter for Avodah Zarah, even if it's just a minority of calves slaughter for Avodah Zarah, Rabbi Meir would still say that it's asur b'achila and asur b'hana. So why do you have to say the majority? So which one I'll tell you why. So again, while it's true, if you say that the roll, there is still a meal, there is still some small segment of calves that are not offered up for Avodah Zarah. Watch this. But if you can just say that it's just the minority of calves in base on Nike that is slaughtered for Avodah Zarah, and that means the majority of calves are not shechted for Avodah Zarah, right? And therefore, v'ikanami shar behemoths ve'ein yishchat la'avodas chachamim. Furthermore, again, there's also all other animals, right? So you have the majority of calves that are not shechted for Avodah Zarah, and all other animals that are not shechted for Avodah Zarah, which could have been used in the production of cheese. And in that case, highly mi'uta dimi'uta. That would be such that we all call a miut of a miut. Literally, again, an improbability within an improbability. Right? Such a small percentage chance that the cheese was made in an animal of Avodah Zarah, and in what we call a miut dimi'uta, in a highly improbable case. There is literally, again, a slight possibility within a slight possibility, even that the mayor is not kosher. Miut dimi'uta, umi'uta dimi'uta, the mayor himself is not kosher, ultimately, again, for a miut of a miut. Therefore, again, about the full circle, that's why it has to be that the cheese, so again, remember, we're trying to figure out why does the mayor hold the cheese that comes from base Nike, why is it asur b'achila and b'hana? The answer is because of base Nike, the majority of calves are shechted for Avodah Zarah, and therefore, again, the probability is that the cheese is curdled in the stomach of an animal slaughtered for Avodah Zarah, and therefore, again, the cheese will be asur b'achila and b'hana. So which the Gemara says, only the Shimon Rayakim and Shimon Lakish, in the Shchatim Avodas Kochavim, my heart, we understand, even if the animal was slaughtered for Avodah Zarah, why should that cause a problem? Now, why? After all, you said that it's mutter. Now, what does that mean? You said that it's mutter. Gemara says, Di'itmar, HaShochet Asabe'eno, Lizro B'dama La'avodas Kochavim, Lahati Echelba La'avodas Kochavim. So what's a very interesting case? Here, this is a new case. A person is shechting an animal. Now, when he's shechting the animal, he's not doing the shechita for the sake of Avodah Zarah. But when he shechts it, he has in mind that he's going to sprinkle the blood for Avodah Zarah, right? Or he has in mind that he's going to offer up the fat for Avodah Zarah. It's interesting. In this case, the shechita itself is not done for Avodah Zarah, but a future right he has in mind for Avodah Zarah. So what's the status of such an animal? Rabbi Yochanan tells it's still awesome. The animal's also why? Nechashvina mi'avoda la'avoda. Because again, the intention you have in one avodah has an impact for a different avodah. So in this case over here, even though the shchita, I'm not doing shchita for the sake of avodah zarah, I'm just doing shchita. But because during shchita, I have in mind that I'm going to sprinkle the blood for avodah zarah or burn the fat for avodah zarah, that renders the animal an idolatrous sacrifice. For the money of the Artinon, chutz mipnim. Interestingly enough, we learn out avodah zarah from the Beis Hamikdash. What does this mean? The Beis Hamikdash, when the point is doing an avodah, if he has in mind to do another one of the avodas in an inappropriate way, that renders the animal pigul. For example, when the coin is checking a carbon, he has in mind that I'm going to use carbon 3 days later. I'm going to sprinkle the blood 2 days later. That invalidates the entire carbon. So you see from the Beis Hamikdash that the intention you have by one avodah has an impact on another avodah. So fascinating, but the Yochanan says we learn out avodah zarah ultimately again from temple service. And therefore, even if you're shechting the animal, not for the sake of avodah zarah, but if during the shechita you have in mind to do another rite or service for avodah zarah, that makes the entire offering into an avodah zarah offering. It makes it Amar Muteres. Reish Lakish says it's mutter. Amar Lei. So Amar Shimon Lakish says that it's mutter. And the Shimon Lakish says, he says no. The intention by avodah zarah, the intention you have by one avodah doesn't impact them. Therefore, the Shimon Lakish says, if the animal was not shechted for avodah zarah, the fact that he has in mind later on to sprinkle the blood does not make this into a slaughtering for avodah zarah. So Amalei said to him, so again, so no, this is the Shimon Yakim is asking Reish Lakish. He says, even if ultimately again it was shechted for avodah zarah, why should that go ahead and have an impact? After you have this Reish Lakish, he says that halacha l'maisa again, lo mechashina mi'avodah, right? The intention you have by one avodah should not go ahead and compromise anything else. So Amalei, he responded to him. It's very interesting. So Reish Lakish responds to Shimon Yakim. He's discussing. He says, Amalei, Hamina Shaita, your time will come. So what does that mean? Your time will come. Rashi says, Rashi says, your mazel will get better. Which is another way of saying, your question is not a good question, but one day you'll ask a good question. Quite a shock, right? One day you'll ask a good question. So sometimes you see sharpness like this between a Rabbi and a Talmud or in the Beis Hamikdash. And the reason for that sharpness is not to be disparaging, but so much of discipline in Yiddishkeit is thinking before you act. And in the Gemara you see this, and sometimes the Rabbi will say to a Talmud, you really should have thought before you asked that question, because the question is not this question. Like the statement is not a question. Had you taken a little bit more time to think this out, you would have understood that what you're saying is not correct. So Shakish responds a little about a biting term. One day you'll ask a good question. One day your mazel will get better. What's the case? But Omer, the Gemara Tzricha, who also. In this case, this is talking about a case where the guy checking the animal said that Allah at the end of the Shita, ultimately, again, the animal should be consecrated as an avodah zarah. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, the shechita itself ultimately again is considered to be an avodah zarah. And therefore, because the shechita is considered to be an avodah zarah, therefore the animal is an avodah zarah animal. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, you subsequently curdle the milk in its stomach, curdle the cheese in its stomach, it bypasses us. So it's just come full circle. So remember again, this is a very specific line. Rabbi Meir says the cheese based on Nike is also da'achila. You can't eat it till you take your benefit from it. Why? What's the logic? The logic is because majority of calves based on Nike were slaughtered for the sake of avodah zarah. Therefore, it's an avodah zarah offering, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, when you subsequently curdle the cheese in the stomach of that avodah zarah offering. So therefore, again, it's the cheese is considered, so to speak, a byproduct of avodah zarah, and therefore, again, according to the mayor, also the achilo and kashrubanda. Now, we're going to stop over there for today. The cheese video goes on tomorrow, because we're going to discuss that in general. Outside of avodah zarah, there's an issue with procuring cheese from an apple. So again, based on Nike, which is a very specific issue of curdling cheese in the stomach of an animal slaughtered for avodah zarah. But in general, we'll see that cheeses can have a more general issue as well. What's that tremendous? Guys, everyone, what a daf today. So this is going to all of you. Looking forward to tomorrow. Guys, have a great day.
ROTHSCHILD or comments after just well, at that point, we were on a bit of an adventure.
morning was lady, the grace and instruction to you, let's learn together. I'm sorry that I'm not there with you physically, but at least we learn together spiritually and virtually. Again, I think all of our sponsors, thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, because we've got a very dedicated all the things droppers this year. Exclusively so as Talmud sponsors, our Talmud Torah sponsors, the Talmud Hamad, Shova, Aaron Milano Weinberg, and thanks to Dr. Sparkle for all the things you both revealed on the New York and Shai Weinberg 14 years ago. The arrival of Mashiach in the then you learn that Hamad himself dedicating to the Darkness 6 months in memory of his father Shlomo. Then you see that I'm here, and the occasion of Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Sami, all the families in the come up. All those things are pushed out into those cold police, all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful in all of us. These matches landed in town 34, and we have to out the next time on Lamed Gimel on the days 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up in the bottom. All of us today. High money to Kunya. The very interesting play Kunya. Rashi points out these are earthenware vessels that are coated with clay. So these vessels, beautiful, ultimately, whether they are black or white, ultimately shall be in other words, that one could ultimately utilize them even after an option. The roka, it's green, it's going to be upset. Why are you shooting the mitzvah? Because it's made out of this alum. It's made out of it has this mineral alum, dirt, alum soil, and therefore again it absorbs and the absorption cannot be extra. This blue kind but ultimately again if you get a cracks in it, then every color ultimately will be us. There are cracks in it, something the absorption to get in and cannot be properly extracted. Yarsh Marema, Kunya, and Rema says Kunya, which again are these lead coated earthenware vessels. In Ukma, in Europe, and Europa, whether it's black, white, or green, ultimately again it is permitted. Now, what's the second? 1 second. Nice from the comments of Pesach. But 1 second. Why should the halakha be any different than comments? What's the comments? The Bible name Marivar, the Mirach Khalid, Hani Mani Kunya, Mahu Shanishi Rubatis, the Rubatis. Can you use the claim when you finish this study, when you finish up this piece of Imam, and tell you just a tremendous halakha, the Maisa application actually of this halakha. So, what is the status of using a clay kunya on Pesach? So, the Yurokaloti by the Chad in Mitzvah Yuba. The thing when it comes to a green kunya, which is made again of alum, that is 10 years old. Therefore, it cannot be passed in the Pesach. What's the shayla? We're asking rather about a white or a black. So what's the halacha? So clearly, if the utensil has a crack in it, everyone will agree that halacha might say absorb. Absorb, therefore, the myself can't go ahead and hash it. So where's the matter? Yes, the sheet, if it's smooth. So if you have a clay kunya, ultimately again that is smooth, no cracks. What is the halacha when it comes ultimately again to this? So when it's Amalaru, top of Ramadan, we'll say 34. Amalaru, Ana Chazina Laru, the Medaisi, the favorite the Medaisi Shadai Boss. This is very interesting. I saw that when that utensil is clay kunya, it sweats on the outside. In other words, that when you have something going on the inside of it, there's condensation on the outside. Which indicates again that there is a movement of the contents from in to out, from inside the clay to outside the clay, and therefore that indicates to us that there are clearly absorptions. And because there are absorptions, therefore halacha l'maisa cannot be used on the inside. The Chayvan Dimedaisi, Rashi says a very mazian dipnei mechutz. The utensil is sweating because the condensation, because the moisture is on the outside of the kli, that indicates us that the kli is absorbing, and because it's absorbing, therefore it cannot be used on Pesach. So Gemara says, "My time, but what's this? Torah he got the cheresh and he gave Dafna of the old." Because here's what's interesting. Once the utensil is sweating, that indicates to us, I don't know if that's a correct technical term, but you understand, that there's condensation on the outside of it. That's indicative that what is inside the kli is passing through the walls and going to the outside. Once that happens, that shows me that the earthenware utensil is absorbing. And the Torah itself tells me that once earthenware utensils absorb, they cannot be kosher. Now, what's fascinating about that statement is So much of yesterday's daf was about smaller amounts of absorptions in earthenware utensils where kashrut can occur. But again, we're going to have to at some point bring together all of these disparate pieces of information. The final line of the Gemara is saying is, once the utensil sweats, that's indicative that there is absorption. And once there's absorption by a kli cheres, you can never go ahead and extract the absorption in the earthenware vessel. That is a din in Torah. By the way, where is that din from? See, interestingly enough, the halacha is what it tells us that if you have an earthenware utensil that absorbs ultimately from karbanos, the halacha is you have to break it. Why can't you capture it? Because once it absorbs, you can't extract the absorption. And when it comes to carbonic absorptions, if those are trapped inside of the utensil, it cannot be used for any mundane use. Just as an aside, it's interesting to note that the person ever had was supposed to go to the holy city of Shiloh. One of my favorite places in Israel. So one of the most fascinating things is almost everywhere you go in Shiloh, by the Makom HaMishka, even in the mountains that surround, you could find pottery shards to this day. Why there's so many pottery shards in Shiloh? Because in the time of the Mishkan, people would come, offer their karbanos. The halacha was you take your carbon and your earthenware utensil, you eat your carbon. What would you do with your earthenware utensil after you consumed your carbon? Well, you weren't going to take it home because you couldn't kasher it. So because you couldn't kasher it, what are you going to do with it? Therefore, what would you do? You would smash it and use it in place. Incredible. That's like this very day. You could find pottery shards in Shiloh. Incredible. So the Gemara says, yes. Now here's the thing. So therefore, the Gemara says, when it comes to Pesach, you cannot kasher a kli. So if you have a earthenware utensil coated with lead, since when we see that when the liquid is used, it sweats on the outside, that indicates to us that there's absorption. Once there's absorption in an earthenware utensil, you can't extract absorption. Therefore, if it absorbs chametz, you can't use it on Pesach. Good. But then ask the Gemara, understand, but why is it different in the yayin nesach case? That's how we started. The Darshul Maremar, Kulu Mani Tekun Yeshari. Marimer just said before, just a few lines ago, Marimer said that all types of earthenware utensils covered with lead, what we call clay konya, even if it was used for yayin nesach, the Jew is allowed to use it afterwards. So what's the difference between yayin nesach and chametz? If he came a chametz guy, say yayin nesach t'rabanan, maybe you say, the difference. Chametz is da'araisa, and yayin nesach, ultimately again, it's t'rabanan. Now, yayin nesach isn't t'rabanan, right? Yayin nesach is da'araisa, but the concern that what an akum used this for was yayin nesach, that's a t'rabanan. So therefore, again, maybe when it comes to da'araisa, we're more covered, and therefore a clay kunya cannot be kasher. When it comes to a drabanan about a concern about yayin nesach, we're not as concerned, and therefore you can kasher it or you can utilize it after the akum goes ahead and uses it. I think what's that in the so the talking about came down whenever the rabbis legislated the law, they always went ahead and legislated it to correspond ultimately to biblical law. In other words, rabbinic law is always modeled after biblical law. So the Gemara says. So therefore, so to say that yayin nesach is drabanan chametz is da'araisa, hence the difference in how we treat the clay kunya in both of those circumstances, the Gemara doesn't like that answer. Because really a drabanan should be modeled after a da'araisa. So if a clay kunya is not going to work to kasher it by chametz, it shouldn't work to utilize it for yayin after the use of yayin nesach either. Which the Gemara says, I'll give you a simple example. That tashmisho b'chamin is that tashmisho b'tzona. So this is very interesting. The assumption is that if the utensil is used for chametz over the course of the year, it's used for hot chametz also. So remember again, where there's heat, there's a greater level of absorption. When there's a concern about yayin nesach, it's cold. It's cold, or at least it's not hot. So therefore, again, perhaps the distinction is like this. When it comes to yayin nesach, that at most we're dealing with is a cold absorption. And because this is not a typical earthenware utensil, but rather it's an earthenware utensil covered with lead, I said that blunts the absorptive abilities of the earthenware, right? That's why you can be nickel by yayin nesach, and as long as the clay kunya doesn't have any cracks, Rabbi said even if it was used by an akum, you could use it afterwards. Chametz, which was used throughout the year, presumably even with heat, halacha you can't use it. You can't use it because why? Since there's heat, there's a higher level of absorption. Because there's a higher level of absorption, therefore halacha you can't touch it for this. Okay, so we'll say that's how the Gemara sees the end of it. The clay kunya ultimately again is going to be, it's going to be fine for use after yayin. So if I purchase a clay kunya from an apple, ultimately, again, I'm allowed to use it. Now, again, I just want to point out, our contemporary halachos of kasher, hefsher kelim, is very different than the way the Gemara is presented. Now, obviously, the concepts are here, but the actual application is going to be different. Again, but by chametz, clay kunya, apparently the Gemara says you can't kasher or an earthenware utensil, or clay kunya, even if it's coated with lead, since it's used with heat, the absorption is going to be a little bit more intense. So I'll just mention the jet just kind of in passing. This halacha of clay kunya. So here, the Gemara is using a dafka to refer to an earthenware utensil covered with lead. The truth is, it doesn't just have to be lead. Interestingly enough, it could be an earthenware utensil covered with anything. And the idea of a clay kunya is, even though earthenware is highly absorptive, I don't know if that's the word, highly absorptive, right? So, when there's a coating on it, that coating may blunt the absorption properties of earthenware. That's what's driving this whole thing. So if it's earthenware utensil that is covered with lead, it blunts a little bit of the absorption, and therefore, again, at least by yayin nesech, the Gemara didn't seem to be so concerned about it. Chametz, they're very concerned. There's an interesting application of this about what is the halacha ultimately, again, concerning, let's say, glaze in China. So glaze China is interesting, right? Because China is earthenware, the glaze is glass. So there's a whole discussion of what exactly defines the identity of the kli. Is that kli, is it defined by its exterior coating, or is it defined by the primary kli? Now, why does this make a difference? Not as much for kashering, but a reason very interesting question, which is earthenware does not have to be total before use. Glass does have to be total before use. Do you have to go ahead and total glaze the China before using it? All right, ask the local orthodox. Again, it had to say it's been focus in halacha as to whether or not it requires tefillah, but just an interesting, different application of clay kunya. In general, by the way, when it comes to hefsher kelim, you should just know when you have these type of situations where you have, let's say, a base kli, a base utensil, and a coating on top of that. Halachically, we generally define the identity of the kli by the coating. Both for tefillah, potentially for tefillah purposes, and certainly for kashering purposes as well. Again, a lot more involved in the way the Gemara is presenting it over here, which is always fascinating to see concepts in the Gemara that, although the application changes a little bit by us, but the neshama of it is also tremendously powerful. It also tells you, also, which is that sometimes you have to make sure that you create the right coating around your kli. Because the right coating around your kli can really help a lot. We spoke yesterday about the adam is a kli. The shaila is like, what's the protective coating you're putting around your kli? If you don't put, imagine for a moment, the adam is compared to a kli cheres, which makes sense. The cheres is made from the earth, and man is made from the earth. Man is an earthenware vessel. So what you see from here is that just the earthenware vessel, what happens? It absorbs everything. Man, we absorb everything. Everything I see, everything I hear, everything I look at, everything I experience, it all seeps into my neshama. And there's a danger in that. Because if I'm seeing the wrong things, if I'm hearing the wrong things, if I'm experiencing the wrong things, it's all just getting put into my being. That's why you have to be like a kli kunya. You have to put some type of protective barrier around your kli cheres. What's the protective barrier? It's Torah, it's tefillah, it's tzedakah, it's chesed, it's mitzvahs, it's all the beautiful dynamic spiritual activity that we engage in. That's what creates the protective barrier around my personalistic kli. Without it, I absorb everything. And what happens if you absorb everything? Mamish, you become treif, right? And unfortunately, sometimes it becomes virtually impossible to extract all of those absorptions. Put the protective layer around your kli. Incredible. Remember, it's like a great story here. Rabbi Akiva went to a city called Ginza. So, they asked him, Nissan l'shos, or in Nissan l'shos. So that's the following interesting thing. So let's say, Rashi defines it this way. Let's say I'm going ahead and I didn't eat today. Okay, so let's say it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I just didn't. Not because I'm fasting, so I got busy. And I said, to turn at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I might as well just accept today as a fast day. And I'll fast for the remainder of the day. Can you do that? Can you transform midday, the rest of the day? I haven't eaten up until today. Can I transform the rest of the day into a fast day? It comes down the shelves. So they asked me to keep this kasha. Well, how be I? Keep the answer. Can kind of show up because how much I'm not asking the earthenware utensils of the kohanim. Are they aser or mutter? Bahava biyadeh. I mean, keep it they do. But man, Shimish Moshe Kol Shevei Meinulim. Remember again, from the first 7 days of the inauguration of the Mishnah, Aaron did not serve as a kohen gadol. Moshe did. On the 8th day, Yom HaShmini, then Aaron was inaugurated into the Kehuna. So Moshe served for the first 7 days effectively as a kohen gadol. What did he wear? It's fascinating. What did he wear on those 7 days? Lo hava biyadeh, and Rabbi Akiva did not know this. It looks like, you went to yourself. Why does he, like, just skip to the incarnation? Why does the Gemara have to tell us Rabbi Akiva didn't know the answer? It's a tremendous Muslim skill. Teach us that no one has all the answers. I've mentioned this many times around the training. The Gemara says, Lama l'shon chalomar eni yodeh. I have to teach your tongue to say, I don't know. What do you have to teach my tongue? It's not natural for a person to say, I don't know. It's uncomfortable for me to say, I don't know. I like to think that I know everything, but I don't know everything. No one knows everything. Versus you have to teach your tongue to say, I don't know. It's hard. It doesn't come naturally. And I think Gemara gives us a story of Rabbi Akiva. You look at Rabbi Akiva. So you would not be here without Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva at the end of Makkos. When the sky is full, Rabbi Akiva is the one who steadies us. Rabbi Akiva holds our hand. Rabbi Akiva locks us in an embrace. Rabbi Akiva dries our tears. Rabbi Akiva tells us that it's going to be okay. Even Rabbi Akiva doesn't have all of the answers. Even Rabbi Akiva doesn't know everything. Even Rabbi Akiva sometimes says, I don't know. And if Rabbi Akiva doesn't have all the answers, then it's okay for us to not have all the answers as well. Also, Shaul being midrasha. Rabbi Akiva, what's the guidance of Rabbi Akiva? When he doesn't have all the answers, he tries to find it. So he goes into the day's medrash and asks, and again, they told him the answer to all the questions. So ultimately, the first of the halacha is you can transform the day midday into a fast day. And what that means is you'll daven for mincha, the rest of the day you'll daven the tefillas of a fast day. What it also means is once you decide that it's going to be a fast day, you can't back out of that. So in other words, your decision is binding, and halacha l'maaseh you'll daven the tefillas ultimately again of a midday. Of a fast day, excuse me. Next, I'll say so much over here. Furthermore, the earthen utensils of an akum become mutter. When do they become mutter? After 12 months. So this is a fascinating nugget of information. This whole time we're talking about the idea that earthenware vessels ultimately absorb, and you can't extract the absorptions. Now the Gemara kind of drops its bombshell and says, by the way, after 12 months, the absorptions essentially are voided. Rashi says over the Akash Nemasar Chodesh Mutarin, Miyad Beli Tikkun. That's after 12 months with no koshering, with no kosherization, no koshering process. So if you want to use earthenware vessels before 12 months, okay, there needs to be a koshering process, depending on how it was used. After 12 months, anything absorbed within the earthenware vessels ultimately again is bottled. It's bottled, it's negated, it's void. Again, I will say that concept does show up in halacha l'maaseh. You know, this comes up all the time. People inherit sets of china from relatives maybe who weren't necessarily observant or didn't know exactly how to run a kosher home. And now I get this, heirloom china. What can I do with it? So again, there is what to do with it, especially if it hasn't been used for a very long time. Because the Gemara introduces us over here to this concept that after 12 months, even that which is absorbed in earthenware utensils, ultimately, again, essentially becomes bottom, becomes null and void. Incredible. Next, so that was question number 2. What did Moshe Rabbeinu wear? What did he wear during the 7 days of inauguration? The Gemara says, the chaluk lavan. Moshe Rabbeinu wore a simple white tunic or a white robe. It was a robe without an imra. Now, what's an imra? Rashi says over here, safa. It means without a hem. Without a hem. And Rashi says, why without a hem? Because ultimately, again, because if it had a hem, it was a concern. Maybe people would suspect Moshe of smuggling money or gold or silver outside of the Mishnah. So therefore, he definitely used the robe without a hem. So therefore, no one could suspect him ultimately of smuggling anything out. Now, Rashi points out over here, he says, "V'lav milsa shari cry nikra malacha b'shas ha'od me'echer shachol." Rashi doesn't make any sense. Nowhere doesn't make any sense. By the time already was time for the inauguration of the Mishkan, all the gold, the silver, the copper, the precious fabrics, everything was already built. In other words, everything was already constructed. So what would Moshe be smuggling out exactly? So Rashi leads it. Tosis, She'im Bo Imra. Tosis actually has a number of different interpretations. If you're looking at Tosis She'im Bo Imra, the second line in, he says very interesting. He says, לפי שבזה היה נקרא יוסר חדש. דבעינו שלא נשתמש בו היות, ולפיכך אסון משום משאר חלוקים. See, interestingly enough, this was like Moshe Rabbeinu's form of big day kahuna, where there's a hem, it looks like maybe it was used by someone else before, like it was altered or tailored to Moshe Rabbeinu. Now, without any hem, indicates to us that this was a brand new beged only used for Moshe Rabbeinu. He quotes over here, okay, so Tosfos gives a number of different interpretations, but the idea over here is that what did Moshe Rabbeinu wear? Moshe Rabbeinu wore a simple white cloak, as opposed to Aaron, who was Kohen Gadol, who has beautiful, fancy, elegant, big kahuna. Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately again wore a simple white cloak. And what's the pshat? Like when he said, why didn't Moshe Rabbeinu wear? If Moshe Rabbeinu was effectively functioning as the Kohen Gadol, if you're going to have the part, why not dress the part? Why not effectively be the Kohen Gadol? Why not go ahead and wear the clothing? So once I think the Rabbi teaches is very important, which is, clothing very much represent identity. I think the Rabbi was trying to teach this lesson. It was never Moshe Rabbeinu's job to be an Aaron. And it was never Aaron's job to be emotional. Everyone has their own clothing, and everyone has their own identity, and everyone has their own set of responsibilities. And I'm not supposed to try to wear your clothing, and you're not supposed to try to wear my clothing. You go through life so often trying to be like other people. Right? When you see someone who we hold like to be successful, and they're like, however you define success, whatever area of life, and I try to replicate, be like that person. Now, in certain respects, that's good. Right? We all have to have role models. People want to be like. But it's also important to understand that whereas there are qualities or traits in others that I should try to emulate, I should never try to be someone else. My job is to be me. My job is to wear my clothing. My job is to maximize my identity, not to become someone else. And then for Moshe Rabbeinu, as much as he was functioning as the Kohen Gadol during those 7 days of inauguration, he wore his own outfit. He wore his own outfit. And by the way, it was made for him. And after he wore it, no one else wore it after him. And Aaron has his own outfit. And the Levium have their outfits. And the Israelim have their outfits. And every Yid, every Jew has his own outfit, has his own imra, has his own color, has his own robe, has his own tunic. And I'm not supposed to wear yours, and you're not supposed to wear mine. We spend so much time trying to be like other people, when in fact, all that HaKadosh Baruch Hu really wants of us is to wear our own clothing, to be the best version of ourselves. Remember again, Mishnah said, Chatzan and Zagim are ultimately again great schemes. Right? The great seeds, the great hope. First white line. So if you have the great seeds or the great hope of an apple, if it's moist, it's absurd. Right? There's still like some residue of the end of the wine there. But if it's dry, it's more thirsty. What's the definition of moist versus dry? Moist is first 12 months after it's been squeezed, and dry after 12 months. It's the same asurin, asura filubano, the same mutar filubatu. Now it comes on when we say that the great schemes are usher means bachilo, and ba'ano. Can't eat it, can't get benefit. Mutter means ultimately again hano and even after. Amrav Zvid, Hai Dordaya Techano Da'aramoy. Basar Tracer, Yahisha, Sashari, so Dordaya Shashmar, dregs. These dregs of Aramean wine after 12 months are mutter. Again, the Pasha is after 12 months they become dried out. This harkens back to what we learned after 12 months are going to be mutter. Again, also what's the logic here? That we saw before, because after 12 months, even absorptions in earthenware utensils ultimately become void. Amra Chabiva, Hani, what's it? So, down base 34 beats. Amra Chabiva, Hani, base, Hani after the Hani. Now, what's after? Rashi says Hamas made or af cornel subpote. After, so we say Hamas is like a canteen or a small cistern. They are made out of thick leather, so right, that's what the Arabs use. Also, Tracy Yaki Shasa Shari after 12 months of smoke. Once again, we're teaching the 12 month idea. Because even items that absorb after 12 months, the absorptions are considered to be null and void. Amrav Achabay Davida. What's the second line from the top? Lamed page 34b. Amrav Achabay Davida. Hani with sunny Ya'aramay. Basar Tracy Yaki Shasa Shari. Now let's say what it is. The transaction is so less, shell are nothing. So again, this is the grape thread. Right? That's the rest of grapes. The pulp of the leftover dregs of the grapes. So these portion dynamite, after 12 months, it's more 30. Because again, next week the patches is drying up already, and therefore there's no real yayin. I'm about to bit of Hani Gufi Shechini V'Ochmi Basar Tracer Yarki Shasa Shari. Now the Gemara is something very interesting. These of us that the Gemara calls this, look at Rashi. No Rashi. Hani Gufi Shechini. So Gufi, we actually had that term. We had that term on Amadala, that's jugs. So ultimately, again, these Gufi Shechini V'Ochmi, black and red, Basar Tracer Yarki Shasa, after 12 months, ultimately again, so again, Gufi are the drugs, Shechini V'Ochmi, black and red, after 12 months, whatever is absorbed in here, ultimately again, is going to be, again, so there's like a lot of, so the idea of what you're reinforcing is this idea of after the 12 months, even that which is absorbed within earthenware, ultimately will be null and void. Next, about Morius. So the Gemara says Morius. Now what's Morius? So the Gemara says Morius. Now again, Morius, just to give a definition of what we're going to do at this moment, is fish oil that is taken from fish. So the Gemara says Morius Uman Mutter. The Morius of an Uman, I will say, an Uman means someone who is like a known merchant. Is going to be mutter. Now, what is the concern with Morius? So we're going to see there's two potential concerns. Number one way may be that sometimes they will mix wine into Morius. We'll discuss this. And sometimes the issue is there could be different kinds of fish that are mixed in as well. So let's analyze this. Look at Rashi. Morius Uman. So Obi Kochadim, Uman Mutter, Morius Abdi Nidagim Tmeim. It's interesting that first Rashi says, again, we're going to circle back on this later. Rashi says Morios was only made from kosher fish. Interesting. So fish oil really only came from kosher fish. So what in general is the issue when it comes to Morios? The issue is that you may mix in wine. Now Rashi says over here, Uman. So I did enough. Rashi says in Uman, a real craft. I'm not going to use a craftsman, but notice someone who this is his profession, he's not going to mix in wine because apparently wine compromises the taste of the Morius. Interesting. So therefore, the Morius of an Uman is mutter. But you ben Gamil, or when we show the Kanil ben Gamil, Achillik Uman mutter. So to the Achillik of an Uman, of a professional merchant, is also mutter. Now what's Achillik? Rashi says of Achillik, Min Nagin Torim, Sultanis Shmut. This was actually a type of fish, a very small fish that was also known as Sultanis. In the first command, the Katuso, Amos Nashir Bekaskas, for us, we got the La'akas. Now, what's interesting about acrylic or sultanas is when it's young, it does not have fins and scales. Those grow on the fish later on. It's a kosher fish. They grow later on. Acrylic shall they become asr also mindagin kind of beninka haradiacham. They master they she'irguna ola ima dagin tmeim domela bolan ima. By acrylic uman even the uman who baki bedavar mavkilim himena mishum blochashes. In general, you can't buy acrylic or sultanas from just a scam apple. Why not? Because the concern is that there are small, non-kosher fish that look the same. Now remember, the challenge over here is that acrylic, when it's young, doesn't have fins and scales. They only grow later on. So it's still a kosher fish. You can't just buy it from stomach person because it's concerning may mix in other non-kosher fish. But an uman, right, an expert merchant is careful with his wares. And therefore, when he sells you acrylic, he's not going to mix in other fish because that'll compromise the taste of acrylic or sultanas. So therefore, if you buy from him, you could bank on the fact that in fact there's real acrylic, real sultanas. Okay? Tanya didn't marry Rabbi Morias Uman Mutter. So the Morias of an Uman is Mutter. He says that before. Who Tani Lot, who Amalek Hamishon Vishim Mutter, Shlishi As. So this is very interesting. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says that this is true for the oil that comes from the first and second time that you're extracting the oil, but ultimately the third time already it's going to be awesome. What's the truth? Look at Rashi. Hamishon Vishini, Shekin Darka Nostin Mayin Umelach Al Shuman Hadogim, who molds itself Shuman. So this is very interesting. Sometimes what would end up happening is you take the fish, right, and they would put water and salt on the fish, and that would extract the oil from the fish. So the first pour and the second pour, ultimately again is mutter because you're getting out the real oil. The third time already, again, there was a concern that they may mix in wine in order to kind of up the volume of it, because there's less oil that's coming out. My time, what's the reason? Hamisha Bishini do not fish from Nile Rothschild. The Mary will come up. Because the first and second pours of the salt and the water, there's enough oil in the fish not to mix in anything else. The time the Iraq from the third time on Rabbi will come up. Because there's not as much oil left, there's just that they need to mix in some oil. Incredible. Gemara tells a story. Who Arba the Muraisa, the Asil in the Malada. So there was once a boat of Morias, of fish oil, right? In other words, the boat is carrying fish, and the catch was there to go ahead and create fish oil. So it came to port in Akko. Osip Rabbi Abba in Akko in the Ture Bahada. So the Rabbi Abba stationed, literally again, guards, Mashkichim, there by the boat to ensure that the Akko sailors or the Akko merchants would not mix in any wine with the Morias. So the Gemara says, that's very nice, but so who was watching this entire time? In other words, it's very nice you're putting Mashkichim there now that at the port in Akko. What about before they got to Akko? Who was watching it again? Who was watching it again? Which the Gemara says, what should we be concerned about? What do you want to be concerned about? That perhaps they mixed in wine with the Morias or with the fish before they came to Akko. I'll tell you why that's not going to be true. Kista the Morias Baluma, Kista the Chavdalum, the place where this boat came from, the point of origin where they came from. Wine is more expensive than Morias. So it doesn't make sense. In other words, because wine is so expensive, where this boat came from, I'm not worried. You're not going to mix in wine. It just financially it doesn't make any sense. He said, fine. What about the fact that maybe they stopped off in Sur, right? Entire. Maybe they stopped off in Sur. And remember in Sur, ultimately, again, wine is cheaper. So maybe before they came to Akko, they stopped at another point where wine is cheaper and they mixed in wine. Which is said, no, they didn't stop in Sur. They didn't stop in Sur because Sur, literally again, Ikule Upshure. Rashi says there's like waves and currents. So in other words, you can't dock a ship really by Sur because it'd be too complicated because of the rough tides and the waves. Therefore, again, Rabbi Abba felt very confident. Rabbi Abba felt very confident that there was no wine mixed in with this Morias before. Now, when they got to Akko, because in Akko wine was cheaper, he was concerned that he wouldn't mix in wine now. Therefore, station Mashkichim on the boat to ensure no. Incredible. Ugavinas based on Nike. So the Mishnah also said that the cheese was based on Nike is going to be also. If they Nike, Why is it that the cheese, based on Nike is a place, why is it that cheese about Nike is concerned? The Pesharov Agalim shall also in the because the majority of calves in that city ultimately again are shechted for avodas kohanim. And once again, what is asking over here is Rabbi is really hard to Rabbi. The Rabbi holds that the cheese is not only asur ba'achila, not only cannot eat it, you also can't get hanor. You can't get that. So why not? So the Gemara says, because in the days of Nike, the majority of calves are shechted for avodah zarah. Okay, so the Gemara says. Now, what does that do with anything? Now, remember, the assumption is that how is cheese made? You curdle the cheese in the stomach of the animal. So, since the majority of calves are slaughtered for avodah zarah purposes, so therefore, again, the statistical probability is that the cheese that comes from Beis Nike was curdled in the stomach of an animal offered up for avodah zarah, and therefore the Meir holds it's avodah zarah. It's a product of avodah zarah. Therefore, again, now you cannot eat it, but you can't even get benefit from it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, why do you have to say that the majority of calves are shechted for avodah zarah? Afilu miyut nami. Even if it was just the minority, why? Rabbi Meir chayish miuta. In general, Rabbi Meir is choshesh even for what we'll call a minority possibility, for a very slight, a miyut possibility. Rabbi Meir general in halacha is concerned even for what we'll call less than probable circumstances, right? The Rove says there's a majority, therefore there's a probability. And the Meir is kosher even for the mean, even for the exception, right? Even for the smaller probability cases. Now, what does that mean? Say, Rashi points out that this is the case ultimately again when we do not allow ibum between a katan and a tanna, right? Between a minor, right? A boy and a girl who are minors. Why not? Because we're concerned if he's a minor, the boy, maybe he'll be a sis, he won't have children, or maybe she'll be an islandess. Now again, the chances of him being a sis, her being an islandess, are quite remote. But the Meir nevertheless is koshish to He is the one who's koshish even for the less than probable circumstances. So if that's the case, the Meir would say that the cheese of base or he should still be usher, even if the majority of calves are not sort of even if it's just a minority of calves. Sort of avodah zarah, and they would still say that it's asur ba'achila. No, so I have to say the majority. Which ones? I'll tell you why. The Amrit roll. It's true. If you say that the roll, there is still a miyut. There is still some small segments of calves that are not offered up for avodah zarah. Watch this. Now, the Amrit miyut. But if you can just say that it's just the minority of calves in base on that that is sorted for avodah zarah, even the ikarov agalim b'nisham. And that means the majority of calves are not shechted for avodah zarah, right? And therefore, the economy shar behemoths, they're in the shechat avodas kohanim. Furthermore, again, there's also all other animals, right? So you have the majority of calves that are not shechted for avodah zarah, and all other animals that are not shechted for avodah zarah, which could have been used in reduction of cheese. In that case, that would be such that would be all called a miyut of a miyut. Literally again, an improbability with an improbability. Like such a small percentage chance that the cheese was made in the animal of avodah zarah, and in what we call a miyut in a highly improbable case. And it will be again a slight possibility within a slight possibility, even that the Meir is not safe. I mean, the Meir himself is not kosher ultimately again for a miyut of a miyut. Therefore, again, it must be coming full circle. That's why it has to be that the case. So again, remember, we're trying to figure out why does Rabbi Meir hold the cheese that comes from base Nike? Why is it asur ba'achila and b'hana? The answer is because in base Nike, the majority of calves are shechted for avodah zarah, and therefore, again, the probability is that the cheese was curdled in the stomach of an animal slaughtered for avodah zarah, and therefore, again, the cheese will be asur ba'achila and b'hana. Which the Gemara says, my heart. He's understanding, even if the animal was slaughtered for avodah zarah, why should that cause a problem? No, why? After all, you said that it's mutter. Now, what does that mean? You said that it's mutter. So, what's the Dichman? Hashofet asabehema, Lizro Dama la'avodas kohanim, lahakir chelba la'avodas. So, what's a very interesting case? Here, this is a unique case. A person is shechting an animal. Now, when he's shechting the animal, he's not doing the shechita for the sake of avodas zarah. But when he shechts it, he has in mind that he's going to sprinkle the blood for avodas zarah, right? Or he has in mind that he's going to offer up the fat for avodas zarah. It's interesting. In this case, the shechita itself is not done for avodas zarah, but a future right he has in mind for avodas zarah. So what's the status of such an animal? Rabbi Yochanan tells it's still awesome. The animal is awesome. Why? Because again, the intention you have in one avodah has an impact for a different avodah. So in this case over here, even though the shchita, I'm not doing shchita for the sake of avodah zarah, I'm just doing shchita. But because during shchita, I have in mind that I'm going to sprinkle the blood for avodah zarah or burn the fat for avodah zarah, that renders the animal an idolatrous sacrifice. So the money must be alfinon. Interestingly enough, we learn out avodah zarah from the Beis Hamikdash. What does this mean? At the Beis Hamikdash, when the Kohen is doing an avodah, if he has in mind to do another one of the avodas in an inappropriate way, that renders the animal pigul, for example. And the Kohen is shechting a carbon. If he has in mind, I'm going to eat this carbon 3 days later. I'm going to sprinkle the blood 2 days later. And it validates the entire avodah. So you see from Beis Hamikdash that the intention you have by one avodah has an impact on another avodah. So fascinating, Rabbi Yochanan says, we learn out avodah zarah ultimately again from temple service. And therefore, even if you're shechting the animal, not for the sake of avodah zarah, but if during the shechita, you have in mind to do another rite or service for avodah zarah, that makes the entire offering into an avodah zarah offering that makes it. Amar Muteres. Reish Lakish says it's mutter. Amar Lei. So Amar Lakish says that it's mutter. And the Shimon Lakish says, he says no. Lo mechashvina mi'avodah la'avodah. The intention by avodah zarah, the intention you have by one avodah doesn't impact it. So Shimon Lakish says, if the animal was not shechted for avodah zarah, the fact that he has in mind later on to sprinkle the blood does not make this into a slaughtering for avodah zarah. So Amar Lei said to him, so again. So remember, this is Shimon al-Yakim is asking Reish Lakish. He says, even if ultimately, again, if we're shechted for avodah zarah, why should that go ahead and have an inhibition? After you have this Reish Lakish who says that halacha l'maisa again, lo bechashina mi'avodah le'avodah, right? The intention you have by one avodah should not go ahead and compromise anything else. So I'm already to respond to him. Very interesting. So Reish Lakish responded to Shimon al-Yakim. He's fascinating. He says, Amalei, Tamina Shaitach. Your time will come. Now, so what does that mean? Your time will come. Rashi says, Yara Mazal. Rashi says, your mazel will get better, which is another way of saying your question is not a good question, but one day you'll ask a good question. It's quite a shock, right? One day you'll ask a good question. So sometimes you see sharpness like this between a Rabbi and a Talmud or under this language. And the reason for that sharpness is not to be disparaging. There's so much discipline in Yiddishkeit is thinking before you ask. And the more you see this, as soon as the Rabbi will say to a Talmud, you really should have thought before you asked that question, because the question is not the question. Like your statement is not a fact. Had you taken a little bit more time to think this out, you would have understood that what you're saying is not correct. So Shakish responds a little bit of a biting term. One day you'll ask a good question. One day your mazel will get better. What's the case? In this case, this is talking about a case where the guy checking the animal said that Allah said at the end of the shechita, ultimately, again, the animal should be consecrated as an avodah zarah offering. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, the shechita itself, ultimately, again, is considered to be an avodah zarah. And therefore, because the shechita is considered to be an avodah zarah, therefore, the animal is an avodah zarah animal. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, when you subsequently curdle the milk in its stomach, curdle the cheese in its stomach, it bypasses us. So it's just come full circle. So remember again, he's in a very specific line. And the Meir says the cheese based on Nike is asur ba'achila. You can't eat it and take it benefit. Why? What's the logic? The logic is because the majority of calves is based on Nike were slaughtered for the sake of Avodah Zarah, therefore it's an Avodah Zarah offering, and therefore Allah when you subsequently curdle the cheese in the stomach of that Avodah Zarah offering, so therefore again the cheese is considered to be, so to speak, a byproduct of Avodah Zarah, and therefore again according to be mayor, Asur Ba'achila and Asur Ba'aneh. Can't eat it, can't get anything. Now we're going to start over here for today. The cheese sugya goes on tomorrow, because we're going to discuss that in general. Even outside of Avodah Zarah, there is an issue with procuring cheese from an apple. So again, based on Nike was a very specific issue of curdling cheese in the stomach of an animal slaughtered for Avodah Zarah. But in general, we'll see that cheeses can have a more general issue as well. What's that you meant? Shkaya Chavon, what a daf today, such as to all of you. Looking forward to tomorrow. Shkaya, have a great day.
So Echo just mentioned, so he's getting added to the wheel.
Good morning, once I agree. This is Baruch Hashem to be able to learn with all of you. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. Thank you for my sharing.
I know Echo's man state.
Last and for allowing me to be with you, Bert. Cheer over Shabbos and Sunday. Thank you. All of you, grace and this holy time. Thank you to all of our sponsors, our annual Kamzor sponsor, Hilson Shbach Haver Yisrael. Dedicating all the Shemay Josh of this year as a host for the Soros Fellows to Am Yisrael. Hamels, Kamzor sponsors, Weinberg Mishpacha, the Hava Mishpacha Haver Yisrael. The full text of their dedication is contained in the description below. I wasn't able to figure out so I'm sorry. But I'm going to have the full text of the conference tomorrow. Thank you for your sponsorship and have a life. All of the Neshama have now leave the families in the home. Those who need the force have been given cold holders and instructions to the should be Roma, holy hostages, Shalom, and the Karav, allow our precious souls to be successful in all Nasi. Today's daf is one with Gimel. We are tuning up on the line days on the base at the two dots, 5 lines up from the bottom. Our whole thing. The Tarfos Asur Velocity. Those who go to the Tarfos, what's the Tarfos? Fashion points out over here. The Tarfos is the Bakish Kapisam Lamakomah. We're going to worship idolatry at a different location. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar Shmuel, only Kohavma holy for Tarfos, Ba'alicha Asur the Azul Modi coming up on this Kohavim. The Chazar Motor. So interesting. Shmuel says something very interesting. And Achim, right? So an idol worshiper who's going to the Tarfos, who's going to worship his idol at a faraway, distant place. On his way to the idolatry, it is possible to go ahead and engage in any type of transactions with his mind, because he will attribute that success to his idol, and he'll give thanks to his success, or for his success to the idol when he goes to worship Avodah Zarah. However, the Chazar, if he catch the Akum on the way back from the Tarfos, right, on the way back from his idol worshipping escapades. So the halacha is mutar. You're allowed to transact with it. Why? My dahava. Favorite words of Shas. Because what was. In other words, interestingly enough, the idol worshiper, when is he engaged in his idolatry? So interestingly enough, on his way there, when he's there, but on his way back, my dahava. What was. Like, in other words, it's done. He's no longer really holding in idolatry, and therefore on his way back, he can transact with him, because any money he makes, he's not going to attribute it to his idolatry. My dahava. I will say, I just want to point out how profound this is. So we've mentioned, anytime we see these words in Shas, we get very excited. Because again, especially knowing, and now it's for real, right? Elul is around the corner, around the corner. These words give us so much physics, because sometimes we look at our lives and we look at our past deeds, and we feel so weighed down by the mistakes and indiscretions of the past. We know that was such damage to us, and we feel the inability to progress and push ourselves forward. And Chazal then give us this ultimate message of my dahava. What was. Sometimes you have to let go of the past. You have to let the past be the past. Do I have to remember my past? Sure. Do I have to reflect on my past? Of course. Do I have to live in my past? Unequivocally, no. Those who live in their past, I mentioned this before, but Nela Fitterman gives a beautiful mashal. And he describes it like driving. He says if a person drives and all they do is look in the rearview mirror, they're going to slam into whatever is in front of them. In life, if you want to get from point A to point B, you can't live your life looking in the rearview mirror. I like to add on that while it's true, you can't perpetually look in the rearview mirror, but every once in a while, you have to look at it. To never look in your rearview mirror is really inappropriate. To never look in your rearview mirror is really a certain level of responsibility that one takes over their driving or their driving endeavors, so to in life. You can't live in the past, but every once in a while you have to kind of look in the rearview mirror, examine it, learn from it, grow from it. So what's the night haba, and I will say, but in this context, I think Chazal teaches us something different as well. You want to know the difference between Akum and Yid? The Akum, Chazal tell us that when he's worshiping his idolatry, okay, he's in it. He's in it. Even on the way to the idolatry, he's engaged. He's there, he's engaged. But once ultimately he finishes his worship and he's on his way back, my hava. A Yid, a Jew is exactly the opposite. Hashem HaKadosh says, and every single day at the end of Psukim is what do we say? Habocher b'shirei zimra, which literally translated means HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves the songs of his people. Habocher b'shirei zimra. He loves the songs of God. Whenever we praise Hashem, whenever we daven Hashem, talk to Hashem, Hashem loves it. Hashem HaKadosh vocalized the word a little bit differently. He says, that's not Habocher b'shirei, but it's Habocher b'shirei. What's shirei? Shirayim are leftovers. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu look for more than anything in any life circumstance? He looks for leftovers. See, some people don't like leftovers, or maybe they'll eat leftovers a little bit. But most of us, when it comes to leftovers, it lacks its HaKadosh. What he wants us to do is this awesome, every other spiritual experience. He wants us to take it with us. He doesn't want the inspiration to end when the moment ends, but rather he wants us to take shirayim. He wants us to take leftovers. Every spiritual initiative and endeavor, every spiritual moment, you have to find a way to package up some of it, take some leftovers, and to take it with you as you go through in life. That's Habocher b'shirei zimra. You know what Hashem loves most? Hashem loves most the shirayim leftovers. You know, if you think about it, if you ever have it, you have a davening, you're very inspired. So what happens over the next couple of days, if you notice, it's like usually like in Negro, you put a tune or a song that really they just up in the show. And you find yourself humming it over and over and over, playing it over and over, or making others sing it over and over and over. That's the shirayim. That's the leftovers. See, for an akum, by the hava. He finished worshiping his idolatry.
There she is.
He finished
How you living, girl?
He did his thing. Good. We're done. Move on. Next. By the hava.
He's doing it better. He said he's out better. He's still sleeping. He's still putting medicine.
Therefore, Shmuel says, "Hello, myself." You can't
get out of the way, but I asked him, can I go see?
Worship level desires, but you can go ahead and transact this money from back. Why might you? However,
well, that's good. I appreciate the update.
The Jew, unfortunately,
is he feeling better?
When he's on his way ultimately to the power first portion by idolatry, why? Because he gets is so the Jew is mamish on the way to commit to Avera. It is called the possibility that so on the way there, I will say it's incredible. Sometimes you don't makes a person turn around.
Right.
You don't makes a person think twice. So what's the difference about saying, no, I know that Reuben is going to worship all these are engage him. Because maybe it's not the business that's going to turn around. Maybe it's the love, maybe it's the connection, maybe it's the interest, maybe it's the kind word. He is so even when he is ready to worship Avodah, it's not done until it's done. He hasn't worshipped until he's worshipped. Even if he's on the way, the car is packed, everybody's there. But Isa, unless he's gotten there and worshipped, therefore, again, you can transact business with him on the way there. However, the Chazara also. So once already he's worshipped idolatry, then you can't transact business with him on the way there. The other also. Ultimately, again, because unfortunately, once the Jew has worshipped idolatry, he's going to be connected to it. See, Jews are committed people. The right things, fantastic. But when I saw, if unfortunately we do the wrong things, that can be necessary for a very long time. So the problem is once the Jew has already worshipped idolatry, and now he's coming back. Remember again, A Yid spiritually, theologically doesn't live with my Hava Hava. So unfortunately, he's bringing back the shrine, the leftovers of Avodah Zarah, and therefore Allah you cannot transact business with him on the way back. So what's interesting enough, this is Shita Shmuel. So an Akum on the way to his Avodah Zarah, you can't do business. On the way back, you can, my Hava Hava. A Yisrael, on the way there, you can transact business, because maybe I'll turn around. But on the way back, unfortunately, again, we assume that he's committed to the Avodah Zarah, and therefore no business. Batanya, but we learned Yisrael was a lamed gimel at the end of the first line. Batanya, Yisrael the whole with tarfos. Yisrael's going to the Chazara also, whether he's going or coming, you can't do business with him.
So far, so good. My friends kept me up really late, till like 5 in the morning, and
once he's on his way,
yeah, and that was fun. And then I got some sleep, and then I did my class, and I went into spaces, and they were kind of slow today, but they picked up in the evening, so that was good. And I got to talk to some people. I had some people join the server, and I was able to talk with them. And I have the opportunity to speak in a space this evening with the community that I'm in, and they were really nice. So, of course, so good. Have you been on your app recently? Have you been on your app recently since your birthday? Me, yeah.
So it's a shuk,
it's
a marketplace, it's a fair that is designed for the worship of idolatry. So an Ovid Kochavim, he's going there, whether he's going or coming, right? So it's mutter. That's very important. It's ultimately mutter. Now, Rashi points out because the assumption is he's going there to sell wares. He's going there to sell stuff. He's not going there to worship idolatry. Now, we'll have to explain what that is. On the way there, you could transact. On the back, you cannot. So the Gemara says, what's the pshat? Maishna Yisrael did the Chazara also. Why did the Yisrael on the way back, which you can't transact business with him? The Amri Avodas Kochavim Zabim, the May Avodas Kochavim Zabim. The assumption is that why did he go to the marketplace? He went there to sell Avodah Zarah to the Akum, and therefore again, the Pashtus, the money that he has is money of Avodah Zarah, and therefore if you transact business with him, you're going to end up utilizing Avodah Zarah funds.
Oh, that's so good. Nice fair. It's a big time fair.
He's getting
big time spare, Mrs. Big time spare. Give me this. That's what I needed. I've gotten a spare on every shot, every frame.
Selling stuff. That's why, interestingly enough, Lav Dafka, that he himself is participating in the idolatrous nature of this. He may just be selling stuff. Now, it happens to be there's a lot of qualifications.
Get those two. No doubt. Get. Oh. All right, here we go. Oh, I don't know if I'm getting a spare here. This is like an impossible shot. Get it. And I did. Miss Aquarius, 5 spares in a row. 5 spares in a row, Miss Aquarius. 5 spares in a row. That's the first. Spare. Oh man, I can't believe I got that last one. All right. Miss Aquarius, you win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. You are on 192. Let's make it 193 tonight. Come on. 193 for you, girl.
That Jews use as well. Okay. One mutar. So
Just
those who come back
yeah, come
from
on.
Anushim Melokish. Lotion Elohim Shun Demotan. That's only so if what? If the group come back, but they're not traveling as a Zef Apple, coming back together as a group, you cannot transact with them. Why?
How are your allergies?
Because perhaps
I'm doing good. The second team. I go to get my food this Friday, so
okay,
check
no,
everything
okay,
out.
Excellent. This is Chris. I've gotten 6 spares. I've gotten 6 spares in a row.
Right? So the wine skins ultimately again was right. Nodos okay come cantinean. So no remember a node is a wine skin, cantinean are jugs, and yain shall you saw tunnels wine, even if there's Jewish wine, so to speak, inside of it. Asur, the wine itself is asur. The surn is another. So the man says you can't drink it. You can't
7 spares in a row, Mr. Aquarius.
You can't drink it, but ultimately again.
7 spares in a row.
That's my problem. So we'll say. So this is going to open up the fascinating conversations between about use of Gentile-owned utensils for kosher items. What's the impact? Here we go.
Oh, you got it. No doubt. Nice spare.
Thank you.
Give me this. Oh, there goes the end of my streak. No way I'm getting this, Mr. Aquarius.
Rashi says, so these 2 wines.
There's the end of my streak.
So what you would do is you would coat it with zephas. Zephas is like pitch or tar in order to guard that acts as a sealant, prevents leakage. So the Gemara says over here, if you have wine skins of Ovid Kochavim, Gururim Chadosh, which means they're not coated, right? So they're not coated, and ultimately again they're brand new. So maybe it's they're not coated or they're brand new. What's the halacha? Ultimately, again, it's mutar. Now Rashi points out over here, why is it mutar? In other words, but you could use it. So the assumption is that even if a non-Jew kept wine in here, they would only be keeping wine in there for a little bit of time, since it's not sealed, they seal it.
It's Aquarius.
And therefore,
All but 2.
very minimal absorption.
All but 2.
Minimal absorption, therefore the Jew is allowed to go ahead and use this. Interesting. Now Rashi does point out
It's
something
Aquarius.
This is really about a wine skin.
Okay, I'm not even in my room.
Are dependent on the absorption. For example, apparently wine skins absorb at a slower rate than earthenware vessels. For example, Rashi says over here that an earthenware vessel so therefore this is the first halacha. Wine skins of an Ovid Kohanim that are not sealed, they don't have the seal, they don't have the pitch or the
Did not make it easy.
and they're new. It's either and or.
And you won,
So,
I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am. Alrighty.
Then ultimately they're also look at Rashi.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be here for you. Let me know if you need anything. And good news concerning Papa.
Glad that he is improving. Absolutely. His eyes improving, and he'll go to rehab, and then he'll be back home, good as new, God willing.
Therefore, the item much more readily.
Do you have a plan of when you're going to see him? Okay.
If it has been used for yayin, there's been virtually no absorption. Therefore, these are if it's either old, which means it's been expensive, or it's sealed. The sealant has been put in. As Rashi points out, the sealant also readily absorbs wine.
Yes, ma'am.
So what if an
To you as well, God willing.
So let's say again, put the zephas, he put the pitch on the inside. Right, he put the pitch on the inside, and he tanned the leather. And he put wine in there. So in this case over here, watch what's happening. David Kocham is creating the wine skin, right, into a proper wine skin. So what is he? He has the skin, he tanned the skin.
he's applying the pitch on the inside, and the Akum, puts wine inside there also. The Yisrael Omed al Gabav, and there's a Jew watching him engage in this entire process. In a Choshesh, we need not to be concerned that the wine that the Obed Kochavim put into the wineskin was Yayin Nesach, that he somehow consecrated that for his idolatry. Okay, so 1 second. The Obed Kochavim knows himself a Yayin. He saw Omed al Gabav, my happy. I don't understand why. Just because there's a mashgiach there, right? The Jew was watching him do this. How do you know that the wine that the Akum put in there wasn't Yayin Nesach? In other words, all the Jew is seeing is what the Akum is doing now. How does he know what the Akum did with the wine beforehand? Right? So in other words, how can we be sure that it's not Yayin Nesach being put in there? I'm going to needs to say, Ovei Kochavim Rivavan, the Ibdan, the Yisrael Nosin Asochan Yayin, the Yisrael Acher Omed al Gabav in a Choshesh. Oh, here's the case. If you have an Akum tanning the skin, right, making the skin, putting in the sealant, and a Jew puts in the wine, and then there's another Jew watching the whole process, that's mutter. So 1 second. But if a Jew is putting in the wine, then why do I need another Jew to stand over there as a mashgiach? Why do I need a mashgiach Jew to oversee the work of the first Jew? Because since ultimately again the Yisrael is busy, right? He's busy. He's putting in the wine. He's overseeing everything. Maybe the Akum will take the opportunity to turn the wine into Yayin Nesach, and the Jew will be profoundly unaware of this whole thing, right? The Jew just won't know, right? The Jew won't know what's going on because halacha l'maisa, he's just too engaged with his work. Therefore, again, you have the mashgiach overseeing everything. So essentially, the Israel is as follows. So the Akum is tanning the hive. He's putting in the sealant inside. The Jew is adding the wine. And then there's a mashgiach, another Jew on top of this whole process to ensure that when the first Jew is busy pouring or doing other stuff, that the Akum doesn't play around with the wine, doesn't make it into Yayin Nesach. Incredible. Okay. Must Rav Tzadid or Rav Tzadid said no. No, not true. Let's go back to our original understanding of the case. So the Akum himself is putting in the wine. So what's the case? So here's the difference. The difference over here is that halacha l'maisa, since the Akum is doing this, since the wine is being poured in, essentially again around the same time as the sealant, and therefore again that wine itself is going to be lost. Look at Rashi just a moment. Kizorik ma'im l'tit she'osin holech le'ibud zefes ubatal tamo kimayim hanitim b'tit shekalim me'elein shemisiyav yishatid hare'elu ki lo hayu af yayin. It's interestingly enough, since all of this is happening together, when the wine is being poured in right after the sealant, that wine is essentially going to be absorbed by the sealant. Now, by the way, that was actually part of the process because often pitch or tar has a bad odor. So they would mix in some wine there from the beginning in order to take away some of the negative odor. So the Gemara says, even if the Akum himself was the one who was pouring in the wine, that's fine, because that wine anyway gets mixed in with the sealant and essentially disappears into the zefes, into the sealant. The Gemara says, Amra Papi Shema Mina Midrav Tzadid, so Papi said, based on the same Midrav Tzadid, Hai Ovin Kochavim B'Shad Chamla Le'Milchei Yisrael Shari. So if an Akum were to come and pour wine into the salt of a Jew, it would also be permitted, right? Why? Because the assumption is that the wine gets absorbed up by the salt, and therefore won't be a problem. To which the Gemara says, no. Maski for Ravashi, you cannot compare the two cases. Why? Hasan the causal evil, Hachalo causal evil. In the case of the pitch, the wine is managed like destroyed. In other words, it's absorbed into the pitch. So it's essentially non-existent. As opposed to the wine that gets absorbed into the salt, that wine is still there, albeit in a different form, absorbed into another food item, the salt, but it's still there. So therefore the cases aren't comparable. I'm going to tell some stories. Bar Adi, that's what's his name. He was an Arab merchant. What did he do? He went ahead and he took some wineskins. He took some wineskins from Rabbi Yitzchak by Yosef, and he went ahead and he put wine inside it. Okay. So the Gemara says, and then after this guy Bar Adi finished using the wineskins, ultimately, again, he gave them back. Fine, all right, so he's a kind of, but at least he gave back the stolen item. What's the problem? Now, what does Rabbi Yitzchak
what to do with these skins. ROTHSCHILD b'midrasha. Amli Rabbi Yirmiyah, kacho Rabbi Ami. So Rabbi Yirmiyah said, Rabbi Ami said, halacha l'maisa memalin mayim shloshi yamim uma'ara. So we'll say this is quite fascinating. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, the paskin, here's what you do. You fill up the wine skins, you fill up the skins with water for 3 days, uma'ara, and pour it out. So now what does this mean? Some qualifications. You have to pour them out once every 24 hours. So we'll say, so this is, interestingly enough, a kashering process called milui v'irui. Milui v'irui is the kashering that's accomplished by you fill up the receptacle with water, leave it there for a minimum of 24 hours, then pour out the water and change that with new water. And you repeat that process for 72 hours. 72 hours every 24 hours. Doesn't have to be exactly at 20 hours, at least 24 hours, and then change the water, put it in for at least another 24 hours. And 72 hours later, ultimately again, the item will be kosher. Now, halacha l'maisa, this concept does exist, but it is only usable in situations where we know halachically that the absorption is minimal. The absorption is minimal. Now the Gemara gives more examples. Sabra minei, hani mili bidan. Hani mili bidan. Now we assumed over here that halacha l'maisa, this only refers to what? This only refers to, for example, like Jewish wineskins. In other words, in this case, like this case over here, where the wineskins were ober yitzchak, which means the majority of their absorptions were of kosher wine. They were They were stolen, ultimately again by this guy. What was his name? Bar Adi, and therefore again we assume that his absorptions, Bar Adi's absorptions, were minimal. So it's only in this kind of case where we assume that the majority of absorptions are kosher absorptions. The minimal number of absorptions, or the minority absorptions, are non-kosher absorptions. That's where this kashering process works. But this would not work, for example, if you were to acquire a wineskin from an akum, because there the majority of absorptions would be from him. Not true. Whether ultimately again it's our utensils, their utensils, ultimately again it works. Furthermore, we only assume that this applies to wineskins. Now the assumption must be that by wineskins perhaps the absorption is a little bit less. About kankanim low, but by jugs, by other utensils, no. From the Rashi, loshna nodos, loshna kankanim. Not true. Whether it's wineskins, whether it's other utensils, ultimately again, these, and when we say kankanim, by the way, it's earthenware, these can be koshered through this process. Now, I just want to point out again, these conversations, obviously, I feel like I've been saying this a lot in our bizarre. These conversations are much more involved. Halacha ma'aseh is much more involved. But suffice it to say that this type of kashering, what we call milui v'irui, which literally means milui, filling up, irui, pouring out. We keep the utensils submerged or filled with water for 24 hours, change it every 24 hours. It works 72 hours. That later works. But again, only for mineral absorptions. Just to give an example where this does apply to halacha, glasses. In general, we try glasses. Again, I don't want to get too into this now, but just kind of like high level. Glass is a fundamental machlokas in halacha as to whether or not the glass absorbs or not. Like, for example, does the person have to have different glasses, different sets of glasses for milking situations? So most poskim say no, that halacha l'maaseh glass does not absorb, and therefore technically, you could only have to have one set of glasses for both milking situations. Not to be clean, but milking situations. Again, my wife holds differently, so in our house we have two sets of glasses. But okay, discussion for a different time. In any event, that's why many people have one set of glasses, and glasses can be used for both. What happens if you want to kasher a glass for Pesach? So generally, we try not to do this. But halacha l'maisa, if one wants to kasher glass, the way to kasher glass is with this process. It's called milui v'irui. So you take a bathtub, right? You don't take a bathtub, you have a bathtub. You fill it with water, you put glasses in there, fill it with water, 24 hours, drain the water, refill the water, complete that again for 72 hours. Technically speaking, one could kasher glass with those circumstances. Why? Because since glass to begin with has a minimal absorption, you could use this quote-unquote lower form of kashering. Again, the halachas for Pesach, one should do this more intricate, not for now, but just giving you an illustration about how this concept does work. Halacha. So if you have jugs, now kankan, so remember again, as opposed to what we call ziki, right? Ziki are wineskins. Kankanim are jugs or utensils, earthenware.
So kankanim shal deko chavim. So if I have a perfect vessel of an akum, chadoshim gerurin mutarim. So if they're brand new, right, or gerurim, right, means again they have not been sealed. So there's no pitch or no tar on the inside. What's the halacha? Mutarim, a Jew could use them. Yeshanim umizufafim asurin. But once ultimately again it's old, right, used or coated with pitch. Both of those cases again, then there's a much higher absorption level. The Jew is never allowed to use it. Obit kochavim nosin the sofa and yayin. Yisrael nosin the sofa and mayin. So ultimately, interestingly enough, now a Jew, right, or excuse me, an akum could put water into, could put
Look
wine.
who it is.
And put
My favorite San Francisco 49ers friend. How are you, big dog?
So if he is
Dude, that's okay. It happened. They did okay. With all those injuries, I'm surprised they didn't tag to have you in there. What's good?
I mean, I was still believing in it.
Oh, I know. That was so funny to me. You're like, we got him right where we want him, and I was like, all right, we're down like 14 points or something. Yeah. Yeah, it was like 24-7 or something. Maybe 24-3, because they didn't score a touchdown, right?
No, we had no touchdowns.
Wait. It really was. I saw that. It was the biggest blowout in playoff history.
Thanks, man.
That's okay. Rams are out as well. So they're officially eliminated the state, and they look like they're gonna get their asses handed to them.
Yisrael knows in the sofa seer umur.
You can't run this.
Interestingly enough,
the Patriots have no chance because their whole thing is designed on a three running back.
So what's this? This is fascinating.
Right. Sam Darnold, man, everybody underestimated him, and especially Minnesota. Anybody who thought that they had him pegged in Minnesota were completely incorrect. And then he potentially could be he's USC's first quarterback in the Super Bowl, and looking to be their first quarterback to ever win the Super Bowl. Drake May, I think probably is going to be the MVP, but they've had a really easy schedule. Have you seen their schedule to get to the Super Bowl?
So Tashma, the Tanya of
Man, this team is legit. Like, it doesn't matter what the schedule is.
If a person
You see the camera shots of the defensive line that looks like he counts every 5 inches tall.
Look, they played the Broncos, who didn't have a quarterback and barely beat them.
What happens if they're old?
No, it was like they're the Like, I can't believe they even burn out the instead.
Okay, so you see from
right. Okay, so let me look at the Super Bowl line right now. I'm not exactly sure what it is.
7.5, I'm guessing. 7.5.
4.5.
I'd take that. Yeah, New England's tricky though. Like, I don't know if you've been watching any New England games, but their three-headed monster with the running backs is pretty smart.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you with that. Especially the NFL, if you have everything riding on one back, you're in trouble. You at least need two good backs. That's why I thought the Lions were going to be pretty good this year. They have the two best backs maybe on one team with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery, but everything fell apart for them. The Seattle passing game, I think it's just very dangerous.
Once it begins to melt off,
ultimately,
Yeah, they're 30 yards or nothing.
incredible.
Right.
Like, he's going
Well,
through,
team at the match run,
and they're athletic guys that get out fast.
I forgot going up. So this is more like, don't actually need
Now, they had two backs. One of them got hurt, but they still have Charbonnet.
Yeah, that's true. They lost one of their better players.
That's right. Right at the end too, or like maybe third quarter, but it was in the second half.
Third quarter.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right before everyone got hurt.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the San Francisco practice facility and that electrical generator thing? Okay, so let me give you the lowdown. SF 49ers practice facility, electrical grid. Alright, here's the lowdown. San Francisco 49ers have drawn attention due to concerns about the practice facility's proximity to an electrical substation. The team's facility in Santa Clara, located next to Levi's Stadium, sits adjacent to the Silicon Valley Power Mission substation. A viral theory suggests that low-frequency electromagnetic fields (EMF) from the substation may be contributing to the team's high rate of player injuries. Now, I don't believe this, but I guess people are looking for any kind of reason to explain why so many injuries. Key players like George Kittle, had an Achilles and an ACL. Nick Bosa, ACL, and Fred Warner, ankle, suffered major injuries, fueling speculation. So, GM John Lynch emphasized player health, saying you have to look into everything when safety is allegedly at stake. And World Health Organization classifies such EMF as possibly carcinogenic based on limited data. I don't agree with this. I think that it probably has to do with just fluky. It happens that you're going to get guys who, when they're 300 pounds tackling each other, that they're going to hurt each other. But that was the big thing I heard on LA radio, that the substation might be to blame, which I just don't really think that has that much credibility. But it is what it is. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, man, practice can really mess with your practice. I don't think that it's smart to be near airports or near that matters or industrial waste plants. Like maybe probably in a practice facility in like really safe place.
Yeah, I get that.
I put it somewhere nice.
Right.
I mean, they got a lot of money.
Oh, for sure. 100%. Do you like the ownership? Dude, I was a fan of the DeBartolos. I thought they ran that place like a mafia. Right.
And they were loyal too, so
Rabbi said that it's Muslim. So I
gotta go. But
Absolutely, my friend. Keep your head up high. There's always next year, as they say. Peace, big dog. You too.
The whole idea that we're concerned about over here is absorptions of yayin nesa. It could very well be that if the beer negates the taste of the wine, then maybe there's no problem. So my focus, but also Ravina Sharbi Rakiba Radar Scott. Remember Bashifra, Ravina actually allowed Rakiba Radar Scott to put beer in a earthenware vessel that he bought from an akum. So the Gemara says,
Also, Royal Chamra, he made a mistake, he got mixed up, and he ended up putting wine in there instead of beer. Now, obviously, once you put wine in there, it's going to be usher. But nevertheless, Rabina did not feel the need to change his position. Why? Amar, Akrai Ba'amoy. So it was an accident. So we'll say, interesting. In other words, remember things like this. You might have thought, Rabina said you're allowed to put beer. So he allowed, ultimately, Rakia to put beer. Rakia made a mistake and put wine. So you might have thought to say, oh, what do you see from here? That you shouldn't even allow someone to put beer unless they come to put wine. What did Rabina say? It was just a mistake. It was just a mistake. You don't have to read anything more into it. It was just a mistake. Mistakes happen. Which I will say is so profound, so profound. Sometimes things happen in life. You look for deeper meaning. Is there deeper meaning in everything that occurs in life? There is. But that's that you're supposed to look for the deeper meaning. Sometimes you just have to kind of take what life throws your way and move yourself forward. Especially in those moments where you can't find the deeper meaning. Right? So often things happen and like, what does this mean? What is this Koshmar telling me? Sometimes they can figure it out. But sometimes if you can't figure it out, just say, okay, whatever it was, and I just need to move myself forward. Sometimes it's beautiful to look for deeper meaning in things, and sometimes you just have, like the Gemara says, whatever happened, happened. I'm sure there is a meaning to it, but I'm not going to spend my time trying to figure this out. I gotta move myself forward. Incredible. The Yitzchak practice, no know, money the Pukusna. So the Gemara says, Malinu Maya, and Chinu B'Shimsha. So what happened? So Yitzchak practice had these, Rashi says over here, he had these dung utensils that are made out of the excrement of an animal. He had bought it from a Gentile, and the Gentile had used it for yayin nesa. So now he bought them, and now you have to kasher them. How do you kasher it? You look at the Eroy, fill it up with water, 72 hours, change the water every 72 hours. So he filled it up with water, he put it out in the sun. Haku, they burst. So I guess like the water got very hot and ultimately caused them to burst. Rabbi Abba, Asartinu Alocha Isudi Olam. So essentially he said, now you prohibited these items upon you for eternal prohibitions. Obviously they're broken. So you'll never be able to use them. The rabbis only said you have to fill it with water. They didn't say you had to leave it in the sun. Okay, so interestingly enough, so Rabbi Abba kind of gives Rabbi Yitzchak a little bit of musar. Now again, whether or not Rabbi Yitzchak was being machmir by leaving it in the sun, like as like a form of ultimate like a hagala, like boiling, or just happened to leave it in the sun, is not immediately clear from this Gemara. But point towards Rabbi Abba gave him musar, be a little bit more careful with what you're doing. Chazal told you have to soak it in water, but you didn't have to put it in the sun. Incredible. So we'll say it's interesting because either way, Rabbi Abba is giving him musar. Either he's giving him musar that you didn't understand what the halacha was, or musar that you need to be more intentional with the way you do things. Why are you leaving it out in the sun? Right? So either it's musar about you didn't understand the halacha, or it's musar you're not living the right way. You need to live with intentionality. You have to have a seder in every single thing that you do. Because if there's no intentionality, there's no seder, stuff breaks. People break. Circumstances break. Such an incredible musar. Amar Yosna, Amar Rabbi, Kli Neser, Eino Tara Olamas. So almost like Kli Neser, which is a certain type of material, does not have a tower. In other words, once it absorbs, let's say yayin nesach, you cannot get the absorptions. You can't get the absorptions out. So the Gemara says, my Kli Neser, what is Kli Neser? Amar Yossi Bar Abin Kli Mechafuras Shel Tzruf. So interesting enough, the utensil that's made from alum. Alum. So apparently, alum is a highly absorbent material. And therefore, Allah said, if you create something out of alum, and it absorbs and uses it for yayin nesach, it can never be kosher. Did a parsak rofila anas hanikovim kumpedisa? So we'll say. So listen to this. The members of the household of parsak rofila. Now his name is Parsak. That was his name, right? That's the guy's name. Rofila was his position. He was like the second in command to the king. So what did this guy do? A Gentile ruler. He stole anas hanikuvim kompedisa. So he stole from the Jewish population some jugs, earthenware jugs, and he filled it with his wine. And ultimately then he gave it back. Okay, so he's a thief, but at the end of the day, he officially gave it back. Also, so here are some Yehuda. What should we do with this? What do we do now with these jugs? Amar davar she'in machnisa l'kiyamu mishachshechan b'mayim ve'hein mutarim. So what's interesting? The Gemara says. He says this is something. Ultimately, it's interesting. His lashon here. His lashon is davar she'in machnisa l'kiyamu. He used it in a way. He used it in a way that was short-term storage, not long-term storage. And because it's a short-term storage, therefore what? You can wash it out with water, and it is mutter. Since it was only kept on a very short term, it's not even really the absorptions, and therefore halacha l'maisa again, you could just wash it out and it's mutter. And I will say, interestingly enough, mishachshichan b'mayim b'pashtos means nibui v'irui, right? It's 72 hours. Some want to say it only means just literally a washing out, but based on what we've seen before, halacha l'maisa, we seem to be it still means nibui. But I just want to point out my focus how to read this particular line. So Avira said as follows. Avira says as so I'm not Avira. So these literally again, Hani Chatzi Shakir Daramai, Kivan the Lo Baisuba Mishak Shakin Bamayim Umotor. So literally translated, these red Aramean pitchers. Okay, red Aramean pitchers. So all you need to do Mishak Shakan, wash them out, ultimately, and it is Motor. Amra Papi, that Papi says, Hani Kasbasa the Bimnixi, Kivan the Lo Baisuba Mishak Shakin Bamayim Umotor. So let's say, see a number of examples of this. So that Papi says, Kasvasa are earthenware vessels of a mixing, earthenware vessels of a particular place. Since they have a very low absorption level, therefore what? You can wash them out with water, and ultimately again it is mutter. Kasi, what about cups? The lesson here is interesting. Right? A cup, Rashi says, Kosos shalcharas, being machnis l'kim al shosiman. So this is a cup, right? An earthenware cup. Now obviously a cup, because you don't store stuff in a cup. Up until now, see, if you notice, we're essentially having like three different categories. First category was items that are used for long-term usage. Okay. Second category seems to be items that are used for shorter-term usage. So for the longer-term usage, so the Gemara seems to indicate that you need usually 72 hours, change the water every 24 hours. For the things that are not used for long-term usage, it could be, we're going to have to see this further, it could be all you need to do is wash it out. What does washing it out mean? Does washing it out mean just mean washing it out? Does washing it out mean also leave it 72 hours, change water 24 hours? We'll see. Then third category are things that are clearly only used almost like a sun. A cup. You fill up your cup, like you drink it, and then you're done. So again, obviously that's even a lower absorption level. So what do you do with Kasi? Ravasi Aser, Ravashi Shani. Ravasi said it's Aser. Right, that's awesome. And Rashi said that it's mutter. Isha Siburu Ovid Kochavi Hamishon. So I say this is very interesting. Now the Gemara suggests the following. If an Ovid Kochavi used it the first time, right? So it's a brand new cup, or a cup, Ovid Kochavi used it like Zaynesh at the first time. Ultimately, again, Kuli Amalok to be done. Everyone agrees that it's Aser, because those initial absorptions are Aser. You raise them at focus, but I'm shamed. But what happens if it's used the second time? The Akum uses it the second time. Right, so you get that. Another alternate version of this. If an Akum uses it ultimately again the first time and the second time, everyone agrees that renders the Kli Aser. Keep the viewers the Machlokas, the Pan Gimel. If the Akum uses it the third time, in other words, let's say that you used it the first two times, and the Akum used it the third time, does that impact the Kli? The halacha is Hamishon Mishkini Aser, Yimamot. Halacha is if the Akum used it one of the first two times that the Kli was new, that renders the cup, the cup, Aser because of the absorption. But if you only used it the third time, I mean, you saw used it the first two times, and then the Akum used it the third time, ultimately, again, it is going to be one. I thought so stop over here today. There is a tremendous amount of halacha l'maisa, which I know I owe you so much halacha l'maisa in Sakta. These halachas of passion, we are going to do some basic halacha l'maisa, so we understand just practically what is accepted from the Gemara, what is not accepted from the Gemara. And the most over for today. Hi, everyone. This is Emma.
You know, you just got your fucking mind sunk in there and went to the ice and went through the fucking so went to the bottom of the lake.
You might as well say agree. This is the Baruch Hashem to be able to see when we go again. Starting out here in person. Thank you to my students and during the last week, I allowed me to virtually. Thank you for your gift here over Shabbos and Sunday. And thank you. All of you have great fulfillment over Shabbat. Thank you for all my sponsors. And we'll come to this sponsor. Also, Shabbat Shalom. Dedicating all the human culture this year as these courses for the souls, fellows, and self. I will come to this sponsors. Humber Mishpacha, the Haber Mishpacha, very well. The full text of the dedication is contained in the description below. I wasn't able to read it outside. So sorry, but I managed to have the full text of the for tomorrow. I thank you for your sponsorship. Rabbi, you okay? all of the neshamas that now the families in the coma, those who need to put together the co-colleagues of the allow our precious souls to be successful whole mass. Today's daf is Lamed Gimel. We are on the days at the two dots, 5 lines up from the bottom. Aholchin, the Tarfos, Asur, Velos, Yesimun. So those who go to the Tarfos, what's the Tarfos? Rashi points out over here, the Tarfos is Levakesh Ta'usam Lemakamah. He's going to worship idolatry at a different location. So the Gemara says as follows: Amar Shmuel, Ori Kochav Maholet Tarfos, Bali Va'asu, the Azlu Mobi Kamil Balos Kochav. The Chazara Moter, since the Shmuel is something very Akum, right? So an idol worshiper who's going to the Tarfos, is going to worship his idol at a far away, at a distant place. On his way to the idolatry,
hello, how are you?
To go ahead and engage in any type of
every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. I was just listening to your discussions on fishing. It's fascinating where technology takes us. Do you mind if I take 3 minutes and tell you about my project? Excellent. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. If you can, I'd appreciate the follow back. I follow everyone back, so if you want a free follow back, send me a follow. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling fan. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person. I have more content than any person. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi.
Never look in the rear mirror is really inappropriate. Never look in the rear mirror is really a certain level of responsibility that one takes over their driving or their driving endeavor. So in life,
I'm the real deal, Holyfield, 100%. No problems at all. I am not reading this. I am not AI. You can, in fact, look in the purple pill. You can see me live speaking this with an embedded video. So not everyone even gives you a view of them shilling, but I do. If you'd like, you can join my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm live 24 hours a day. I'm proud to say that we just surpassed 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
leftovers, every spiritual initiative and endeavor, every spiritual moment, you have to find a way, package up some of it, take some leftovers, and take it with you as you go through in life. That's habocher b'shiyores. You know what Hashem loves most? Hashem loves the most the shiyores leftovers. You don't think about it.
Absolutely. Great question. You had the phrase open mic in the title, and I searched that, and I saw that you guys had a nice space going, and I listened in and found you to be interesting, and then came up and requested the mic.
That's fantastic. I followed you back too, and I appreciate you so much for coming over to speak. This is open mic. Yeah, anybody's welcome. And
That's the shiyores.
man, you're grand and hard. You do a good job. That's why I had to go.
He finished worshiping his idolatry. He finished his Yarkei. He did his thing. He went to his done. We're done. Move on. Next. Mind the hava. And the youth has a spiritual experience. No. Goes with me. I'm taking my now. I'll have the shiyores. I'm taking the leftovers with me wherever I go in life.
For more than 4 years, my streams go back to the pandemic. So I have essentially created the largest compilation of human data in global history. This is essentially, as I say, a timeline or a time capsule. Maybe a generation or 2 or 3 ago, I would have been a journalist, someone who writes in a journal, or a diarist, someone who writes in a diary. But I just do so using video as my mode. And it's not just about me. Certainly, it focuses on my life, my streams, and not just from one angle, from 20 or more different angles. Additionally, though, I keep a radio in the background that archives world history events. So literally, you can go back to any moment of my life for the last 4 years, essentially, and not just know what was going on in my world, but also what was going on in world news events. And I think that's really exciting. It's essentially the world's largest timeline or time capsule. And I know that in the future, this data is going to be very important in studying how people age, in studying people's breathing habits, their eating habits, their drinking habits, their bathing habits, their behavior, all the different aspects of biological life that we have on a human has been able to be archived on my streams. And I think it'll be studied from an academic level. And not only that, I think it's really important to AI. When I say we've seen the death between the birth of AI and the coronation of a king, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user when it launched November 30th, 2022. We've been able to see the different iterations of large language models in the world. And additionally, AI needs examples of humans to be able to build its models. And I have, if that happens, I want to give back to the people who helped me, and I really mean it. I want to make sure that all of you are taken care of, and also your friends and family. Well, I'd like it to be available freely to everyone, and currently, I do partner with a project that's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's on Ethereum. I don't really know how I would put it on the blockchain per se, because it's such a massive project. If you mean just like having a cryptocurrency or an NFT, I really push people to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email community. They certainly have devs who can be able to focus on those types of projects. Really, what I like to do is just make sure that my streams are going. But potentially in the future, when maybe perhaps it's a little easier for me, would love to have it all on the blockchain, so long as it's available to the public for free.
And he saw Momer is someone, unfortunately, who already has a track record of having parts of heretical activity.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your kind words. I very much appreciate it.
Once he's on his way, he's not turning around. Stam Yid. Even if he's on his way to Avodah Zarah, he may turn around.
Absolutely. I'm based out of Los Angeles, and I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, certainly in LA, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. So I do IRL streaming as well, but it is by far easier for me to essentially do desktop streams. And I am live 24/7, not only on YouTube, but on Twitch and Rumble, and also in quite a few different disciplines. Additionally, I'm really proud to say I have been running a 24/7 Twitter space, a video Twitter space. If you know there's a difference, basically you can watch a Twitter space take place using an iOS device, and I've been doing that for more than 333 straight days. So I'm very close to having an entire year of my life just on X Spaces, on video archived on the X servers. So that's another pretty cool milestone that I'll be celebrating next month, February 14th.
He's going, right? Whether he's going or coming, right? אבל מה יעשה? It's motor. That's very interesting. Ovi בפעם ההולך לעברית, ואם בהליכה בין מחזר המוטר. It's ultimately motor. Now, Rashi points out that why is this? Because the assumption is that the Ovi
I'm in agreement with you. So I do know a little bit about this. So they do have some glitched out spaces that are just audio that have been going for more than 4 years. If you want to know how I can get this data or how I've been able to get this data, if you go to spacesdashboard.com, if you don't know what that website is, you must take a look at it. It is the absolute best resource in finding a space just like this. It's how I'm able to find this space. You just type in whatever the search term is that you want to be able to find the space, but also it gives you a breakdown of all the spaces that are currently going on X currently. As of right now, there are like 500 in English alone. If you know that the X app, either on iOS or Android, is makes it very difficult to be able to find new spaces, and if you're not privy to them, you're never going to find them. So if you haven't had a chance, take a look at spacesdashboard.com, and if you don't have to do this, but I can tell you, I've been able to organize it from longest duration to shortest duration, and the longest duration X spaces have been going for more than 4 years, and there are about 100 of them that have been going for more than a year. But again, these are glitched out spaces. Now, I do have another community that I know just recently was able to, at least according to Grok, have the longest archived recorded space, which is, I think, something like over 130 hours. That's the spaces.media crew, so shout out to them. But theirs aren't on video, and mine are. So I'm in agreement with you. I wish there were more. Basically, I don't need accolades, but I just want people to know that there are those of us who are spending a lot of time on X Spaces, and wish we had some way to verify some of these statistics, but currently there's not. So everything basically has to either be asked to Grok or potentially just through community notes or word of mouth. But yeah, I think it's really cool that basically I have an entire year of my life that is available to everyone on X, not just on YouTube, not just on Rumble and some other places, but right here on X, and that I've been doing these spaces now. It's not one continuous space. Every 24 hours I have to restart it. That's just due to the constraints of having an iOS video space. The video, in order for it to save, needs to restart every 24 hours. But I think it's a really cool achievement that we are closing in on the next month. And so perhaps in the future, people won't just be watching me on YouTube and on Rumble, but also even on X.
That's only so if what? If the group, when you come back, ultimately not traveling as a traveler. Aber shooting Zebazel, assume. But if the group of Akim are coming back together as a group, you cannot get back with them. Why? Ema died a lot, sir. Because perhaps ultimately as a group, your intention is to return. Okay,
absolutely, and I'm completely in agreement with you. Elon Musk in 2023 was asked about X, and at the time he said they are essentially they don't generate any revenue, which I don't know if necessarily that's true. There are a lot of people who use X much more because of the Spaces feature, but it doesn't seem like they advertise them very well. This is a really amazing platform, but you kind of have to be on the in to know someone who's on them regularly. They're kind of difficult to find, and a lot of people don't know really that this is even a feature. So perhaps in the future there may be a Spaces Awards or something along those lines, but currently there really aren't. And I feel like there should be. That this is, as I've heard it previously discussed, the town hall of the internet. It's really the epicenter of cryptocurrency discussions, and the fact that such a massive platform does not emphasize one of its perhaps greatest benefits, to me is somewhat sad.
Rashi says she'im ban zefes. So these two one seal. And one is going to be So what you would do is you would coat it with zephyrs. Zephyrs is like pitch or tar in order to go ahead and access.
Absolutely, it's phenomenal. So if you don't know what we're referencing, it's a website that has a list of all of the different spaces that are going on in order of largest to smallest. You can also organize them from most recently started to longest duration. It has a really nice search function. It also gives you a lot more metrics on spaces and the hosts. It will tell you the combined followership of all of the people who are speakers in a given space. It will also, you can click on one of the hosts and it will show you every single space that they've hosted in the entirety of their account. It's incredible that this website exists and that X doesn't have the same type of features integrated within the app, that we have to go to a third party to be able to get this information. But if you haven't checked it out, it's spacesdashboard.com. It's just an amazing resource to be able to find interesting conversations such as this one.
Are dependent on the item itself. So for example, apparently wineskins absorb at a slower rate than earthenware vessels. For example, Rashi says over here that an earthenware vessel absorbs immediately. So here's the first halacha. Wineskins of ovid kohanim that are not sealed, they don't have the sealing, they don't have the picture of the tar on it, and they're new, like either and or they're new. So mutter ultimately again these levels allowed to produce wine. Okay, the shingles, the shunning, but if you use right and or sealed with the picture. So whether it's old or it's
Absolutely, and it will be solved over the course of the next century. So I've given 6 different types of technologies that can revolutionize this. And again, if you weren't familiar, things like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses. So let's talk about them briefly. Agricultural drones essentially remove the need for the farmhand, the farmer. Everything can be harvested and perhaps insecticide or even any type of labor-intensive management of crops can be done through drones. It's already being done in some areas. This is something that if we incentivize companies to be able to build agricultural drones, it will be much easier for us to be able to get more food, more nutrients, certainly larger harvests from our current 2-dimensional acreage. The second thing that I mentioned is agricultural drones, floating greenhouses. So especially in areas where real estate is really tight, floating greenhouses are something that essentially imagine just like almost like a very large dinghy where you can actually put a greenhouse on the water. It can be temporary, and you can grow crops in an area like Hong Kong or Manhattan or other really high demand real estate areas so that people can have fresh foods and don't have to have it necessarily shipped in. I also mentioned saltwater greenhouses. If you're not familiar with these, essentially there's a way of using saltwater to be able to water crops through the removal of salt from that water. I also mentioned vertical farming. If you're not familiar with vertical farming, it's essentially either using a building to be able to have crops. So think like a large grow house vertically in the air, or exactly. And then there are also different types of ways to have the crop through tubing and such to be able to grow things vertically. I also mentioned hydroponics. Many of you may be familiar with hydroponics, but this is essentially using water to be able to get nutrients to the crop in a very efficient manner. And this is done currently in many different industries, but it's not really done in large scale agriculture. And then the final one that I mentioned is cloud seeding. And this is already done in places like United Arab Emirates on a weekly basis. It rains according to plan. They have an entire weather modification center that is run by the government and publicly acknowledged. They allow people to have tours of it. And essentially, what it does is it puts certain types of chemicals in, like I not don't want to give the wrong ones, but essentially they create clouds in the atmosphere. I believe one of them may be for rain. It waters all of the plants in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, also cleans all the buildings, cleans all the cars and such. These are 6 types of technologies to be able to help with ending world hunger. And then, I talk about ending world thirst, and the big one there is desalination technology. Basically, the earth is 2/3 water. One of the major issues that occurs when we are looking to not just harvest large crops, but also end drought, is getting people the water that they need. And the fact that the earth is 2/3 water shortages should not be a thing anymore. Really, the argument against desalination technology is it takes a lot of power. But we have nuclear energy, which is in many ways a miracle of modern science. And I understand that some people are leery of nuclear energy, but if you really get into it, very few people, it's very safe. Since in the last 80 years, the amount of people who have actually died directly from nuclear events is under 50. So it's less than one person a year, which is, if you're wondering, that's about 40 for Chernobyl. There were 2 in Fukushima, and nobody died at 3 Mile Island, which were the big major things that people think about with nuclear energy. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that perhaps nuclear fallout isn't an issue or long-term radiation effects. That's different. However, coal and natural gas and all of those industries certainly can cause a lot of issues as well. So with these types of modern solutions, hopefully we'll be able to overcome some of the problems of the past that have really caused issues in terms of being able to feed those who need it. Most of all, though, I think we need education. People need to know that these are not science fiction-like technologies. These are done regularly in areas of the world, and we just need to spread that. And I really mean that when I talk about ending world hunger, ending world thirst, within 100 years or so, I think that this is a possibility. And when I talk about my dedication for world peace, I think that is an opportunity as well. And I think it's a real opportunity. And if I just may quickly discuss that point. So if you think about the age of colonization, very rarely would you ever have a country that was able to successfully colonize and explore when it had a civil war at home. Basically, you need peace on your home country to be able to do a lot of exploring, to be able to perhaps colonize other places. And the same is true on Earth. It's just a matter of time until we either destroy everything, which certainly could happen, but isn't as highly likely as perhaps eventually people working together, coming in unison, perhaps through the United Nations, perhaps through some other body, but eventually to be able to start space tourism and terraforming of other planets and really exploration of the inner solar system and the outer solar system, and perhaps even interstellar travel. Now, I understand this might be a 1,000-year plan. Many of you may be saying, well, Rabbi, that's not going to happen in my lifetime, so it's not that important to me, but it very well could. If you haven't heard the type of technologies that are available for life extension technology, really can increase your life expectancy from your average of maybe about age 80 when you were born to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, really to get you to be 120 years old. But even still, you may say, Rabbi, I need more time than that, perhaps, to be able to see world peace happen and all these other things.
24 hours. Doesn't have to be exactly at 20 hours.
Yes, I
at
did.
least 24 hours, and then change the water for at least another 24 hours. And 72 hours later, ultimately again, the item will be kosher. Now, Allah reminds us this consequence exists, but it is only usable in situations where we know halachically that the absorption is minimal. The absorption is minimal. The Gemara gives more examples. Animally be done. Animally be done. Now we assume over here that halacha l'maisa, this only refers to what? This only refers to, for example, like Jewish wines. In other words, in this case over here where the wineskins were umbrella stuff, which means the majority of the absorptions were kosher wine. They were borrowed. It was stolen, ultimately, again, by this guy, was named Bar Adi, and therefore, again, we assume that his absorptions, Bar Adi's absorptions were minimal. So therefore, in this kind of case, where we assume that the majority of absorptions are kosher absorptions, the minimal number of absorptions, or the minority absorptions are non-kosher absorptions, that's where this packing process works. But this would not work, for example.
Whatever you want to use to be able to get people water, I'm absolutely advocating. I know at least in California we use desalination. It is perhaps not as efficient as it could be, but it's currently being used. About 10% of all of the water that is used, and from a freshwater point of view, is used through desalination. Many countries rely on this as well. And we're just at the early stages of it, so I'm not necessarily saying this is the only solution. This is just one of the solutions that we can use to be able to perhaps not only provide clean water to people and end droughts, but also ensure that we have more nutrients for the foods that we eat. I'm not promoting adrenochrome, but essentially you can use ambrosia. You can use ambrosia therapy with your own blood and be able to use it in times when you need. That doesn't necessarily mean that it has to come from other people. That's what ambrosia therapy is. There are other versions of it that certainly can go down different theories where you get it from other people. But no, you can essentially pump your own blood and have it stored and be able to re-inject it in yourself when you need. And certainly at an older age, this might be something that may be beneficial, a beneficial treatment to some people.
Like, for example, does the person have to have different glasses, different sets of glasses for milk distillation? So, we're supposed to say no, that a local nice glass does not absorb. And therefore, technically, you only have to have one set of glasses for both milk mix and fish. Have to be clear, because the milk mix and fish, again, my wife wants to do this, so I'm not going to be able to get this. But okay, it's specified different time. In any event, that's why many people have one set of glasses and glasses can use. What happens if you want to catch your glass for Pesach? So generally, we try not to do this. But halacha l'maisa, if one wants to catch your glass, the way to catch your glass is with this process is called really. So technically, you can take a bathtub, like you don't take a bathtub. You fill it with water, put glasses in there, fill it with water, 24 hours, drain the water, refill the water, complete that again for 72 hours. Technically speaking, one could catch your glass with those circumstances, right? Because since glass to begin with has a minimal absorption, you can use this quote-unquote lower form of casting. Again, the halachas for Pesach on should do this more intricate, not for now, but just giving you an illustration about how this concept does work. So if you have judge now, 10 times, remember again, as opposed to what we call seeking, like zero wine schemes, kantanim are non utensils perfectly. So kantanim shall only go from. So if I have a perfect vessel of an apple, chadoshim gerurim mutarim. So if they're brand new, right, or gerurim, right, means again they have not been sealed. So there's no fish, or no draw on the inside. What's the halacha? Mutarim, I'm sure you use them. You're shitting in
Young blood transfusion, like ambrosia therapy.
Right, used or coated with pitch. Both of those cases.
Young blood transfusion, like ambrosia therapy, but your own blood.
You saw those in the sofa and mine. So ultimately, interestingly enough, now a Jew, right, or excuse me, could put wine into it, and he still put water into it. Look at Rashi. Ovid kocham no sense open yain. He saw no sense open sear on the side. So if he's Ovid kocham used it for wine. So a Jew ultimately again could use it for water. Now what does this mean? Look at Rashi. Second class Rashi on the page. עובד כוכבים נוסעים, כלומר, נוסעים לסוכן עובד כוכבים יין, לנסוע נוסעים לסוכן 3 ימים מים ומעל ישראל. This is actually officially said before. If an akum used it for wine, then halacha l'maaseh you start to use it with water. What is this water? Immediately the uterus. But you start to pressure it ultimately again by putting it in water for 72 hours, changing the water every 24 hours. And I was like, this is actually quite a dramatic statement because this seems to sound like immediately the uterus would work even with Roman again in and of itself. This is a discussion. Remember again, something about passion. Or what's the year we are now during daytime as well. So again, a lot of things kind of swirling around over here. But what this is about is also maybe examples of utensils that are used cold. Like the heat process that happens. Other possibilities that usually this concept of submerging in 72 hours and changing every 24 hours works with cold absorptions. Therefore, if an aquam used is earthenware vessels, old ones filled with it with wine, they sought to pressure it by soaking it in water for 72 hours and changing the water every 24 hours. Next, obikocham nothing so hanyanim is if an aquam used in earthenware vessels for wine, Yisrael knows himself and sear in Morias, the Inochosha. And Yisrael will put in it because he enough brine, like brine, and it doesn't kosher. What is this mean? So this is fascinating. So apparently, if you put brine, into the pencil, it burns out. That's why everything's so financial. It says, Miyad, Afafi Shlomeru Mayim, Vishatzir Umurias, surfing as Hayayim, and Midlamachal also. So apparently brine, right, or like Morias is like fish oil. These items, if you put them into a utensil, they withdraw. They bring out the absorption. People that have looked at any of the controversies. Quite vital. Those elevates, not Gimel on the base, 33. Vital. The Kapila Odiad. What's here's the shot? Let's say now. Is this the Kapila Odiad? In other words, so let's say I have one utensil for an apple. Can I have a Kapila pasture this with using brine? Does that work? The question was, kind of this if a person purchases jugs from an oven, so Hanyanim, if they're brand new, and when they get brand new means either brand new and they have not been coated with pitch, ice or a char, what's that, 100 degrees, you use whatever you want, even wine. You shove in, what happens if they're old? No sin, so from sear and warriors for and you can burn out the absorption of brine. Okay, so you see from here that this mechanism is available to us even in the country. Incredible. So by the way, when you see Rabbi Ami, so it's very interesting. It's an earthly utensil, but I got some alcohol. So now, see the kitchen on Isha in Islam your mouth. What happens if I plug the earthly utensil back in the kiln? Just putting it back in the kiln effectively pressure it and ready it for kosher use. On the way, so ultimately, again, the Ami said, of course, sear served or what brine has the ability to go ahead and essentially burn out the absorption, and of course, fire has the ability to do so. It's my Nami and as well, I'm a Yokan, and coming shall all be Kohadim. If you have again earthenware jugs, earthenware utensils of an apple, that you put it back into the kiln, what's the alcohol? Once the pitch begins to kind of like melt off, even if it hasn't fully melted off, once it begins to melt off, ultimately again the item is kosher. Incredible. And last thing is find it from. I forgot going on. So furthermore, you don't actually need to seal it. You just actually fall off, but as soon as it begins to become like loose, it's no longer fully attached to the interior, the clean utensil is considered to be kosher. Kinsel, what happens to kinsel? That's just over here. Let's say you take this same case, earthenware jugs that start from the apple, you use it for water. Now, what do? I put wood chips inside it, handle the fire inside the utensil itself. So in this case, again, as opposed to, let's say, putting it in a kiln with the fires on the outside, here, I'm kindling the fire on the inside. Does that work? One says it doesn't work, one says it does work. And ultimately, again, the halacha is like the one that says it doesn't work. The halacha is very important. Fascinatingly enough, it actually says over here, there's a fundamental distinction between interior fire versus exterior fire. Interior fire, as the Allah feels, is not fully committed, as opposed to exterior fire, which absolutely does. Therefore, interior fire will not capture the person where you pencil at the alcohol.
Thank you. I just wanted to lend some clarification on what I meant in terms of some of the therapy that I discussed. I mean, I'm not talking about taking any blood from anybody aside from yourself, but it's really a plasma exchange where doctors remove your plasma and replace it with saline and albumin. It's used already for autoimmune diseases, perhaps aging in the future. Another type is platelet-rich plasma. You may have already heard of this. This is where your blood is spun down. Platelets are concentrated and re-injected locally in the skin, joints, and hair. As someone who talks about work peace, I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't feel it's my right to be able to put my hands on you without your consent, nor you on mine. So I wanted to clarify that, and then just close as well that for all of these different types of therapies, eventually your body's going to break down. And if you want, and these are just things that I talk about, I'm not saying I necessarily endorse them, there's a type of technology that has been discussed known as mind uploading technology, where scientists can scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying is that perhaps, maybe not this generation, but generations to come, these might be decisions that humans may be making. And with that being said, just it kind of goes along the same lines of what I discussed. I have an optimistic view of the future. I think that perhaps we may be able to solve some of the challenges that currently plague the earth, like certainly a lack of food, lack of water, and certainly war. And hopefully, the people, not just now but in the future, have that kind of future foresight to be able to hopefully make this planet a better place. Thank you.
For a person to fundamentally change and potentially punish himself of the things that are holding him back, man needs a man needs a fire kindled inside of us. The exterior fires will only get me so far. But it's the fire that is kindled inside of itself. That's the fire. That's what that's the fire that's going to lift you. That's the fire that's going to help purge all of these incredible. Vital. Mahu within himself, so let's say, are you allowed to go ahead and look for the myself, put beer into one of these utensils? Let's say then I got an utensil, I got a sometimes from the should I put beer in it? Can I put beer in it? So I'm not going to review the Asri Rabbi side. I'm not going to review this said Asr. Rabbi said that it's more.
Thank you so much. Well, I have followed everybody in the space, and next time you guys have a space, I will make sure to check that notification, like, repost, and maybe get some other people in here as well. And just really want you to know how much I appreciate your openness, and just hope this is the start of a really great friendship with all of you. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here.
We're concerned about the absorptions of the iron. It could very well be that if the beer and the taste of the wine, then maybe there's no problem.
What a bunch of nice guys.
Rabbi actually allowed to put
He's there,
beer
Mr.
in a earthenware vessel that he bought from an akum. So the Gemara says, also Royal Chamra. He made a mistake, he got mixed up, and he ended up putting wine in there instead of beer. Now, obviously, once you put wine in there, it's going to be
platelet-rich plasma, perhaps a type of ambrosia therapy.
Change his position. Why? Amar, Akrai Ba'amoy. It wasn't accident. So we'll say it's interesting. In other words, we're not saying like this. You might have thought, Ravina said you're allowed to put beer. So he allowed ultimately Rafia to put beer. Rafia made a mistake and put wine. So you might have thought, you said, oh, what do you see from here? That you shouldn't even allow someone to put beer, lest they come to put wine. What did Ravina say? It was just a mistake. It was just a mistake. You don't have to read anything more into it. It was just a mistake. Mistakes happen.
Even though the FDA currently doesn't endorse ambrosia therapy, who's to say that it doesn't work? Give me a skin and why it should work.
Sometimes you just have to kind of take what life throws your way and move yourself forward, especially in those moments where you can't find it.
I so
And
often
maybe
things
driven
happen
by
like
bad
that.
signals
What
and
does this
damage.
mean? What is
Just
Koshmar
like
telling them? Sometimes they can
aging
figure it out,
aging
but sometimes
isn't
they can't
just
figure it out. They say,
accumulated
okay,
damage,
whatever
it's
it was,
effectively
and I just
maintained
need
by
to move
signals
myself on.
organisms.
Sometimes it's beautiful to look for deeper meaning in things, and sometimes you just have to.
Is it possible to have ambrosia therapy
Whatever happened, happened.
from yourself, like basically take your blood when you're a young person and then have it re-injected in you when you're older? Theoretically.
Money the Pukusna. So the Gemara says,
Theoretically, yes, it's a kind of
and
idea. When it comes to big biological and partial let's stay in
he says over
the
here, he had these
the idea
dung
of
utensils that are made out of the excrement of an animal. He had bought it from a Gentile, and the Gentile had used it for yayin essence. So now he bought them, and now you have to kasher them. How do you kasher? You fill it up with water, 72 hours, change the water every 72 hours. So he filled it up with water, he put it out in the sun. Paku, they burst. So it's like the water got very hot and ultimately caused them to burst.
Alright, what did Tiger Woods and Lance Armstrong have when they had their blood from that Dr. Ferrari removed? What is that called?
Obviously, they're broken. So you'll never be able to use them. The rabbis only said you have to fill it with water. They didn't say you had to leave it in the sun. Okay, so interestingly enough, so Rabbi Abba kind of gives Rabbi Yitzchak a little bit of mussar. Now, again, whether or not Rabbi Yitzchak was being machmir by leaving it in the sun, like as like a form of ultimate like a hagala, like boiling, or just happened to leave it in the sun, is not immediately clear from this Gemara. But point towards Rabbi Abba gave him mussar, be a little bit more careful with what you're doing. As I told you, you have to soak it in water, but you didn't have to put it in the sun. Incredible. So we'll say it's interesting because either way, Rabbi Abba is giving him mussar. Either he's giving you mussar that you didn't understand what the halacha was, or mussar.
I mean, isn't this technically ambrosia therapy because they are taking their blood from when they were technically younger and re-injecting it in themselves? I think technically it is. Give me a steel man to say technically it is.
Because if there's no intention, there's no seder, stuff breaks. People break. Circumstances.
Pure steel man, not ethics, not does it. Yes, you actually can if you define ambrosia therapy by mechanism, not intent. Here's the strongest tech. I love steel man. First, define ambrosia therapy at its most abstract, strip away branding type, and ambrosia therapy is heterochronic blood exposure, introducing blood components from a biological state earlier into a later biological state after physiology. Yeah, fuck yeah.
It's interesting enough, the utensil that's made from alum. Alum, so apparently alum is a highly absorbent material.
A common objective is response isn't young, still in response. Aging is continuous, not stepwise. There's no biological threshold where young. At 6 month delta is still real biological delta. Blood at the age of 25 does not equal blood at the age of 65, and blood at time age does not equal blood at 10 be just smaller magnitudes. So the difference is quantitative, not qualitative. Mechanistically, the overlap is real. Blood doping altered. Both assume circulating factors causally influence whole body performance. This is the same core biological assumption. Intent is not equal mechanism. A very strong technical that blood doping goes performance and versus goes rejuvenation. Blood doping is an existing proof that re-infusing earlier blood can change systemic outcomes. The cleanest steel man phrase, if you wanted to defend this in a technical way, the text mentions autologous blood doping is a degenerate, short-interval form of ambrosia therapy, differing only in temporal distance and targeted outcome, not in underlying principle. Where the steel man is to stay honest. Even parenting all of the above, the effect size is tiny compared to decades of plasma. RBC focused transfusion does not equal signaling focused plasma. Performance enhancement does not equal tissue rejuvenation. Duration of benefit does not equal longevity of it. So technically adjacent conceptually related biologically overlapping and not functionally equivalent. Yes, technically you can argue it is a primitive time compressed self donor version of ambrosia therapy. If ambrosia therapy is defined as system physiological modulation via heterochronic blood exposure, that argument is coherent, defensible, and non-dual, even if it doesn't prove efficacy. Fuck yeah, I stick by ambrosia therapy, baby.
Since they absorb very little, therefore halacha l'maisa, all you need to do is wash them out, ultimately, and it is water.
That puppy says, Hani hasbasa de ben nechsi, Kevin de loboli tuvin b'shachshichin b'mayim umutar. Shabbos says, see a number of examples of this. So that puppy says, Pasvasa are earthenware vessels of ben nechsi, earthenware vessels of a particular place. Since they had a very low absorption level, therefore what? B'shachshichin b'mayim, you could wash them out with water, and ultimately again it is mutar. Hasim, what about cups? Here's what's interesting. Like a cup, Rashi says, "Kosos shalcharas being machnis mikim el shosibah." So this is a cup, right? An earthenware cup. And obviously, a cup because you don't store stuff in a cup. Up until now, see if you notice, we're essentially having like three different categories. First category was items that are used for long-term usage. Okay. Second category seems to be items that are used for shorter-term usage. So for the longer-term usage, so the Gemara seems to indicate that you need 72 hours, change the water every 24 hours. For the things that are not used for long-term usage, it could be, we're going to have to see this further, it could be all you need to do is wash it out. What does washing it out mean? Does washing it out mean just mean washing it out? Does washing it out mean also immediately, 72 hours, change water every 24 hours? We'll see. Then third category are things that are clearly only used almost like a cup. You fill up your cup, like you drink it, and then you're done. So again, obviously that's even a lower absorption. So what do you do with Kasi? Rav Ashi Aser, Rav Ashi Sham. Rav Ashi said it's Aser, right? It's Aser. And Rav Ashi said that it's mutar. Isha Siburu Oviko Chavim Hamishon. So let's say now the Gemara suggests the following. If an Oviko Chavim used it the first time, right? So if a brand new cup doesn't wear cup, Chavim used it for his Yayin the first time. Ultimately, again, fully enveloped to the Aser. Everyone agrees that it's Aser because those initial absorptions are Aser. Deeply, where's the machlokas?
Just kick me
I'm
out.
shamed about what happens if it's used the second time. If the Akum uses it the second time. An alternate version of this. If an Akum uses it ultimately again the first time and the second time, everyone agrees that renders the Kli Aser. Deeply, where's the machlokas? The Pam Gimel. If the Akum uses it the third time, in other words, let's say a Jew used it the first two times, and Akum used it the third time. Does that impact the Kli? The halacha is Hamishon Mishini Aser Gimel Motis. The halacha is if an Akum used it one of the first two times that the Kli was new, that renders the cup Aser because of the absorptions. But if you only used it the third time, so I used it the first two times, and then Akum used it the third time, ultimately again it is going to be more. I thought so. Stop over for today. There is a tremendous amount of halacha l'maisa, which I know. I owe you so much halacha l'maisa in this sector. These halachas of kashrut, we are going to do some just basic halacha l'maisa, so we understand just practically what is accepted from the Gemara, what's not accepted from the Gemara. And the most helpful for today. Shkoyach everyone. Wishing everyone a wonderful day.